hermanos, con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento, lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, man. Shoot. All right, family. Let me see something here. See if I can get this fixed. Oh, the background is weird. What the hell is that? Hold on a second. Let me fix this. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Okay, here we go. Damn, we back at it. Que alguien me explique. What are you doing over here, bro? This is Politico Often. What are you doing on this channel? Oh, man. As you guys know, I got, the whole thing. Maracuya, buenos días, over a video, which is kind of awkward because on this channel, that same class is still actually playing, and YouTube on the other channel, the original one, blocked it. Like took it down, but yet this channel still has it. I don't know. But I've had it for a little bit. And you know what? Honestly, there's only about 25 subscribers, and probably today is a good reason for why it's only 25. What's up, my brother? Yeah. And Salom a la familia. And for you enemies, you can't stop this at all. Anyways, all right, enough of that button stuff. No, but on a serious tip, we are going to cover some things today, fam. We're going to get some serious scripture today. As you guys know, and unfortunately, in this channel, I don't have paid subscription. So there isn't a lot I can do like I did on the other channel, right? So, I don't have like the things available that I would like to have. Let me see if I can get this page here real quick. Give me a second. Where are you at? Okay. This one, okay? So this class was leading up to, well, this was the point of last week leading up to this class. You know what I'm saying? That was the point of last week leading up to this class. You know what I'm going to do? Anyways, so, yes, sir. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. All right. So it was leading up to this. And when I started the class, I guess they didn't like the videos. Whatever it may be, I don't care. But the Most High allowed it to be that way. You know what I mean? It's like there was a reason for it. And I'm glad that it happened. So today, This is a channel for technically this, but I've never done this topic, so I'm going to use it for now. You know what I mean? So let's begin. So the class is called The Tree in the Midst of Good and Evil. Shit, I forgot my whole point of why I brought it up. Come on, man. I don't know if you guys can hear the background. I connected my speakers. Like right there. That whole bar right there, man. That whole bar is pretty cool. Hey, let me turn it down a little bit because maybe it's a little loud, man. Maybe a little loud. Hold on. No, that's fine. Anyways, all right. So, I'm messing around with the music. But anyways, enough of that. So that's the class, the tree in the midst of good and evil. But the point was evil. A lot of us have probably never or maybe questioned it. This evil tree or good, a good and evil. It's not just an evil tree, it's a good and evil. What does that mean? You know what I mean? What does that mean exactly? Right? So we're gonna touch on this today. And I hope it's edifying. I'm not trying to say that I'm 100% correct on it. I really don't. I don't know. All I know is that this is what I see, and this is how I determine interpretation and discernment. And I'm going to show this to you. Then you guys decide, where you go from this. But, whether you believe in the Bible or not, it's a very significant book. It's a very significant book, whether you believe in it or not. So, in case some of y'all forget, yeah, you know what? Hold on a second. Hey, Google, stop. I don't like that. I'm so used to this other sound. I'm just so used to this other sound. This one. Yeah, just used to it. My bad. Anyways, so let's begin. In case some of you guys forget, and it was a very short verse. It's a very short verse, but I think it's the most significant. Now, I don't want to say the most significant, but I think it's important not to overlook. So let's begin, okay? Let's go to Mark 8:24. So what is this tree of good and evil? So let's start trying to understand, first of all, what this whole concept of tree is. Matter of fact, you know what? Before I go there, man, this is a spirit. So I didn't even plan on this, but let's go here. Thank you, Father. I appreciate that. So let's go here because these are the laws, right? These are the laws that we are supposedly, you know what I mean? If you believe in the Bible, and I'm saying that in a sarcastic way, because a lot of you guys don't. You say you do, but you don't, because you don't study it. So if you don't study it, then you don't believe it. And if you don't believe it and you don't study, you can't say that you do. And you can't say you have faith. Oh, I'm just going to listen to some things, but I'm not going to study and read because it gives me a headache. No, it don't work like that, man. You got to put the brick in, bro. You got to put the brick in. This ain't easy shit. Excuse my language. Now let's go. Leviticus 19:23. Thank you, Father, because I was not thinking of this scripture. But I'm going to say this to you guys from the get-go, because from the get-go, we were given instructions on how to harvest. And at the same time, this is a reflection or technically a metaphor of who we are and the way that it actually occurs. When you come into this understanding and how it takes time, when you start looking at yourselves as trees, you will then be a little more patient, right? But now, that's not the point. The point being is this concept of trees. So let's read Leviticus 19:23. And when they shall come into the land and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then shall they count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of. So you come into the land, you plant a tree full of fruit. The first 3 years, you can't eat none of it, nor can you offer it to the Most High. Why? Because it's unclean. So, for example, if you come into the land and you're, for the first time, harvesting this land, so then, hold on a second, family. It's hot in here, man. So anyways, so for example, you come into a land and you're there to harvest. Well, what ends up happening? You got to break that ground. You got to break through those clods, right? Okay. So then shall ye count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you, and it shall not be eaten of. But on the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. On the 4th year. And in the 5th year, ye shall eat of the fruit thereof, that he may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. So in case you guys haven't noticed, you can reflect this as a child. You know, they say the first 5 years are the most important. When you're going through change, in this understanding, the first 3 years are really the hardest, man. Because everything is like you're trying to reset and getting rid of all habits. All habits are hard to break, right? So if you look at yourself in the first 3 years of this understanding, you're really not. That's why I always said, never try to start teaching in the streets, bro, when you're barely like 3 years into this. I know camps like to tell you that shit, but you know what? They have no idea what they're talking about. Yes, I said it. Y'all are Canaanites. You're not Judites. You're not Benjamites. And you're damn well not Levites, okay? So you're teaching people wrong. Those are facts. Anyways, so when you start understanding and reflecting on the fact that you are like a tree, you can then grasp the idea of how long it takes for you to get rooted. And it I wanted to at least give you an idea that I'm actually here. This is a class from last week. The other channel, I wasn't able to show this class on this channel, okay? And unfortunately, it's just the way the cookie crumbled, I guess. I do want to share this with y'all here in this particular part because I guess you could say I could have used this too. But check this out. There is a lot of parables and how the scriptures are broken down, right? And all over the scriptures, it tells us a particular way of being born again or reassessing or examining, those sort of things, right? So, for example, when it says there in regards to Leviticus 19, and then the first 3 years it's uncircumcised, and then the 4th year it's technically not, but you only offer to the Most High. In the 5th year you can offer to the Most High, and then now you can consume the actual fruit. It's very parabolic, just like us. So I want to put this into your minds in regards to what the scripture means, so then you can get a full understanding of it. Okay, Mark 2:22. This is why this is important. It says, "No man putteth new wine into an old bottle, else the new wine does burst the bottle, and the wine is spilled, and the bottle will be marred, and the new wine must be put in new bottle." All right, but new wine, must be put in new bottle. Now, some of us who were, I guess you could say, I don't want to say simple-minded, you know what I mean, but just that really did not understand that before, right? Thought, well, shit, it's just a bottle, I can replace it. But no. This is an actual leather bottle. This is an actual a bottle made out of leather. So in order for it to be reused again, there is a procedure. There's a process to it. You can't just reuse it again, right? Check this out. Again, it says, "No man putteth new wine in old bottles, else the new wine does burst the bottles. The new wine is spilled, and the bottle will be marred, but the new wine must be put into new bottle." Now, why is that? Because here's a video in Spanish. I'll show you, right? In the process of time, here's an actual wine bottle, okay, made out of leather, just like the scriptures say. So when you use up a bottle, after years, it creates this cast. So as you can see, it's hardened. If you want to reuse this again and you fill it up to the max, it's going to burst or to break, right? In order for you to reuse this bottle, it has to be dipped in oil for several months. And then after it's dipped in oil for several months, it's taken out and then it's beaten until it gets its elasticity. So let's show an example. So then now we can go back after this and look at Leviticus 19, 23, 24, 25. So you can see the time that it takes. And you have to be willing to put yourself through it. That oil, it's a spiritual oil. And that beatdown are the disciplines, is a discipline of the scriptures. And also you applying yourself and making sure that you examine consistently and always be mindful. Are you in the faith? Are you in this walk? Are you envious? Are you angry? Are you just here to cause issues? Do you really create food for your family? Or are you just full of crap? Okay, so let's go.
Un odre viejo, como usted puede ver, está totalmente endurecido. Esto no soportaría nunca el vino nuevo que se expande porque ya perdió su capacidad de ser expandido. Entonces, para renovar este odre hay que suavizarlo, se sumerge en aceite por varios meses y luego tiene que golpearse para que todos estos endurecimientos vengan a ser suaves y la piel vuelva a ser expansiva. Entonces, si usted no sabía lo que era un odre viejo, este es un odre viejo.
Takes time in this walk. It's an everlasting growth. It's a constant reset. So are these plants. So is the instructions on how we were supposed to go about harvesting and at the same time harvesting our minds. Because it all began there, in case you don't know. And we're going to touch on it. But again, and in the 5th year, ye shall eat the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. Now, it says here in the 5th year, now you can offer to the Most High. Not only can you offer it to the Most High, you can also consume it for yourselves, but not in the 4th year. Only in the 4th year are you able to give it to the Most High, but not you. So kind of think of it like this. You come into the understanding, you're getting to know who the hell you are, that you're a child, you're responsible, and you literally haven't done nothing right. So you have to reflect on that shit. And it's going to take some years to really create proper habits. Right around the 4th, 5th year, not exactly, 4, you start seeing some changes. You start seeing some changes within. You start seeing your family change around you because, again, if you're a tree, then you have animals that'll nest under you, right? And on the 5th year, then you start really applying, or 5th or 6th, so to speak, and wisdom starts to grow. Now, this is the key here. What wisdom are we talking about? What exactly are we talking about here? Now, when we talk about trees and we talk about wisdom, we talk about knowledge. Not every knowledge is proper knowledge because, again, the tree of good and evil was just knowledge, not the tree of life. So again, 23, 24, 25, it says the first 3 years, don't. The 4th year, only to the Most High. And the 5th year, then you're going to enjoy it as well. Pretty similar, right? So now, when you go back to Mark, so thank you, Father, for putting that in my head, man. That was really, thank you. So when you go back to Mark, chapter 8, verse 24, then it says, and he looked up and he said, I see men as trees walking. Now, the question is this, what the hell is that about? I see men as trees walking. Did he really see men as like trees walking? I don't know. But I think on a spiritual level, when you really break down this book, because Hosea, for example, thank you, Father. Hosea summarizes this in a sense. Come on, bro, find it. Because Hosea literally says here about an empty vine that bringeth forth fruit unto himself, meaning in vanity, in worshiping of idols, of imagery. Matter of fact, man, I'm even going to embarrass the crap out of IUIC, GMS, and ICPK about how stupid they are for using Genesis 2:7 in its own, and even in that sense, they're glorifying themselves of the image. You know what I mean? And it was never meant for that. That's why you were made from the ground, so you wouldn't boast about yourself or the similitude. But these other nations will definitely do that. Anyways, let's go back. So again, Hosea 10 gives you an idea of how important it is for both kingdoms to work together. It wasn't, oh, I'm Judah, so I'm the leader, I'm the teacher. Bro, you can't even guarantee that you are. So shut the hell up. Hosea 10:11 says, and Ephraim is a heifer that is taught and loveth to thread out the corn, but I passed over her fair neck. I will make Ephraim to ride, Judah shall plow, and Jacob shall break its clods. Now that seems like teamwork, because you need a heifer to actually pull, right? Stronger than the man, and the man needs to be the one holding, directing in order to break ground. And together, they're going to break clods. Now, that's in case you never harvested. We're going back to the tree concept. That's like rocks, clay matter that you got to get rid of in order for that tree to root properly. Here it says, sow yourselves in righteousness, meaning, start actually harvesting, start planting in righteousness, reap in mercy, because remember the 3-year concept, uncircumcised, the first 3, you're going to be horrible, bro. You may even tell your wife, bitch, get the hell out of my life. I'm going to get on with because bitch, I told you so. I can replace my woman. It don't matter to me. Y'all Canaanites really lost your minds, and today I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to put you in your place today, for sure. Sow yourselves to righteousness, reap in mercy. Sow to yourselves in righteousness, reap in mercy. Break up your fallow ground, for it is time to seek the Lord till he come and rain righteousness upon you. So once again, when you start looking at and this little verse here that none of you you guys don't care about. Mark 8:24, it says, and he looked upon and said, I see men as trees. I see men as trees. Let me confirm that. Let's go to Zechariah 1:10. Interesting. A call to return to the Lord, right? It says. But if you go further, a vision of a horseman. Now, check this out. I need you to understand that when you start seeing yourself beyond this flesh, and you start reflecting in a sense of looking at yourself like a so-called tree, you start really being more patient with yourself, with things, and with prayer. And with when the Most High returns that prayer to you, like it actually does happen. But if you're like rushing to expect, no, just slow your roll, bro. There's a scripture that says, be still, right? And I think Psalms 4:1 or 1:4, whatever. Anyways, let me go back. It says Zechariah 1:10. It's talking about spirits here. And the man that stood among the myrtle trees, let me go back. Zechariah 1:7. Watch this. On the 4th and 20th day of the 11th month, which is the month Sabbath, in the 2nd year. Oh, by the way, sorry, family. Today is my 7th day, because today is the 7th day. Last week, tonight was the first, like the new moon. I've done a class on it. Anyways, I'm not, I'll do what you do. I'm just telling you that today is my 7th day. So happy 7th day rest. So it says here, and the son of Iddo, the prophet, saying, I saw by night, and behold, a man riding upon a red horse, and he stood among the myrtle trees that were in the bottom. And behind him were their red horses, speckled and white. Then I said, O Lord, what are these? And the angel that talked with me said unto me, I will show thee what these be. And the man that stood among the myrtle trees answered and said, these are they whom the Lord hath sent to walk to and fro through earth. And they answered the angel of the Lord that stood among the myrtle trees. People, the host, and said, we walk to and fro through the earth, and behold, all the earth sits still, and it is at rest. And then the angel of the Lord answered and said, O Lord of hosts, you have to really see that. So if we're host of a spirit, Lord of hosts, what do you think that is? Y'all need to start waking up. How long will thou now not have mercy on Jerusalem and on the cities of Judah? And it's not you Canaanites. Stop that. It's not. Trust me, it's not. And you can, not today, because I need to get to my class. I'm not debating today. And on the city of Judah, against which thou hast had indignation these 310 years, 310. But check this out. Among the trees, they go to and fro. Who goes among the trees to and fro? And then says, when are you going to stop punishing these trees that we're going to and fro? This is why you guys have to know exactly what you're talking about and what you're dealing with. And when you go and bring the scripture and you want to teach people and say, oh, I got the fruit. Look at all the people that come to my school. Man, I'll bet you anything that none of those suckers have ever repented on. They don't even know how to repent. I'll bet you all of you guys in all those schools, man, I can bet you, bro. I can bet you that none of y'all have really helped somebody with addiction. I guarantee it. Because all of you guys drink. Y'all get drunk all the time. Ain't nobody going to be able to repent, bro, with your societal, maniacal, and super sexualized seed. And I'm going to prove it too. I'm not lying, bro. I'm going to embarrass you guys today. And then try to educate myself as well as my brother. So let's go now to Psalms 103, because here we're talking about trees, dealing with trees, and talking about spirits, and they go to and fro. What we heard in Job 2, what to and fro means, I think. Let's go to Psalms 103. Check this out. Psalms 103, 20. Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearken unto the voice of his word. So the reason I'm saying this, family, is because from the beginning, these spirits were already dealing here with, so to speak, us, right? Why do you think it happened in Genesis 2? Or Genesis, I should say, 3. And then in Genesis 4. And then why Genesis 6 matters. Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearken unto the voice of his word. Bless ye, Lord, all ye his host, ye ministers of his that do his pleasure. So if somebody asks, did God create this? And they try to get people on a trick question. You know what? God created good and evil. Did he create homosexuality? I think that when we try to mimic God, we become beast-like. Ye are gods, but you will die as men. And I'm going to try to explain that too. So here we see that these spirits are pleased. They find pleasure in going to and fro through these trees. Now, how do I know they find pleasure? And why is that significant? Okay, let's check this out. So Sirach 39:28. I've always, this verse always struck me. Sirach 39:28. There be spirits that are created for vengeance, which in their fury, we just read earlier, lay on sore strokes. In the time of destruction, they pour out their force and appease the wrath of him, our creator, that made them. Fire and hail, famine and death, what we see today. That's why the fig tree. I mean, I've never been one to believe, oh, it's going to happen. I'm like, dog, I'm seeing a lot. Which in their fury lay on sore strokes. In the time of destruction, they pour out their forces and appease the wrath of him that made him. Fire, hail, famine, death, all these were created for vengeance. Teeth of wild beasts and scorpions and serpents and sword, and the sword punishing the wicked to destruction. Since the get-go, right? So now that we have at least two concepts in our minds, trees, I see men as trees, and I see spirits flying around trees. Okay. Hopefully that helps us out a little bit more. So now let's start at Genesis. Let me see something. Let's see if I have to go back. Hold on. Because I was actually looking at the translations between the Geneva Bible, the New Oxford Annotated Bible, and the Septuagint. You definitely want to do that. Because it'll help you understand a little bit more. Check this out. I'm going to go back to Genesis 2. But I'm going to use the link here. Hold on a second. Because you guys can't see it. Okay, so we're going to go to all the way to the beginning. Check this out. And this is somewhat of a difficult way to read this for some people, but I think we'll get it. So let's start here. So now again that we understand trees and spirits, okay? Now y'all know exactly what Genesis 2:7 says. Okay, right here. Start right there. Now I'm going to read something to you that says on the side. The Lord God also, Genesis 2:7, the Lord God also made man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his face the breath of life. And the man was a living soul. Now, I want to remind you something, or remind you of something, okay? So this is the seventh-day rest, so-called, right? Why did the Pharisees give the Messiah a hard time when he was helping somebody open their eyes? And that's when he said, I see men as trees. He cured him on the seventh day. He breathed into the nostrils of that man, so to speak, with the water of the word, right, so to speak, and helped him see clearly, so to speak, what he was supposed to see, right? So on the seventh day, it happened again. Now, the reason why I'm stepping in this real quick, and I'm going to step back because I want you to know this in case you Christians don't realize this, because I know you Christians like totally forget. And this is going to connect with, I think, the rest of the class. There's a lot to say today, so I'm going to try not to lose y'all. I don't think I will. I think I see it clearly. So let's go back to Genesis 1 before Genesis 2, okay? I want to show you something. Genesis 1:26 says, furthermore, God said, let us make man in our image. Now, some people are like, oh, you see, there's lust. I'm not concerned with that right now. It says, let us make man in our image, according to our likeness, and let them rule over the fifth of the sea, and over the fowls of the heaven, and over the beasts, and over all the earth, and over everything that creepeth and moveth on the earth. Okay, right? Okay. Thus God created man in his image, and in the image of God created he him. He created them male and female. So now we see God created male and female here, Genesis 1. And God blessed them, and God said to them, bring forth fruits and multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it, and rule over the fish in the sea, and over all the fowls of the heaven, and over every beast that moveth upon the earth. So here we see male and female, not Genesis 2:7, right? Let's remember that. Some people call these guys pre-Adamites. Stop. Just stop. Thus God created the man in his image. Now, I want to bring this up to your attention. Here it says this image and likeness, right, of God in man is expounded in Ephesians 4:24, where it is right, a man was created after God in righteousness and true holiness, meaning by these two words, all perfection. Now, I read, I believe, in the Oxford. Let me see. Because I'm telling you, I kind of took my time on this. It's an interesting. Oh, stop, bro. What the hell? Okay. I don't know what that's about. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I did it. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. What's going on here? What's going on, bro? Okay. Anyways. Give me a second, fam. Okay. So we see here again. Oh, 3, 4, 2. Moreover, God. Okay, here we go. The image and God created man. Let's see. With all perfection of wisdom, truth, innocence, and power. Wisdom of Solomon 2:23. In case you guys don't know, that's what he mentions immortality, right? There is a section, I believe, where he explains something. Let me see if I can see it. Here it goes right here. So he says, let us make man in our image, right? Here. Okay, we see that here, right? So if you see to the left, And it's a little letter F. God commanded the water and earth and all that stuff, right? Then he says, but of man, his faith. He says, let us signify, God taketh counsel with his wisdom and virtue, purposing to make an excellent work above all the rest of the creatures. This image and likeness of God in man expounded in Ephesians 4:24. So we'll look at it. Now, I don't want to get too stuck here because I will. So, because that's just what I do. So let me get away from that. But here we see the difference between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Okay? Right? Now let's go back to Genesis 2. And the Lord God also made man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his face the breath of life. And the man was a living soul. Now here we see that is what I would consider instructions, so to speak, right? And the Lord God planted garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man which he made. For out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree pleasant to sight. I see men as trees walking, and good for meat. The tree of life also in the middle of the gardens, and the tree of knowledge, not life, of good and evil. Now, the tree of life doesn't say the tree of life of good and evil. It says the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So it's two different trees here. You understand? Two different trees. Okay? Not one, not several. There's other people, but there's other people. There's other trees, but technically there's two trees. The good and the bad one. Okay? Keep this in mind. Let me see if I could, which is a sign and increase the thing. There is a miserable peace, which is God, which has also could. Okay. All right. So we see this now. We start seeing in this particular verse what goes on. Now let's go to Genesis 3:5. Now you guys know how Genesis 3:5 reads in King James. I'm going to read some things to you guys in this particular book. Let's go to Genesis 3 and in verse 5. It's right there. Okay. So far, trees walking, spirits moving, a tree of good, a tree of life, and a tree of good and evil. Okay. So far, so good, I think. Genesis 3:5. But God doth know that when ye shall eat thereof, ye shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Remember where that reflects of the tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, we know that currently they call something the Sephiroth, the tree of knowledge. But let's continue. Knowing good and evil, so the woman, seeing that the tree was good for meat, and that it was pleasant to the eye, and the tree to be desired to get knowledge, took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also to her husband with her, and he did eat. So obviously, some people may say, "Oh my God, yeah, Eve slept with." No. Because what did he do? Did he do a threesome with Adam and shit, or did he give Adam the other guy's sperm, or what the hell? You know what I mean? No. Then the eyes of both of them were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig trees together and made themselves breeches. Now let's read to the right. It says here, this is Satan, chiefest subtlety, to cause us not to fear God. I'm reading over here. As though he should say, God does not forbid you to, I can't read that, of the fruit. Oh, not to eat of the fruit. Have that the knowledge of the fruit. Have that he knoweth that if you should eat thereof, you should be like him. Now, if you keep reading further, not so much to please his wife as moved by ambition at her persuasion. Now, this after they took the tree, after they took the fruit, they began to see their misery. You see, their eyes were open. They began to see their misery. But they forgot but they sought not to God for remedy. So it's kind of like a kid, I think, where you don't feel anger or hate or resentment. You're just feeling that childness in you. And then somehow, some way, Moran, you come to this realization that you're actually an adult now, and shit hurts. And not physically, not your mom or your dad spanking you. Like actual pain. Like actual pain. Give me a second. Now let me go to same chapter, but we're going to use a different translation now. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. I thought I had it. What the hell? Oh, man, come on, bro. ¿Qué te pasa, Mufasa? Okay, yeah. Okay, here. This is the Oxford Annotated Bible, okay? It's a good way to present y'all some books in case you got Bibles you guys haven't seen yet. And this one here helps you a little bit with some understanding in case one translation doesn't necessarily make sense. You see, family, the reality is that these books have been translated and transliterated, and you cannot count on them. You got to really study now. You cannot wait for somebody to tell you and explain things to you. You got to really be out here and actually doing the work. You know what I mean? You can't just sit back and read and hear. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm just hearing the verse. Hawk. You know what I mean? I'm just hearing the verse, Hawk. It ain't enough, bro. It ain't enough. Now, we read already what had occurred in the other book, in the other translation. I'm going to read to you something here, very interesting, because it caught my attention. So in this case here, let's read it. God in disobedience and punishment, because it relates to what's occurring right now. It says, though this story is often taken by Christians in an account of original sin, the word sin never occurs in sin. Instead, it's described on how the maturing of humans into civilized life, That's not what I want to show you. Let me get to the point. Let me get to the nitty gritty. Give me a second. Where are you at? 3:1:24. Clothing. Oh, espérame. 3:1:24. Let me see. Hold on a second. Regarding disobedience and punishment. Then it says here 2.5. It's a little different. I think this one's updated, or what's the deal? Well, let's read it. Okay? It says here. The characterization of the snake. This is important, family. Check this out. Pay attention, okay? Let me see if I sounds good. Okay, cool. Pay attention. This is important because this is connecting to the religions or the doctrine that is constantly being repeated over and over. 4 kingdoms, same philosophies, same theory, same damn tree, just dressed up with a different name, slightly. It says here, the characterization of the snake in Genesis 3 emphasizes wise craftiness. You see that? Wise craftiness. Knowledge. Wise. Wisdom. That kind of wisdom. Their wisdom. Let's continue. It says here, a characteristic that contrasts with the innocent nakedness, like of a child. Not naked. Just like you don't even know that. You know what I mean? If you don't know that, you don't know that. Right? Then it says, snakes were a symbol in the ancient worlds of, pay attention, wisdom, fertility, and immortality. Now, I find it so ironic that it's fertility, immortality. We hear that in the Bible, wisdom, knowledge, but the fertility of like fertile ground, soil. Now, we know that people sacrifice other humans for fertility purposes or for the right to stay immortal. Only later was the snake in this story seen by interpreters as the devil. Watch this. The snake introduces doubt by rightly predicting the consequences of eating the fruit. Then it says here, the human will not be put to death as implied in the language, and their eyes will be open. So they gain wisdom. So their eyes were open, meaning, and that's where you see the misery. Like when you know you fucked up. Spiritually speaking, I know you guys, but like when you knew you did something bad, you just felt it. Or maybe you're just evil and you don't even know what I'm talking about. That's probably it. But I know I did, and I know some of the brothers that I talked to and sisters, yeah, they felt the same way. So they gain wisdom, knowing good and evil. Now it says from 6 to 7, the woman sees the pleasant fruit of the tree is desirable to make one wise. Again, I see man as trees walking. I have spirits. The Most High created these spirits. What are they doing, roaming around? Maybe. Who knows, right? But something occurred at that moment. And it happened to her and Adam, and it happened to Cain and Abel. And it's continuing to happen to this very day. There's good people and bad people. It's that simple. The woman sees the pleasant fruit of the tree is desirable to make one wise. She eats and shares it with her husband. So this, well, anyways, the result is enlightenment. What do these Talmudic Kabbalist Sepharad believers think? Enlightenment. The Enlightenment. The Renaissance. Didn't we see the video that they shut this channel, the other channel for? The Enlightenment. The Renaissance. The first, the second, the third, the fourth. The Book of Thought. The relationship of Nimrod. I'm telling you, family, and this spirit does run through that lineage. Cain, Ham, Cush, Nimrod, Canaan. I'm telling you right now. Why do you think they want to be everybody and they're nobody? The woman sees that the pleasant fruit of the tree is desirable to make one wise, right? Then it says, the result is enlightenment. The eyes of both were open. Such wisdom takes them from the earlier unshamed nakedness to clothing, a mark of civilization. A mark of civilization. Who created the first economic system? The first capitalist system was created by Nimrod. And you guys always wonder what the mark of the beast is? It's a combination of things. Check this out. Here we see clearly where this tree of good and evil, or what it's in a sense, well, I don't want to say clearly. We are starting to see what this tree of good and evil again, it's about. See, some people, oh, it's an apple. Ah, it's an imaginary thing. No, man. Watch this. It says the mark of the civilization. Legal forms are recurred to the Lord God interrogates first man and the woman. Oh man, is this it? Clothing a mark of first move from childlike animal unshamed nakedness to disintegration earlier. I think this is probably the updated version, huh? 5th edition. Let me see something. What edition is this? I don't know. It doesn't say. April 2018. It's copywritten in 2018. Huh, it's awkward. Very weird, very weird. Anyways, let me continue. I don't want to confuse you. So let me take a little bit more time here. Now let's go to verse. Hold on, let me see if I miss anything. 368. Man has trees. Okay. Now we go back to Genesis 3:8. Okay. Now, again, I don't want to lose you, but you got to stay with me here. All right. Genesis 3:8 says, afterwards, they heard the voice. Again, this is the Geneva Bible, 1560. Afterwards, they heard the voice. Okay. Remember, they just, wanted to be gods. They wanted to be the chosen, huh? The Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. Now, I know that some of y'all really believe that they were hiding in trees, like fucking in bushes and shit, right? No. Y'all getting the picture now? But Lord God called to the man and said unto him, where art thou? You're like, what? Those are trees, bro. It's funny, man. Right? Give you a little bit. Let me slow down a bit because it's probably a little bit too much. So now that we actually see here, right? They're hiding among trees. They're not trees, family. Let's continue. And then he says, he's getting mad at them because he found out what they did, right? And he says to the woman, the whole thing. You guys have read it before. This is the interesting part. This is where it starts seeing the difference. The people that will be satisfied with the tree of knowledge and people that will not be satisfied with the tree of knowledge, and they will search and seek the knowledge of good and evil. Okay? So it says here, 3:15, Genesis, and I will also put enmity between thee and the woman. He's talking to the serpent, by the way. Verse 15, verse 14, then the Lord God said to the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and thus shalt eat all the days of thy life. Right? I will put enmity between thee, telling the serpent, and the woman, between thy seed and her seed. He, meaning her seed, shall break thine head, and thou, meaning your seed, will bruise his heel. Now, this seed of hers is not like what these women think. I can self-impregnate myself. No. This seed is, we're going to find out whose seed is that. Right? Unto the woman, I will greatly increase thy sorrow. Thy conception, not by self-seed, in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. And thy desire shall be subject unto thine husband, and he shall rule over thee. Also to Adam, he said, because thou hast obeyed the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree where I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the earth for thy sake. Now, that's the seed that we're talking about. So there's going to be enmity between the seed of, or the spirit of Satan, so to speak, and the seed of, or the spirit of Adam, so to speak. Right? Now, let's read something here in the annotated part, because I find it interesting. It says here, remember, this is chapter 4 on the Oxford annotated. Okay? And I'm going to start here. And again, not everything that I read in my, matter of fact, I'll read it from what I see on my end. Because you guys don't, I don't want you guys to think I'm BSing and shit. All right, so check this out. So we're going to do the bottom part overview. And now, let me see this here. We are in 217, I think, is talking about. Give me a second. Yep. Okay. So he says here. Now we're going to Cain and Abel. Okay. So we see here now the seeds, the separation, right? I want you to pay attention to something also. Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the earth when he was taken. To till the earth, right? Okay. Chapter 4. And then we're going to kind of go into other things too. So we're not going to be here all day. Trust me. Afterwards, the man knew his wife, and which conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have obtained man by the Lord, and again he brought forth his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of the sheep, and Cain was a tiller of the ground. So Abel, a gatherer, Cain, a destroyer. Because remember, you have to break ground to sow again. So here we see Abel, a gatherer, not a tiller. Similar spirits. Right now, let's continue. And in the process of time, not like a week or two, it could be years. We don't know. In the process of time, that Cain brought an oblation unto the Lord of the fruit of the ground. He was a tiller of the ground. But he brought an oblation. And also something else. And Abel was a keeper of the sheep, and Cain was a tiller of the ground. I'm sorry. And again, he brought forth his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of the sheep. I'm sorry. And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought an oblation unto the Lord, the fruit of the ground. And Abel also himself brought of the fruit of the sheep and of the fat of them. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. Now, I'm going to pause you. So we know and understand that somebody taught these kids what to do. Right? Somebody must have. How else would they know what to do? But then we see something really awkward, man. We see something very awkward and very, very interesting at the same time. Give me a second. Three 15. Okay. It's violence compatible beast. Hold on. Check this out. Let me see if I have it. If I don't, I have to stay here. Okay, so is it this one? I'm playing with a couple translations, family. Bear with me. Yeah, it goes all the way up here. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, so we see here now, Cain offered something to the Lord. Abel also offered something to the Lord. Now, keep in mind, though, I don't want you to forget. I don't want you to forget that here we also just talked about Eve and Adam dealing with this particular spirit, okay? Think about this for a second. Now, but unto Cain and to his offering he had no regard. Wherefore Cain was exceeding wroth, and his countenance fell down. Now, he was given instructions on what to do, but here he does what he wasn't supposed to. Rebellious, maybe? Or did he learn something from somebody else or somewhere? Wasn't Eve confused or deceived as well? Isn't that the subtlety of the deceiver? Isn't he supposed to be on the ground, or so-called the dust of the ground? And isn't Cain the tiller of the ground? Then it says here, then the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance cast down? Why do you think? It's like your dad said, why are you upset? I already told you what to do. Why are you bothered? First of all, why are you doing that? I don't know, man, that's conjecture, but you know what I mean? It's like, you talking to your son. If you like, why are you upset? If you already know what to do, if you do well, meaning I already told you what to do. Thou shalt not be accepted. And if thou do not well, sin lieth at the door. Now pause for a moment right there. So I'm talking to my son, so to speak, and I'm like, yo, I told you what to do. This is what you do. But if you don't do it right, sin lies at the door. Also unto thee his desire shall be subject, meaning sin, or this spirit that moves around trees, myrtle trees, so to speak, his power over you is going to be to what? To convince you not to follow certain instructions, maybe? To be rebellious? Because they do say rebellious is as witchcraft. Isn't that clear? Isn't that true? Then the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? Why is thy countenance cast down? If thou do well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou do not well, sin lieth at the door. Also unto thee is his desire. And you shall be subject, or it shall be subject to, and desire shall be subject, and thou shalt rule over him. You see this? So sin compared to, how can I say this? If you're supposed to overcome sin, what is going to be sin attempting to do to you? If you overcome sin and you have control of your mind, then you rule over sin. You rule over death. So then this entity who will try to bruise your head, right? I'm sorry, who you will, in a sense, bruise, this entity is going to be the one putting snares in your way, which is what it means by the heel. It's a constant battle. And this is what I'm looking at. I mean, I don't really know what else to tell you in that way. And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? Why is thy countenance fallen? If thou do well, thou shalt thou not be accepted. And if thou do not well, sin lieth at the door. Also unto thee his desire shall be subject, and thou shalt rule over him. So God is just telling him, look, listen, man, I know what you're doing. And I know who's behind you telling you to do what you're doing. And that's easy. I've told you to overcome it. That sin is subject to making you fall. You got to use your mind to overcome it. But guess what happened, family? Did Cain say, yes, right, your father said, no, no, no. And in the process of time, I guess, then Cain spake to Abel, his brother. That right there, the little thing, that just shows you like this is something like a different chapter, different situation. How far ago? How long ago? Right? Then it says, then Cain spake to Abel, his brother. This is after the Most High said, sin lieth at the door. The moment you let it in, it rules over you. Hence, you are of your father, the devil. From the beginning, he was a murderer. Then Cain spake to Abel, his brother, and when they were in the field, who is the tiller of the ground? So now we see that Cain deceived Abel, just like the serpent. And the serpent deceived Cain, told him to offer this, not that. And now he's upset because he effed up, like, you know, nakedness, so to speak. Is that possibly it? I don't know. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not going to believe Christianity, and I'm definitely not going to believe BHI. It's just they're full of shit. And then Kabbalah crap. No, I'm not doing that no more. I'm not going to go crazy either. That's why you have to be rooted. Because you have to see what you see, and then if it don't make sense and it doesn't connect with all these pieces, then you just step back. Don't lose yourself and lose your faith because you want to know too much. Then Cain spake to Abel, his brother, and when they were in the field, Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. Remember I told you about the whole concept of fertility, immortality, right? What were these nations doing? And what was Israel doing? Sacrificing to other gods, thinking that they were going to help them, right? What are we seeing here, Cain? Are we doing this, Cain? Did you murder Abel because you were really mad at him, or was it more for a sacrifice? Fertility to till your ground, is it what it is? Because life is in the blood, in case y'all don't know. Then the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? Family, what are the two major commandments? In Exodus 20, basically talks about that. And again, you know what? I'm also glad that I didn't pass out on that. Right? So check this out. Check this out. Now, verse 11. Now, therefore, thou art cursed. Oh, hold on a second. Verse 10. Sorry. And again, he said, "What hast thou done? Thy voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground." You see here, right here, on the side, sin shall still torment thy conscience. That's similar to Adam and Eve feeling naked, misery. Sin does torment you if you really don't want to sin. You know what I'm saying? It will affect you. It will damage you. And it will convince you to think you could do it again and again. I'm seeing it with my son. He's suffering like Mark 5, fam. So when you're talking about spirits, bro, I'm not lying. This is some real crazy stuff here. So now we're looking at Cain and Abel. Cain's mad. He kills Abel. So what happens? Right? What happens? Now let's go back here. We're going to move forward from this. We're almost done in this section. I really want this to marinate with y'all, man. It's crazy stuff here. And I don't mean crazy like, oh my God, no, I'm like, this is important to know. Watch this on the bottom, okay? It says, while 2.4, 3.24 featured relations between men and women, 1.416 between chapter 1 through 16, chapter 4, verse 1 through 16, to relations between brothers, paralleling 3.1 or chapter 3, verse 1 through 24, in many respects. See what I'm saying? The relationships. This verse emphasizes the wonder of creative powers in the first birth of a child. The name Cain, derived from the Hebrew word create. Quana. Yeah, that's why Fopi names himself Quana, bro. He fucking Cain. I knew that shit. And what's the other guy? Quanalawa? Mr. Old Testament dude. You're calling yourself Cain, bro. It says here, Quana. Ancient Israelites may have associated this Cain with the Canaanite tribe, Numbers 24:21. We'll read it later. It's pretty much true. And Abel is the same word translated as vanity or emptiness in the book of Ecclesiastes. Meaning, but anyway, let's continue. I don't want to sidetrack. His name anticipates his destiny. The distinction between Cain and Abel occupation implies a further step towards culture. The story does not explain why the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering, but not for Cain and his offering. Well, we're just clearing it up right now. Instead, it focuses on Cain's reaction to his unexplained divine preference for the sacrifice of his younger brother. This is the first mention of sin in the Bible. It is depicted as a predatory animal lurking at the door. It is depicted as a predatory animal looking at the door. What does the Bible say? It talks about like a lion roaming back and forth. Right? It says, put on the helmet of salvation or something to that effect. Or like a lion roaring up and down, seeing who he can devour, right? That's the same concept. A lurking at the door, meaning allowing that spirit to trip you and have you sin. Because it all starts in the mind first. Wait, why do you think Cain actually did it? He had to think about it first. And he embraced it. He accepted it. He's like, yeah, I want to be like God. Then it says here, it's depicted as a predatory animal lurking at the door. Blood is sacred, for it is the life. Deuteronomy 9:4 and Deuteronomy 12:23. The blood of unpunished murders pollutes the ground. The importance of arable ground in these chapters can be seen. Cain's conclusion and expulsion of the soil means hidden from the Lord's face. Let me see something. So I think we covered a lot in these two chapters. So now let's kind of move a little forward. So we see now in Genesis 3:15. Let's go back a little bit. Let's read it. Matter of fact, let's read it here. Genesis 3:15, 16, and 17, just so we can get ahead, right? So we know trees, spirits, Cain and Abel, the serpent and Eve and Adam. So now we are seeing that, oh, wait, no, I cannot forget that. What the hell was I thinking? No, they don't lose you guys. You're like, wait a minute, so why even bring that up? Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Okay, so now we see trees, spirits. Then we see Adam and Eve. Now we see Adam seed and the spirit seed are going to be in enmity between the two, right? We see that. Now, they have Cain and they have Abel. And then now Cain kills Abel. And then what happens? And then we'll move on. Cain kills Abel. And then, obviously, we see this now. Hold on, let me go back so I don't lose you. Some of you guys probably haven't even read this chapter. It's pretty short. Chapter 5, right? First one. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the days of God created Adam. In the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them. Blessed them and called their name Adam in the day that they were created. Now Adam lived 130 years and begat a child in his own likeness after his image and called his name Seth. So now we have Cain, Abel, dead. Seth comes in. In the days of Adam, after he had been gotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. You see this? So now, by the way, brother, if you did see this, I take that back of what I had said when I told you this, because I just read it and no, it's clear. In the days of Adam, after he had begotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. So all the days of that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 150 years and begat Enos, I think. And Seth lived after Enos 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. So all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. Now we see here, Enos lived 20 years and begat Kenan, and also, now let me read this over here, so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Hold on, sorry. Right? Seth, Enos, now we see here. And Enos lived, and he begat Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. This is not Cain, and it's not Canaan like the other one. Okay? Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch. You see this here? This is not the Enoch that the other guy had. Well, that is it. Okay, hold on. So now we see that this is Seth, okay? So now let's look at the generations of somebody else. And it came, this Genesis 6:1, and it came to pass when man began to multiply on the face of the earth, daughters were born unto them. That the sons of God saw that the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives, all of which they chose. Give me a second. Did I miss something? Hold on. Give me a second, family. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. I skipped it. Shit. I'm sorry. I skipped it. Genesis 4. My bad. I skipped to Genesis 5, and then I went to Genesis 6. Genesis 4, okay? Let's find out what occurred here. Because we see Seth, right? Seth came after Cain. What did Cain do first? And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth. Okay? And from thy face shall I be hid. So now we see he lives. So here we go. Now we see Cain. Verse 16. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod in east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife. Where'd she get this wife from? You see what I'm saying? Where did she get this wife from? Cain was alive. Abel was dead. Seth isn't born yet until here. Right? So Cain here gets himself a wife. From where? From where, family? From Genesis 1? Could it be? Right? And Cain went from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod in the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he builded a city and called the name of the city after the name of his sons Enoch. That's not one to say, oh, that's Enoch. Shut up. Y'all stupid. First of all, the spirit of Cain's son, or the spirit of Cain wanting to build a city. Power? Who told him to build a city? Typically in scriptures, don't they say build an altar to the Most High? He didn't do that, did he? No, he didn't do nothing for the Most High. He went and built a city for his son. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methusael, and Methusael begat Lamech. Y'all see the point. Now we see that he also has this kid, and he was a father of such a... Oh, check this out. And Nadab bare Jabal, he was the father of such that dwell in the tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother was Jabul, and he was the father of the such that had made the harp and organs. And Zillah, and Tubal-Cain, instructor of artifice of brass and iron. Right? All of these people. Lamech said unto his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech, hearken unto me. So now he has two wives. No, I'm sorry, this guy does. So now this is the seed of who? Of Cain. These are Cain's seeds. Who moved in the spirit of the serpent? Cain. He didn't move in the spirit of Adam. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son and called his name Seth. And for God she said, had appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. Remember, keep in mind, Cain married other broads. Where are they from? Genesis 1. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. So now we see the actual change. You see this? Now Adam, right? Male and female created he them, blessed them, and called them Adam in the days we were created. And Adam lived 130 years and begot sons, and begot a son in his own likeness after his image, and called his name Seth. And in the days of Adam after he begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. Now we see here, after Adam and Eve are having children still, Seth lived 105 years old, and then he begot Enos. Now Seth is married. It doesn't say who his wife is. Does it? No, it doesn't. So one can only assume that it came out of the breast, or so to speak, of the same concept as Adam and Eve. Eve came from the rib of Adam, right? Now you're seeing the point. Now, so we see the seed of Cain and the seed of Seth, the spirit of Satan and the spirit of Adam. Watch this. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, the sons of Cain and the daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, the sons of Seth. And they took wives of which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. For that he also is flesh. Meaning two people, same flesh, but a different spirit. That the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and took them wives, all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, breath of life into man. Right? Now, here's where a lot of people get confused, and they say there were giants in the earth. From translation of what I'm seeing, I don't think there were giants. We see the spirit of Cain, mighty men renowned of wanting power, not of the Most High. He didn't make an altar for the Most High. He made something for his kid. They were tyrants in the earth in those days. And also that when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men and bare their children to them, the same became mighty men, and they were old men of renown. So now we see a mixture of the two seeds. And God saw the wickedness of man that was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thought of his heart was only evil continually. Why? Because no longer was Adam separated from, or Seth, so to speak, or separated from Cain. I think God said, my spirit will not always strive with man, for he too is flesh. We are a host of spirits. Are we not aware of that? Are we not aware of that? I hope we are. That's why it says, and he repented that the Lord had made man in the earth, and he grieved him in his heart. Now, when you see this particular chapter, let me see if I could read it. Give me a second. Okay. I think we're doing good time. Okay. Let's go to verse 6 on this book. Okay. I'm sorry, chapter 6 of the Geneva. Oh, sorry. Where's chapter 6? Chapter 5, chapter 6. Okay. Let's read this, family. And I have it highlighted, so I'm going to read it on my end, okay? I'll read it from my end so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right. It says here, verse 1. So when men began to multiply upon the earth, there were daughters born unto them. Then the sons of God saw the daughters and the men that they were fair, and they took them, wise all of that they liked. Therefore the Lord God said, my spirit shall not away always strive with man, because he is but flesh also. And the day shall be 120 to repent. These were giants. Now, I have a little section. It says that these were tyrants. And when I'm looking deeper into what the actual word of tyrants mean, like, for example, this one. Let's get the blue letter. You'll see. Watch this. These were giants, right? Check this out. Giants. Napil.
Strong's H5303. Nafil.
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 Nafil. Properly a feller. What does it mean? A fellow means non-standard spelling of a fellow. A fellow. A bully. A tyrant. If you look at really what it's trying to tell y'all, because tyrants are looked upon like giants. Like, for example, the movie 300. Don't they make him appear to be like he's a giant? He's a tyrant. So all the ancient versions, the giant in the sky, the constellation Orient Plur, the etymology of this word is uncertain. You see this? So you guys have claimed that you're not wrong. I mean, you're not right, but you're not 100% wrong. You know what I mean? You got to help in your mind a little bit. And then not be imaginary. Get well-rooted in order to understand these things. But this is incorrect. So you see this render great, large in body. You see what I'm saying? It's not about that. Not like giants. But this is incorrect. For it means excellent, noble, skillful. I prefer with the Hebrew interpreter, falling on, attacking, so that it is intrusive, intransitive signification. Now, what does intransitive mean? I'll show you. Intransitive. I think I spelled it wrong. It means not taking a direct object, looked into at the sky, the opposite of transitive. Right? Those who used to interpret the passage in Genesis of the fall of the angels were accustomed to render fallers, rebels, apostates, rebels against the Most High. Because again, where did this occur? Whose seed was this? The seed of Cain, not of Adam. Oh, I'm sorry, not of Seth, the seed of Cain. We know now that there were going to be the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. You choose. Sin lieth at the door. You can choose to use witchcraft because that is part of that wisdom. We're going to read into what it actually means a little bit more further. Because when you really look at what it's saying, it's actually not really too far off. So let's continue back to right here. Then it says here on verse 5. Oh, let me go up. Hold on. Where you at, bro? Did I just have here? Hold on. Didn't I just have this? Verse 6? Yeah, here we go. Verse 5. It says, when the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and all the imaginations of the thoughts of his heart were only evil continually. You see? The imagination, the mind, the enlightenment, the ruling over others, the not having love for your brethren, not giving a damn about the Most High. That's wickedness to him. It says, which usually, it's on the side, authoritates over others. That's what it means. Men of renown. These men of renown, that's what it technically meant, which in the old times were men of renown. Here it says, which suppose authority over others and did degenerate from simplicity, wherein they were father lived. Where is that? What I read. Usurped, I believe. Usurped over others. Men of renown. So if we go back, men of renown, let's go back here. I'll show you. Let's go back. Men of renown. You can see it. Men of renown, right? Sem, so to speak.
Strong's H 8034. Shame.
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 Shame. Men of renown. Memorial, monument. Fame, reputation, glory. The name, shame, as designation of God. Tyrants. People that would not honor to the Most High, that would want to rule over their own people, even their own brethren. So an ideal, definite, conspicuous position compared to an appellation as a mark or memorial of individuality. Remember, the Israelites, quote unquote, are a communal tribe. We work together. We're not individualites. You see this here. You have to pay attention to some of these things because, man, it gets pretty deep as you continue. Now, let's move on from this because now we're going to start kind of getting a better idea. I think I made it clear enough. I spent a good damn time on that. So now that we know trees, spirits, two types of people, two types of entities still dealing with each other, right? Why do you think? Oh, no, as a matter of fact, yeah, why do you think Paul says this to us? 2 Corinthians 13:5. Examine yourselves whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves, your own mind. Know ye not your own selves? How that the Meshiacha is in you, except ye be reprobates. So, two spirits. Since the beginning. You are of your father, the devil, and I'm of my father. Right? So we know that it has to do, first of all, there's going to be a battle within you. And this particular type of battle is going to determine what type of seed you are. Are you examining, repenting, cleansing? Or is it just for show? Are you seriously showing fruits, like the brother told me? Not bringing people into your church. That's not fruits. I'm talking about you, your fruits, you, people around you, family. Is that what you're bringing? Because here is the president of everything. Examine yourself whether ye be in the faith. Right there, Paul is saying, yo, listen, it all starts in the mind. Sin lies at the door. So you better examine yourself. Just like the angel or the Messiah or that spirit told Cain, sin lies at the door. Bro, he's there to rule over you. But your job is to overcome it. Here, I'll show you in a different translation. Watch, I'll go here. It says here, Genesis 4:7, if you had done the right thing, you would be smiling. But because you have done evil, meaning you didn't listen to him, you didn't listen to me, you listened to that other spirit, right, that's lurking around, that deceived Eve, sin is crouching at the door in the mind. As soon as perception is reality, you sin once, you think that's it, I can't fix it. Oh, I'm just the way I am. No. I want to rule you. That's what it actually says. It shall bruise the heel, snare. But you must overcome it. How? Through the mind. And it shall bruise the head. Because that's where it will attack you. Through snares. This is probably over you got, but hey, whatever. Whoever gets it, gets it. Whoever doesn't. And then Cain said to his brother Abel, let's go into the field. Damn, right after, bro. Right after the sin was told, yo, overcome it. Overcome it. But guess what? Just like Paul, put yourself in a test and judge yourself to find out whether you are in the living faith. Meaning, are you of Cain or are you of Abel? I'm sorry, of Seth. Cain and Abel, so to speak. Cain and Abel. Cain and Seth. We'll say Cain and Abel for now, for the lack of, forgetting about Seth. We'll say Cain and Abel for now. Now, again, what happened between Cain and Abel? I mean, for some reason, a lot of Christians just completely just ignore this shit. And you got scholars that supposedly know the Bible and they study this forever, 30-something years. I never went to school, yo. John 3:10, it says, in this the children of God are manifest, and the children of the devil. Whosoever does not righteousness is not of God, neither he loveth not his brother. Okay, you see this now? You see this now? When you don't care for your gente, your family, when you think, well, I'll just get another broad, I'll just have more children, and you didn't do the effort of actually seeing, have I done enough for these children? For this, that the Most High gave me first. 1 John 4:20. Did Cain do what the scriptures say? Not only did it break the commandment of not listening to God, not only he rebelled, but he became a murderer. 1 John 4:20. If a man say, I love God, and hated his brother, Cain, he is a liar. For he that loveth not his brother, whom he had seen, how can he love God whom he have not seen? A commandment which was broken from the get-go. Because we know now in 1 John 3, just to kind of get to the point and we'll move on, 15, but whosoever hated his brother is a murderer. And ye know that no murderer had eternal life abiding in him. So we see that again. You're like, from the beginning. That's why the scriptures say, since the beginning. If you know this, if this is resonating with y'all, then you heard this since the beginning. Because that's really what it's about. See, in Genesis 4, we are understanding that there was already a spirit dealing with this seed. You know what I mean? There was already a spirit. And Cain became subject to it. Possibly, I don't know, man. I'm adding conjecture on that one. Was he offering sacrifice to the fertility gods of harvest? You know what I'm saying? Because there was many gods, I think, since the beginning, I think. Many doctrines. That's why he picked one particular person. He made man and woman, right? Genesis 1, but he didn't choose everybody. He chose one. It's always about a certain seed. Not everybody. Just like in Genesis said, not all seed. Like, matter of fact, Genesis, like Romans. Matter of fact, look, check it. It says here, Romans 9:10. And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even by our father. For the children not being yet born, neither have done any good or evil. Funny, huh? That the purpose of God according to the election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. So if you're evil, you're born that way. Verse 7, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children. Because you're dealing with the seed of Cain, the spirit of Cain, through Ham. Well, not Japhet maybe too. But in Isaac shall thy seed be called. Because remember, out of the early Chaldees, out of all these things that were going on in Nimrod's time, he picked Abraham, right? For this is the word of promise. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son. So, again, we're seeing it again. I'm sorry, I think I skipped verse 8. That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed, too, since the beginning. Cain and Abel. Cain, from what it looks like, mixed with that other, I guess you guys call them pre-Adamites. Seth didn't do that. They stayed within the lineage of Adam and Eve. Then later they two mix. And now we see, I'm of Abraham, yeah. But that don't mean you're the seed. It says, spirit bears witness with our spirit that we are the children of God, right? It ain't all flesh. The woolly ain't going to save you, dumbass. Let's go to John 8. Watch this. This is back and forth, precept upon precept. That's why he comes in a volume of the book. It's written about me, not me. You know what I mean? You know who I'm talking about. John 8:44. Ye are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your father will ye do. Cain. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him since the beginning. When he spake a lie, am I my brother's keeper? He speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. Cain and Ham, Nimrod, Babylon, we see it all over again, man. I don't think just too far-fetched to see that. Verse 38, it says, I speak that which I have seen with my father. Ye do that which you have seen with your father. Two spirits. Isaac and Jacob, two spirits. It ain't always about a black and white thing, family. BHI got it, you're all confused. They would love it to be about that. It's about Wooly. Verse 41, ye do the deeds of your father. Then said they to him, we be not born of fornication. We have one father, even God. Check this out. This is why I trip out on you guys that want to boast about how, oh, I'm an Israelite. And I'm going to curse you and God this. Y'all are dumb. Check this out. You know why? And the Meshiacha said unto them, if God were your father, ye would love me. For I proceed forth and came from God. Neither came I on myself, but he sent me. So if you were there since the beginning, you would know what he's talking about. Here's why. I'll show you. I'll show you why. Little by little, remember trees, spirits, right? Roaming around, good and evil. We understand that now. Now you're going to start seeing the tares in the wheat. Who came and planted those seeds? You get what I'm saying, family? So be mindful and stay with me. Because here's where we're going to, it's a little tough in the road at the beginning. Genesis is not easy, but we, paving our way through and lurking through the forest. And we're kind of like, okay. All right, so now let's get back on track. Matthew 13:38. Now we know why all these parables are so important. If I were you, once this class is done, hopefully not too long, but this is my 7th-day rest, so as you guys know. So I'm going to go pretty along tonight. I don't work tomorrow. So, thanks the Most High, because I'm the one that can write my own check. And that's because I work my ass off. Another parable, verse 38, it says here, that the field is all, matter of fact, let me go up, let's see, then she said, matter of fact, let me read it from the top. Matthew 13:36. Then Jesus sent the multitude away and went into the house, and his disciples came unto him, saying, declare unto us the parables of the tares of the field. Now we're going to start seeing it, okay? Remember, Hosea 10:10, sow your seeds in righteousness, reap in mercy, for it's time to seek the Lord. Break your clods. Jacob will break its clods. Ephraim and Judah shall do it together. That's what it's supposed to be done. Not, I'm Judah, I tell y'all what to do. Now, shut up, y'all are Canaanites. Then Jesus said, then the Meshiach sent the multitude away. And when he was into the house, and his disciples came unto him, saying, declare unto us the parable of the tares of the field. And he answered and said unto them, he that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. Since the beginning. The field is the world. Hosea 10:10. The field is the world. Let me not lose you, but let me remind you. Hosea 10:10. It is my desire that thou shalt chastise them, and the people shall be gathered together when they shall bind themselves in their two furrows. Harvesting. We see Ephraim is a heifer that is taught, and I love it to tread out the corn, but I passed over her fair neck, and I will make Ephraim to ride. Judah shall plow, and Jacob together, meaning will break their clods. So we're talking about two furrows, breaking, using the plod, getting rid of clods. Sow yourselves in righteousness after you break ground and reset again, meaning what? Become a new creature. Examine yourself if you're in the faith. Be in a new bottle with what? New understanding. And by the way, that bottle, I'm throwing a lot at you, but that bottle is an actual piece of leather that takes months for it to be reused again. You got to dip it in oil for like several months. Then you got to beat the crap out of it to create its elasticity. Then you can use that wine bottle once more as new. It takes time, the process of time. That's why I see trees walking, or I see men as trees walking. Sow yourselves in righteousness, reap in mercy, break your fallow ground, for it is time to seek the Lord till he come and reign in righteousness. Ye have plead wickedness. Ye have reaped iniquity. Ye have eaten the fruit of lies. Why? Because thou trusted in the way, in the multitude of thy mighty men. Vanity. God has to be white. God has to be black. You got to have woolly hair, or you got to got blue eyes in order for you to be a chode. Let's go back now. 13. Let's not lose the point. Okay? It says here, 37, and he said unto them, he that sowed the good seed is the Son of Man, and the field is the world. Sow yourselves in righteousness. The good seed are the children of the kingdom since the beginning. But the tares are the children of the wicked one. Now, I'm going to tell you something, family. When you plant wheat and tares, tares grow a lot quicker than wheat does. So all this assumption, oh my God, I see people walking in these camps and they're growing. Those are the tares. Those are the tares. Because they're very obvious to see. Initially, we don't know, but now that things are clearing up in the clouds, after talking to several brothers, man, and sisters, we're starting to see the dust settle, and we're seeing these camps and schools and doctrines just falling apart. Now you got Wobbles over here like tag teaming BHI. Yo, let me get in, man. I know you need some help. Yeah, looking for help from Wobbles, man. But again, it says the enemy that sold them is the devil since the beginning. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. Remember in Zechariah 1 and 10, what did we say? Let's go back real quick. I'm not going to lose y'all. Let's go back. As a matter of fact, I'll do this just to make sure, because sometimes I do that. Oh, come on. I didn't even do that, bro. What the hell it is? I didn't even. Bro, for real? Here it goes. Sorry. Okay. Shoot. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Feel the sin enemy, so the devil, the harvest is the end of the world, the reapers. Oh, that's right. Zechariah 1:10. The reapers, right? We read this earlier. And Zechariah 1:10, and that the man stood among the myrtle trees, answered and said, these are they whom the Lord had sent to walk to and fro through the earth. And they answered the angel of the Lord that stood among the myrtle trees, that's the people, and said, we have walked to and fro through the earth, and behold, all the earth sits still and is at rest. Then the angels ask, how long are you going to be punishing them? Who? What are we talking about? Right? Now let's go back. These angels, don't want to lose y'all. Then it says, in the field is the world, Matthew 13:38. In the field is the world, the good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The wicked one. Who's the wicked one? Cain. The seed of Cain. And that seed stayed. Remember Noah? Japheth, Ham, and Shem? That spirit stayed because it mixed between the two. So it was lurking through somebody. You see what I'm saying? So again, when Noah had Ham, he cursed Canaan. Right? Let's continue. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. Now we see the angels here. They're also the ones that assist on who are the tares and who are not. And therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, and it shall be in the end of the world. So now we're seeing like the tiller of the ground compared to the gatherer of the sheep. Right? Here we see the wheat, and here we see the tares. We know that Cain was a tiller of the ground.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So who is this harvester? How does he know where to go, how to turn? You see what I'm saying? We're dealing with the spirit here. Now let's go to Matthew 13:24. I'm sorry. Let's go back a little bit. Another parable. And now you're going to start seeing the actual understanding of it. Another parable he put forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which sowed good seed in the field. Once again, the mind. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. Now we see who? The head or the heel? But when the blade sprung up, brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So these we see once again, the tares grow faster. So these camps IUIC will look at our fruit. Look how many members we have. Yeah. Tares grow a lot quicker than wheat. It's okay. You continue in your tear. But when the blade was sprung up, and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. Now we're seeing the tares because what's going on between IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, Sakari, that other new group now, Genesis. Sakari now wants to offer $1,000 to IUIC to come to battle him over the new covenant crap. Bro, for real? ¿Quién eres, güey? So let's continue. So the servants of the household came and said unto him, Sir, there is now sow good seed in the field? From whence then did have its tares? Who is the tiller of the ground? You know it. He said unto them, An enemy hath done this. The servant said unto him, Will thou then go and gather them up? No. Be patient. If you see men as trees walking, that means you got to get rooted. That means you got to get rooted. So be patient. You'll see it come to pass. You guys that came out of camps, these BHI camps, and you're like confused because your family, whatever, like, yo, be patient. Examine yourself if you're in the faith and actually fucking repent. Excuse my language, but actually do it. None of these camps can show you how to repent. I'm telling you, they don't have those scriptures. Oh, just here you go, that's it, and then go have a drink. Bro, trust and believe. Trust and believe. I probably 98% of the people that have been in there with serious problems like addiction and all that stuff that they want to change, they can't help them. There's no fruit, spiritual fruit. It's all knowledge of good and evil, but not of the tree of life. Then it says, and he said unto them, An enemy had done this. I'm sorry, verse 29. But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, until the end. And in thy time of the harvest, I will say to the reaper, Gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in a bundle, and burn them. Don't get taken, but gather the wheat into my barn. You see that? Let them grow together until harvest. Right? That's why I keep saying Hosea 10. Reap in mercy. Sow yourself to, in Hosea 10:12. Sow to yourselves in righteousness. Reap in mercy and break up your fallow ground. Repent. Be a new man. As a child again. Be reborn. Sincerely. In faith and truth. With love for yourself. For love for your family. For love for your brethren. For your mom. For your dad. For all the shit you've done. I mean, embrace it because, you've learned from it. If you didn't know that was bad, you wouldn't be good. You know what I mean? That's not the tree of good and evil, family. We're talking about witchcraft shit. People that have no love for the Most High. For this is the time to seek the Lord till he come and rain righteousness upon you. What did we just read? We read the same thing in the parable. Let them both go together until the harvest. Matthew 13:30. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reaper, Gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in a bundle, and burn them. But gather the wheat into my barn. That's what it says, sow yourselves in righteousness. Bind yourselves in your 2 furrows. The 2 sticks concept is gone. This whole concept like, oh, I'm a tribe, I'm a Judite, I'm a Issacharite, bro, stop it, man. 2 sticks are gone. 1 nation. Don't worry about that shit. Why don't you repent and actually really do something good for yourself? Like change yourself. Like be a professional about your life. Like think about all your thoughts. What are you going through? What are you doing? Are you really changing your ways? Are you being better with your wife or your husband or your children? Or you're making time for your daughter, for your sons, for all of those things. Are you really making time for the Lord and having them always in the mind? A lot of y'all say you will, but you don't. This is why it's important to understand the Messiah, what he was trying to tell us since the beginning. That's why he's, okay, let me read it. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Let me read it. John 16:3. It says here, these things will they do unto you because they have not known the Father nor me. Because it was since the beginning. But these things have I told you, that when the time shall come, ye may remember that I told you of them. And these things I said not unto you at the beginning, because I was with you. Spirit of righteousness and spirit of wickedness. All you have to do is go to Wisdom of Solomon 2 and read. There are people that don't believe at all, and there are people that really, really do. And there's a lot of people that act the part and say, yeah, I believe in God and da-da-da-da, look at us and all. Bro, listen, man. Your fruit bears witness. Your children are horrible. Y'all have a bad seed, yo. You want to base it on count? How about you base it on fruit, spiritual fruit? When I see your kids, that's why I say a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. So you have a wicked woman because that's wicked that you are. So all of you, your particular type of nation, Canaan, excuse my language, but you bitches are crazy. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. John 15:27. Ye also bear witness because you have been with me ye also bear witness because ye have been with me from the beginning. He re-emphasizes it again. John 1:1. That which was from the beginning, which we have heard from the beginning, which ye have seen with our eyes from the beginning. Remember Jeremiah, I knew you in the belly before I made you, which we had looked upon from the beginning, and our hands have handled of the word of life. For the life was manifested, and we have seen it, right? And bear witness, right? And show to you the eternal life, which was the Father, which was with the Father and was manifested unto us since the beginning. That's why he said he will put the words in you once more. He'll bring the remembrance of things once more. Remember? The remembrance of things. Isaiah 48, check it. Isaiah 48, verse 15. It says, I have spoken, yea, I have called him, I have brought him, and he shall make his way prosperous. Come ye near unto me, hear ye this. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning, from the time that it was. There I am. And now the Lord God and his Spirit has sent me. That's not God. That's God saying he's sending somebody with a specific spirit from the beginning, because it's not a secret from the beginning. And if you were there from the beginning, you would understand what this was from the beginning since Genesis. And no BHI or Christian Christmas believer would understand any of this, and neither would they even embrace it, to be honest with you. But before we move forward, let me just go back here, because we don't have to go back to those other other books that I had regarding the Geneva and the New Oxford. Let me just kind of touch on this. Genesis 4:7. If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, meaning sin starts in the mind. So you dumbass Old Testament keepers, I remember I asked one of y'all, when does sin start? When you sleep with another woman, or when you think of that in your mind and you do all that shit? Oh, when I sleep with another woman. There you go. Because you believe it's all based on physical action, that it doesn't start somewhere else. You lack consciousness. You lack understanding. You lack spiritual discernment. That's what it is. It started since the beginning. That's why he was talking to people in parables. All in the mind. The tree, the tares, the wheat, the fig tree, the olive tree, right? I see man as trees walking. He spits, in his hands and spits in his eyes. What is that? Water. The water of the word. You see, when I look at since the beginning, and I'm starting to see that we were dealing with spirits since the beginning. Here, I can actually now go back and say, Cain was dealing with spirits already, because we know that Eve was dealing with spirits already, so to speak, because those spirits influence you to do what you're not supposed to, right? For example, and Cain talked with Abel, his brother, and it came to pass that when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. You see the pattern of sin? So if you don't know the Messiah, if you don't know how he taught his apostles, if you don't understand any of it, if you don't even know Genesis, you're never going to understand what he's talking about in James. The pattern of sin, right? If thou doest well, thou shalt not be accepted. And if thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted. And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. and unto thee shall be his desire. So sin wants to overcome you, and thou shalt rule over him. That's why it says the spirit and the flesh always fight against each other. Let me not forget this one. Hold on a second. Give me a second. The spirit and the flesh are always at their necks. Check this. Wisdom of Solomon 9 and 13. For what man is he that can, Wisdom of Solomon 9:14. For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable, and our devices but are uncertain. For the corruptible body, the thoughts press it down the soul. And the earthly tabernacle, this host, weigh down the mind that museth upon many things. The battle was always in the mind. So you Old Testament dumbasses, how the hell are you going to know? If you don't know the New Testament, you wouldn't know any of this. You would still be like, oh, well, you know, I ain't cheating on my wife because, you know, I'm always... Shut up. The pattern of sin. The pattern of sin is the point. Let's go back so you can understand what I'm talking about. Because this is exactly what since the beginning. If you weren't there, then you wouldn't know. That's why it says it was our schoolmaster to lead us on to the Messiah. Galatians 3:23. You need the schoolmaster to lead us onto Christ. And if you don't know the schoolmaster, meaning the Bible, if you weren't given the instructions since the beginning, you're not going to understand. You're not going to see this clarity. So beautiful. Look at the pattern of sin. If you do well, right? Genesis 4:7. Here, let me do it like this. Genesis 4:7. If you had done the right thing, you would be smiling. But because you have done evil, sin is crouching at the door. So how does sin crouch at the door? What door? You talk about a physical house? Christians? No. In the mind. It wants to rule you, but you must overcome it. Wisdom of Solomon 9:14. Right? Museth upon many things. Okay, so now, this is why the Messiah, and in case you guys don't know, this is the Messiah's brother. Now we can see what he was teaching them. Using the old scriptures, reminding you. James 1:14. But we are tempted when we are drawn away and trapped by our own evil desires. Cain chose to offer his offering his way. Where did he learn it from? We touched on it. Then he's wroth because the Most High didn't like it. So instead of ruling over sin, what does he do? He allows the pattern of sin to take over. Watch this. But we are tempted when we are drawn away and trapped by our own desires. See, let me read it in King James because I like it like this. It says, let no man, but every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. So when he is drawn away, you're tempted first. Then you're drawn away of your own lust, your own passion, your own vanity. And then now you're enticed. So first you think about it. Like, nah, I don't want to do that. Nah, I don't want to do that. And you're like, well, maybe just a little bit. Maybe just halfway. Right? That old thing. No, just a head. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Or just one drink. You know what I mean? But you don't go pick it up, right? You don't go to the store. You don't call the girl, whatever. But then that moment when you say, I am. And you walk in the door and you buy that beer. Or you go, you pick up the phone and you make the decision. Or you go to that girl and you ask for the number. Then when lust has conceived, Cain then invited Abel to the field. It bringeth forth sin. Then Cain slew his brother. And sin, when it's finished, and Cain regretted it, and bringeth forth death. You see? But was he sincere? No. Again, since the beginning of time, we knew this. So all of these things matter. Now that you have an idea of the pattern, the thinking, the mentality, right? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this. Let me show you something. You're going to read Jubilees now. Now let's explore. Because we really grasped, we really touched on this like spirit thing, you know what I mean? Like that, some heavy points, right? So now let's explore Jubilees. We're going to go to Jubilees 10. What happens in Jubilees 10? So we're talking about Genesis 4. We're talking about since the beginning of time. And the Messiah came to give us remembrance of things. Jubilees 10:1 says, in the third week of the Jubilees, and the unclean demons began to lead astray the children of the sons of Noah. First Cain, now Noah, to err and destroy them. And the sons of Noah came to Noah their father, and they told him concerning the demons, which are leading astray and blinding and slaying his sons' sons. So now there was a time, we clearly can see, that Japheth, Ham, and Shem were listening to their father. And he prayed before the Most High, his sovereign ruler, and said, Most High, the spirits of all flesh, who have shown mercy unto me, I have saved me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and have saved me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and have not caused me to perish as you did the sons of perdition. For your free, unmerited pardon has been great towards me, and great hath been your mercy to my soul. Let you free, unmerited pardon, let me lift. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. No, hold on. No, sorry. I'm going to continue reading. I don't want to do it. Let me skip real quick, because if I do that, then I'm just going to lose you. So we see here that they're leading them astray, right? Okay, let's go to verse 7. And the Most High, our sovereign ruler, bade us to bind all the spirits. And the chief of the spirits, Mastama, came and said, Creator, let some of them remain before me, and let them listen to my voice, and to do all that I say unto them. For if some of them are not left to me, I shall not be able to execute the power of my will on the sons of men. For these are for corruption. We saw Zechariah 1:10 and 11. We saw Sirach 39 or 38:27. We saw that, right? For these are for corruption and leading astray before my judgment. For great is the wickedness of the sons of men. Of Cain. That spirit. So he says here, let the 10th part remain, right? And he continues. And let 9 part descend into the place of condemnation. And one of us commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicine. For he knew that they would not walk upright nor strive in righteousness. So here we see that these spirits that are going to stick around taught Noah one particular thing, how to cure themselves. Because he knew that the other nation of people were going to also deal with these spirits. And he did according to his word all the malignant evils and he did according to his word, according to all his words, all the malignant evil ones we bound in the place of condemnation, and a 10th part of them we left that they might be subject before Satan on the earth. Zechariah 1:10. The spirits that go to and fro through the myrtle trees. And we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases, together with their seductions, and how we might heal them with herbs of the earth. Now, you guys don't know this, or maybe you do, but Raza has the most herbal medicine recipes in the entire world. Let me continue. And Noah wrote down all things in a book, and as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine, thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. See this now. Why am I saying that? Because we're going to start seeing this tree of evil. What connections does it have? It isn't just, it's people, but it's also things that people do. In case you guys never heard of this thing called. It's just called the wisdom of King Solomon's seal. Remember in the New Oxford, it talked about the wisdom, the knowledge of good and evil, the knowledge, the wisdom of the ancients, right? Now, I don't know if Solomon had power like this, but I think that the tree of good and evil is also because of this, family. I think having powers over spirits, but not in a righteous manner. And I'm going to prove it. Luke 10:20. Notwithstanding, in this rejoice not that the spirits are subject unto you, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. Well, here we see that's the wisdom. I'm sorry, that's the tree of life, right? Now, don't rejoice, don't boast. Just be mindful and be thankful that you're not being overcome by them. Just because you can rule over them, don't make you better than other people. See them level-headed. Never see yourself below, never see yourself above. Only let the Most High decide that for you. We see here, though, the knowledge of wisdom of good and evil, the 32 paths of wisdom, how to activate the seals, the first seal of Jupiter, second, third, fourth, sixth, seventh. In case you guys don't know, there is 7 heads, 10 horns, and 10 crowns in the name of blasphemy written in its seal. See, these are books on regarding, I don't read them. Angelic alphabet, mystical alphabets. Do you guys forget that Saul went to that woman and she was dealing with spirits? See, right here we see, I'm not going to read it, to be honest. I just want to show you the wisdom. See, the wisdom of King Solomon's seal is now available to everyone. If God wanted you to know this, do you think he just would have gave it to just him and not everybody? Remember the video that they shut my other channel down? They shut it down because in the 4th evolution of the teachings of thought, the tarot cards were actually a big deal about them. And everything that has to do with the teachings of thought have to do with the Kabbalah, the Sephiroth, the Jacob's ladder, like all of that concept. Sophia, Abraham, all of that shit. According to the Jewish tradition, God created the world using 22 letters of the alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet, during the 6 days of creation. The word is 22, precisely the same number as the major arcana of tarot. You guys saw that. The Kabbalah affirms that each of us is individually rooted in one specific alphabetical letter containing the primordial energy of creation. See? I don't know if you guys know this cartoon called The Princess and the Frog. The guy sells his soul to have power. We hear a lot about that currently. The keys of Solomon. Is this really the right wisdom? The first book, The Key of Solomon, is the most famous ritual magic text that exists today. The tree of good and evil. The Talmud, the tree of good and evil. The Sephiroth, the tree of good and evil. The power of controlling wicked ass spirits. And not by having sincerity. Luke 10:20, notwithstanding in this rejoice not that the spirits are subject unto you, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. This is what's so important, and it goes back to the first beginning, 2 Corinthians 13. Examine yourselves. Back and forth, we're being told you are going to be dealing with these spirits on a very high level. And if you don't know how to rule your own spirit, you will be overcome. That's what it says. Rejoice not over that. But see, because if you control spirits, in a sense, wicked shit, you owe them something. Because the Most High ain't protecting you. You opening doors on that shit. That shit is real, family. You guys think I'm crazy? I'm thinking whatever. You guys think I'm crazy? I guess I am crazy. Proverbs 16:32. He that is slow to anger is better than he that is mighty, better than the mighty. I'm sorry. And he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city. That's why if you guys want to say, oh yeah, we're gonna rule the kingdom, yeah, you can't even rule your own spirit, let alone rule your own household. Check this out. I think it even talks about it in Acts. I think that's why I wrote it down. Acts 5:12, I'm sorry. Acts 5:12 says, and by the hands of the apostles were many signs and wonders wrought among the people, and they were all with one accord in Solomon's porch. And the rest durst no man join himself to them, but the people magnified themselves. And the believers were more added to the Lord, multitudes both men and women. What happened here? Verse 12, by the hand people were saved. Verse 16, and there came also a multitude out of the city round about into Jerusalem, bringing sick folks, and them which were vexed with unclean spirits, and they were healed every one. Luke 10:20. Don't boast because you can rule over them. Acts 8:7. For unclean spirits crying with loud voices came out of many that were possessed with them, and many taken with palsies. And they were lame and were healed. By what? There are two ways to move, the righteous way or the wicked way. And you cannot, like a crooked tree can never bring forth good fruit. They can act like it. Nate the snake can act like it. And Nate, from IUIC, do your children believe? Are your children in the quote unquote truth? They're not, Nate. Nate the snake's children, the leader of IUIC, his kids are not in the truth. The spirit, your fruits bear the spirit. Acts 19:11. That's why they can't help you, family. When you have problems and addictions and stuff like that, they can't help you because they are the sons of Sceva. Acts 19:11, and God wrought special miracles by the hands of Paul, so that from his body were brought unto the sick handkerchiefs of aprons, and the disease departed from them, and the evil spirit went out of them. Then certain vagabond Jews, IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, all these so-called teachers of the word, exorcists, took upon them to call over them which were evil spirits in the name of the Lord, Jesus, the Messiah, saying, we adjure you by the Meshiacha, by Yahweh Shai, by Hashem Yahweh Shai, Barakata. You know, they say that, right? That's what they say. We adjure you by the Jesus of power. And there were 7 of the skivas, but these skis, these BHIs, these fopies and shit. A Jew, supposedly, and chief priest of them, which did so. And the evil spirits answered and said, Meshiacha I know, Paul I know, but who are you? And the man in whom the evil spirits was leaped on them and overcame them and prevailed against them. So they fled out of the house naked and wounded. What has happened to those Kemetic communities and BHIs? What do you guys constantly see? Pedophilia, child abuse, right?
Que alguien me explique.
If you don't guard yourself, man, if you think you know what you're doing, trust and believe that whatever power you think you got, some person came here and tried to curse me. Oh, God's gonna go, bro. Bring that nap over here. Your spirits are not gonna do nothing to me. I don't believe. I don't give into that. I know what the scripture is about. And I have enough faith to believe that if I'm supposed to get in trouble, it's because of the Most High. And I did something, I deserve it. But by you claiming dumb shit, that don't scare me. Matthew 12:43. Remember, we are host. We are trees. And there's the potential that if you don't cleanse yourself, you will be moved this way. When the unclean spirit, Matthew 12:43, this is what happens when the unclean spirit, watch this. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest and findeth none. Then he, the spirit, then he saith, the spirit, I will return into my house from whence I came out. You are his host. He said my house. He didn't say your path. He said his shit. So this flesh, is it yours? And when he came, and when he come, and when he has come, he find it empty, swept, and gone. It's meaning like, it don't look like the house I used to live in. This guy's trying to change, huh? Then goeth he and taketh himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself. And they enter in and dwell there in you. You're our host. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. Even so shall it be also unto the wicked generation. That's why Hosea 10 once again says, reap in mercy, break up the fallow ground. It's time to seek the Lord. Because those 7 wicked spirits, you think they weren't here since the beginning? You think they don't know y'all? They do. Check this out. And that's why you got a lot of these people, Wabos, BHIs, you know what I mean? And some of you brothers get mad, and I understand that. I totally get it. But check this out. This is what they're dealing with. Trust and believe. When I started Meshiacha Chronicles, well, Bible Chronicles at that time, I said, I'm here to rip your spirit, Canaan. I'm going to rip your spirit from you, Canaan. That's what I said I was going to do. And so far, so good, I've been doing it. I said that Zechariah was going to fall first. And I even called that young kid. I said it. He will be the first one to fall. I said that shit a year ago. Thank you, brother, for reminding me of that. 2 Chronicles 18:20. Watch this. Then there came out a spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will entice him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of the prophets. And the Lord said, thou shalt entice him. Thou shalt also prevail. Go out and do even so. See? Now, therefore, behold, the Lord had put a spirit in the mouth of these thy prophets, and the Lord had spoken evil against thee. So these people here, BHIs, Fopies, bro, y'all can continue to do what you do. I know what's behind you. Wobbles. I mean, you can only lie so much. And then eventually it's like, bro, you can't lie with this shit no more. That's like, bro, that's just, you're cookie cutting stories here. Like, really? For real? Really? Really? Mm-mm. That's why I keep telling you. When you're dealing with people, you got to look beyond their flesh. Listen to them clearly. Look at their moves. Pay attention to their doctrine. They all have holes. If you don't know the Bible, they will confuse you. But if you do, why do you think they never mess with Meshiacha Chronicles? They never, ever want to debate me. Not Vocab Malone. No BHI camp that calls out even small schools. That has about 500 followers too. I think one, the king, what is it? The Nation of Kings. This other camp, like, try to debate them, right? They got as many followers as I do. They used to follow my channel. I don't know if they still do. I don't have a problem with them, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. There's certain people I just don't. You could tell by the spirit. They're trying. I'll give them that. They're trying. But a lot of y'all, man, y'all don't get whatever. But you don't want to touch it. Why? Because you know what I'm dealing with. You know damn well what spirit I'm dealing with. You may not understand it. Jubilees 10. Watch this real quick. Let's go back to Jubilees. Let's go back to Jubilees just to make a point here real quick. Make sure I don't forget, because then I'll start talking. We're talking about lying spirits, right? Jubilees 10:14. What did it say here? And he gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest, for he loved him exceedingly above all his sons. And Noah slept with his fathers and was buried in Mount Labor and Ararah. Let me see. Did I write this down? See. I don't know why I wrote that down. What the hell are you in there for? That's dumb. That just confused me. Let's go back to Chronicles. 2 Chronicles 18. I don't want to lose my point. Give me a second. 2 Chronicles 18:20 says, Then there came out a spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will entice him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? So now we know that there will be lying spirits to make you believe, to make you question yourself, because you're still in sin. That's why. So when you doubt faith, it's because you're still in sin. And trust me, I know, because I've been through it. I wasn't really examining. Isaiah 29:11. Watch this real quick. And the vision of all is become unto you as the word of the book that is sealed, which men deliver to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed. And the book And the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I am not learned. We have people that cannot see teaching. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as these people draw near me with their mouth, with their lips do honor me. Real quick, I just found out from when I was at IUSC, one of the brothers here, Hispanic dude, like, he married his daughter to a Canaanite. And I'm going to tell you this. He based it off their doctrine. This is a man that looks nothing like a West African or half African or just like nothing. And you as a man, as a 47-year-old man, excuse my language, let me close this real quick because I'm going to say something. You give your daughter over to this dude. You're basically saying, I come from the nutsacks of these people. Is that not embarrassing to you as a man knowing? Or are you that scared? A lot of you guys are still in these camps because you're scared. Oh, the spirit, I don't know. And with his lips do honor me, but have removed their hearts far from me, and fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. Precepts of men. Therefore, I behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among these people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, the knowledge of good and evil. We're seeing it because that did not attract some of us. That's why he said, I left a remnant who has not bent the knee. Isaiah.
Gotcha, bitch.
Who are you?
Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do marvelous work among these people, even a marvelous work among and wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish. Babylon, Talmud, Kabbalah, Thoth, the Emerald Tablets, the prosperity doctrine. You know what I mean? What's his name? Francis Bacon, the Saint Germain, all of that shit. All of it. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. The understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. So the truth will not be given to them. Woe unto them that seek deep. Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Lord. And their works are in the dark, and say, who seeth us and who knoweth us? You guys notice that? We see that, right? We see. I think we see it. Surely your turning upside down of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. Remember, the creator, the created now thinks he is a creator. The tree of good and evil. For shall the word say of him that made it, he made me not? Or shall the thing that framed of him that framed it, he had no understanding? Like, I know more than the Most High. I got a tree of good and evil. The tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of life, it ain't good enough, bro. It ain't good enough. No, my shit is the best. That's what it's saying. Like, you really turned this shit upside down, didn't you? Now you got a book of your own. Now you have a book of your own. Okay, sounds good. I see. Isaiah 45:9. Woe unto him that strive with his maker. Let the potsherd strive with the potsherd of the earth. Shall the clay say unto him that fashioned it, what maketh thou, or thy work? He had no hands. We see of things turning upside down now. Check this out. Psalms 106. This is great right here. Psalms 106. Hold on a second. Psalms 106, verse 34. Let me see if I can rewind this real quick. Psalms 106, verse 34 says this. Let me read that real quick. It says, they did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord commanded them. Hold on, let me go to verse 33. Because they provoke his spirit so that he spake unadvisedly with his lips. They did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord had commanded them, but were mingled among the heathen and learned their works. And they served their idols, which were a snare unto them. Now the potter's teaching. I'm sorry, now the pot. Not the potter. Now the pottery is teaching y'all. Yeah, they sacrifice their sons and daughters unto devils and shed innocent blood, even unto their sons and their daughters. When they sacrifice unto the idols of Canaan And the land was polluted with blood. What are we seeing here now? Now we're seeing, who is this demon of the Canaan? This god of Canaan now. The Most High told us, when you go into that land, don't do what those people do. Who are they related to? We'll look into it a little bit. Thus were they defiled with their own works and went in the whoring with their own inventions. God is black. He's got woolly hair. He's from Africa. Therefore was the wrath of the Lord kindled against his people, in so much that he abhorred his own inheritance. Why? You guys believe every damn doctrine of the wind. Oh, I'm gonna be black now. Oh, I can be black now. Like, y'all are stupid. Like, really think about it, man. What the hell? Like, we now know that before these conquistadors came, black or white, whatever, we were already light-skinned. Why are you guys believing this shit? Oh, I'm only light-skinned. What's your name, bro? What's his name? Cornelius. Cornelius. El Leon, the electrician. You telling me that what I find is not true? You're telling me that there was no black conquistadors? You're telling me that you don't know that we were light-skinned prior to them showing up? Because you believe that you got light-skinned, right? Like you, right? With your daughter that you married to a Canaanite, that you got light-skinned because you were black like them, which gives heathens two wobbles. And now you look like this because, you know, because you mixed. Well, bro, there's nothing African about you. There's nothing. So if anything, you're not even them. Sirach, man, let's go to this. As a matter of fact, let me continue because I don't want to get sidetracked. I just, man, it actually bothered me, family. Like, I don't care about the young girl, but I guess I care about the fact that the young girl is married into this shit, all because of supposed to be doctrine, not because of like really selectively, you know. And I know because I was around them. Trust me, it took 3-4 years for this to occur, family. What that means is that they became friends, and she's like, okay, well, there's nothing out there. Yes, exactly. And with these Canaanites who are basically in your face saying, yeah, you got to marry into the woolly to be saved. You're stupid. You just gave your daughter to the worst shit that you can imagine. Sirach 19:18, the fear of the Lord is the first step to be accepted of him, and the wisdom obtaineth his love, not the wisdom of good and evil. The knowledge of the commandment of the Lord is the doctrine of life, the tree of knowledge. And they that do things that please him shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality. Did Cain do it? No. Even since the beginning. For the fear of the Lord is all wisdom. And in all wisdom is the performance of the law, the application of understanding where you are, examining yourself every single day, daily, in the knowledge of his omnipotency, meaning that you never will try to measure up to him. Never will you say, oh, I only believe in God if he looks like a Mexican or a black person or a white person. What the hell is wrong with y'all, bro? The fear of the Lord is all wisdom. And all his wisdom is the performance of the law and the knowledge of his omnipotency. You see this? But no. You take Genesis 2:7. Oh, yeah, look, I got woolly hair. Bro, he made you of the dust of the ground so you wouldn't boast about yourself. But nah, you Negroes took it way too far. Now you got to have woolly to be saved. Shit. Matter of fact, you got to accept that the Messiah is black for you to have woolly. Watch, I'll show you. I'll show you. And it's actually this guy that married his daughter. I'm going to throw it in your face. You're a sad case. You're a real sad case. Man to man, because I have children. And if you're my people, I'm like Nehemiah right now. I'm freaking mad at you, bro. I'm disgusted with you. I'm so disappointed with your ass. Like, I actually thought you were smart. Like, I actually thought you were smart, but no. Watch this. Listen to this.
Meternos con los líderes espirituales de la comunidad para traer resultado positivo a nuestra gente.
Pues sencillamente nosotros creemos conforme a las escrituras que recibiremos el Espíritu Santo.
Jesucristo es negro. Jesucristo es negro. Jesucristo es negro.
Santo, Dios, vámonos.
Ya estuvo.
Yo tengo que decir que Cristo es negro.
Claro que sí.
Para eso,
Sí.
para eso,
Sí.
para eso,
Sí.
que Cristo es negro.
Claro que sí.
Para eso,
Sí.
yo diga que a mí no importa el color que sea.
El aspecto del que estaba sentado
La fisonomía, el aspecto,
era semejante a piedra de jaspe.
busca una piedra de jaspe. Muy café, muy café. El aspecto, el color de Dios también es negro.
See what I mean? He says here that in order for you to be saved, you got to accept that the Messiah is a Negro. Watch it.
¿Esto es negro para eso?
Sí.
He says, see. So this guy here, right, does that shit. Get this out of the Canaan. Now, bro, you don't look nothing West African at all, bro. At all. At 1 fucking cent. Not even one thing. Look at your little skinny lips. Where's your woolly? Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Are you?
So this is the doctrine of devils. Listen, the wheat and the tares, let them grow and you'll see who they are. They are known by their fruits. Let's go.
Meternos con los líderes espirituales de la comunidad para traer resultado positivo a nuestra gente.
Pues sencillamente nosotros creemos conforme a las escrituras que recibiremos el Espíritu Santo.
Jesucristo es negro.
Santo, digamos.
Ya estuvo.
Yo tengo que decir que Cristo es negro para eso.
Sí.
O está mal que yo diga que a mí no importa el color que sea.
El aspecto del que estaba sentado
La fisonomía, el aspecto,
era semejante a piedra de jaspe.
busca una piedra de jaspe. Muy café, muy café. El aspecto, el color de Dios también es negro.
Muy café. Shut your dumb ass up, bro. Let me educate you, because apparently you're only good at fucking doing electricity. Like this is man, you're an embarrassment, bro. And you know what? And I don't care anymore. I don't care. It don't matter to me. Okay, so Jasper. What color is Jasper, family?
Are you?
What color is Jasper? I mean, maybe if you go there, but even that's not. Muy negro. Oh, what is he, green? Or is he white? Oh, shit. Nah, hold on a second. He's yellow like an Asian, right? Like you guys call them yellows and shit. Oh, is he blue? I mean, what is wrong with y'all, bro? For real? I mean, you're gonna okay. That's Jasper. So which color is it? Which one are you gonna pick? The yellow one, the brown one, the blue one, the gray one? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Come on, man. For real? No, I know who y'all are. So let's continue. The Sirach 19:22. The knowledge of the wickedness is not wisdom. I'm sorry. Let me go back. Verse 21. If a servant say to his master, "I will not do as it pleaseth thee," though afterward he do it, he angered him that nourisheth him. The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom. I showed y'all. Neither at any time the counsel of sinners produce, or prudence, of sinners prudence. Then it says here, let me make sure that I'm confirming this, right? Because we're going to go to 25. There is a wickedness in the same an abomination, and that there's a fool wanting in wisdom. I don't understand, you know what I mean? So I'm going to read the Talmud, the Kabbalah, the Mishnah, all of that shit, because I want to know the St. Thomas Gospels and all these other ones. He that had small understanding feared God. What did Abel do? He just listened to the Creator. Is better than one that had much wisdom and transgressed the law of the Most High. And trust and believe, family, what I know didn't come overnight. It literally took a long time, and quite frankly, it really had to do more about me repenting, more than anything. And then it says, there's an exquisite subtlety, and the same is unjust. And there's one that turneth aside to make judgment appear, and there's a wise man that justified in judgment. So we see this in these BHIs or Christianities. Now, let's peel the skin back just a slight bit. I'm going to show you something now. Now we're going to start breaking down the barrier. Let's see if I can do this. Hold on a second. Where is it at? I thought I saved it, bro. Didn't I save it? Hold on. Okay, I guess I did. Here, let me do it here. I thought I saved it, but I guess I did. I like this translation. I think it's important. And again, it's all about using a different translations to get better understanding. And don't go by. It's in Wisdom of Solomon 12. Okay, so it's back here. There it goes. So now let's read this. Now let's find out, because remember it said the gods of Canaan, right? Okay, so now that we know Cain and Abel, tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge, the tree of life, that there be two spirits, Cain, then later Seth, then they mixed, and then now Noah, and then through Noah something occurred. Now we know that Ham and Canaan, and then all of a sudden Nimrod, right? Now we also know that there were nations that were dwelling in certain areas that they weren't supposed to be in. So let me go to Jubilees 9 first, and then I'm going to bring you back to Wisdom of Solomon 12, so we can understand. Now remember the Jubilees 10, it says how the spirits started to manipulate them. Okay, cool. So now watch this. This is the division. This is in the Peleg time. That's when they're all scattered around Peleg. And Ham divided among his sons. The portion came forth for Cush towards the east. I've showed you guys a map. That's like Ethiopia. And to the west of him, meaning, Ethiopia, right? That area. To the left of him, when you're looking at a map in Africa, to the left of him, that's, like Mizraim, Egypt, right? So to speak, like North Africa. And to the west of him, meaning to the left of Mizraim, like North Africa Central, is for Put. And now to the west of him, meaning all the way to West Africa.
Are you?
And to the west thereof, meaning west. So you go from east to west, from East Africa to West Africa, on the sea for Canaan. So Canaan was supposed to be where? In Africa. In where? In West Africa. Now, this means that if you believe in the Bible, then the life didn't originate out of Africa, did it?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Liars. No, it originated in Central Asia. South Central Asia, so to speak. And Shem also divided among his sons. The first portion came forth for Ham, his sons, to the East River, meaning Africa. A Tigris till it approached to the east, and the whole land of India. So from where the sons of Ham were, right, from Cush and Mizraim, that area, all the way to the east, all the way to India. Okay, so now we know the division. Okay, cool. But what occurred? So we know that Cain was rebellious. He didn't listen to his father, the creator or the spirit, right? We know that already. We also know that Ham didn't listen to his father. Okay, sounds good. Now, what is going on? Why do these damn heathens want to include as the land of Shem as part of the land of Africa? Oh, it's because Cain was part of Africa, and that's why we shut your ass up, bro. That woolly hair you got is too tight on you. 10:28 Jubilees. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was occupied. Remember Africa, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south, meaning lots. God is not a confuser of people. God is not a confuser of things, right? Everything's in order. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was occupied, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan, who was supposed to be in West Africa, right, to the west of Put, that is to the west thereof, saw that the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good, meaning from Mizraim and Cush, land of Shem. He liked it as he passed by. He liked it. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west. So they were coming from Asia into Africa. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the borders of Jordan and for the borders of the sea. And Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brothers, and said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours, and which not fall to us by lot, meaning by order. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall. What does that mean? Conduct and speech inciting people to rebel against the authority or a state of monarch. Who rebelled first? Cain. Who rebelled first again? Canaan. Who created the first city? Nimrod. Who is that spirit flying through? Ham.
That's right.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Wisdom of Solomon now. Sorry, Wisdom of Solomon now. Now let's read this in New Oxford. Now you're going to understand. So who is in this land? Canaan. And what are these people about? Let's find out. Wisdom of Solomon 12:1. For your immortal spirit is in all things since the beginning, right? Therefore, you correct little by little those who trespass. Now, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. They're all in Noah, Shem, Japheth, and Ham, officially in all of them. Therefore, you correct little by little those who trespass. Canaan trespassed. Why? We're going to see. And you remind and warn them of the things through which they sin. Rebelling is as witchcraft. We go back to it. Let me show you. Rebellion is as witchcraft. See it? For rebellion, Samuel 15:23. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness as iniquity and idolatry. Stop. So we see here now that this particular spirit, Cain, was listening to other spirits, was stubborn because he wanted to do his own thing, and was idolatrous because guess what? He thought he was God. Well, guess who did it too? Guess who's doing it now? Who is claiming to be the Hebrews? And they said, you got to have woolly hair and he's got to be black in order for me to believe. You have to believe in the Messiah that he's black, or else you don't get salvation. That's idolatry. And that's stubbornness. And that's witchcraft, because that's rebellion. Don't ever measure yourself up to that image. Never should it even occur. And never should it you guys have occurred to thinking of yet. But you know what? It's not far-fetched, because that's just the seed. That's the way it is. So now let's go back to this point, because don't want to lose y'all. Now we know. Verse, Wisdom of Solomon 12, and I'll say 2. Therefore you correct little by little those who trespass, and you remind and warn them of the things through which they sin, so that they may be freed from wickedness and put their trust in you, O Lord. Watch this. So Canaan was there, right? Okay. Those who lived long ago in your holy land, you hated for their detestable practices, their works of sorcery and unholy riots. Who was teaching them this? Was it the tree of life or the knowledge of good and evil? Their merciless slaughters of children and their sacrificial feasting of human flesh and blood. These initiates, don't forget that, like Freemasonry, Eastern Star, like Freemasons here in America. The initiates, right? From the midst of the heathen cult, these parents whose murderers' helpless lives you will to destroy by the hand of our ancestors. Remember the Exodus? Remember Joshua going into the land and looking at who was there? Canaan, right? The nations. Deuteronomy 7:3. These parents who murder helpless lives, you willed it to destroy by the hands of our ancestors, so that the land most precious of all to you might receive a worthy colony of the servant of God. So if Cain was a righteous seed, he wouldn't have called Abraham. But even these you spared, since they were but mortal, and sent wasps or as front runners for your armies, to destroy them little by little, though you were not unable to give them ungodly into the hands of the righteous in battle, or to destroy them at one blow by dread, wild animals, or your stern words. But judging them little by little, you gave them an opportunity to repent. Japheth, Ham, and Shem at that time had the chance. though you were not aware that their origin was evil. Of course he was. The seed of Cain. And their wickedness inborn. And their ways of thinking could never change. And they were accursed, and they were an accursed race from the beginning. You see this? So that's why he got rid of Canaan. That's why he got rid of Canaan. In a cursed race. See the curse of Canaan.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
A wicked root is what we're dealing with. Check this out. I think it's this one.
The secret of making.
No, not that one. Let me see. No, not that one. Let's see this one. No, it's not that one. Where is it at? Let me see something. Let me see. Give me a second. Hold on. Maybe I don't have it anymore. Maybe I don't have it anymore. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, check this out, fam. It's a few minutes long. It's only 3 minutes. Let's remind ourselves. Initiates. Remember the word initiates, okay? Wisdom of Solomon 12 said that. Now we're seeing this spirit dwelling with a particular nation. Now it manifests with a lot of people, don't get me wrong, but there's a seed that is wicked, just wicked by nature. And we're going to see it throughout the night. Let's go. Listen to this.
The Divine Nine is something new to you. It's not new to us. So we have a lot of people we know involved in those things, right? We know of them, but they don't even know that it's tied to Freemasonry. A lot of them don't. But I guarantee you my grandmother was ignorant.
He petitioned the Massachusetts state legislature for funds to educate children of color. He opened his home as a school to provide an education to adults of color. The Deputy Grand Master, Brother Nero Prince, became Prince Hall's successor as Grand Master, followed by George Middleton, then Peter Lew, and then the well-known John T. Hilton, who recommended a Declaration of Independence from the English Grand Lodge in 1827 and the assumption of powers and prerogatives as an independent Grand Lodge.
It's natural sometimes when you speak to speak, you know, like this or whatever. You know, I see my dad do it all the time.
They genetically modified the beings that were on our cousins before we became Homo sapiens, whatever we were. They genetically modified, probably making us a lot more dumbed down, because that's where you get the junk DNA.
Oh, interesting.
We've been disconnected. Our brains were bigger. Our cousins' brains were much bigger than our brains right now, which means they were probably much smarter. The pineal glands were probably bigger as well.
Some books they don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites and these are not, and you can't tell me nothing. And you have some Israelites that, you know, believe that certain races are connected to the devil, or Satan, and this is what they teach. You know, like so Satan's children incarnate. Some books they don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites and these are not, and you can't tell me nothing. And you have some Israelites that, you know, believe that certain races are connected to the devil, or Satan, and this is what they teach. You know, like so Satan's children incarnate, walking on this earth, are a group of people. And so there's different teachings and doctrines that every Israelite, I guess, assembly or camp has.
I said, okay, let's do it in person at our school in Atlanta. He responds back. He says, no, let's do it neutral ground. We'll get a building. We're gonna the niggas.
When it started getting heated, he had to leave, and he tried to say, well, you're gonna say, well, the wicked fleet will not pursue it. You know, that's just a cop out. You know, we know you don't want to answer
A platform.
All right. So if you want to do the debate, we can do it right here in the building that I'm sitting at in Atlanta, Georgia. If not, you're scared to deal with it. Go ahead, D.
Hey, and I got my ticket. I'll get my ticket right from Seattle to Atlanta. I'll be there live in the flesh.
For your super chats and super stickers. We appreciate you. We are a listener supported a platform. So thank you for all that you do to give.
See? Initiates wicked inborn. He said it himself. I didn't. Their origin was evil. Their origin was evil. A lot of these things, matter of fact, check this out. It tells you about these particular spirits moving a certain way, and it says don't conduct yourself in a certain manner because, you know, the mind works in has a certain aspect of doing things. Galatians 5:19, watch what it says. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, lasciviousness. The other one was adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulation, wrath, strife, and sedition, and heresies, envying, murders, drunkenness, reveling, and such alike, of which I tell you before, as I have told you in the time past, that they would do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Who was through sedition? For by sedition. Yeah. Now we saw in Oxford how, you know, these particular people that will be dealing with witchcraft, because we know that Wisdom of Solomon talked about worshiping other demons, sorcery and stuff like that, right? We saw that. And it mentions initiates. Deuteronomy 12 says this. Let me see if I can find it. It says the warning of idolatry. I'll just read it. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God, for every abomination of the Lord which he hated have they done unto their gods, for even their sons and their daughters have they burnt in fire to their gods. Witchcraft, sorcery, fertility, the fertility god, you know, those kinds of things. For example, we talked about initiates, right? Ezekiel 8:5 says something very interesting. Check this out. Then said he unto me, Son of man, lift up your eyes now the way towards the north. So I lifted up my eyes and the way towards the north, and behold, northward at the gate of the altar his image of jealousy in the entry. Now, I'm going to tell you something, family. Freemasonry mimics, or at least they try to recreate the tabernacle of Solomon, Solomon's temple. He said furthermore unto me, Son of man, seest thou what they do? Even the great abomination that the house of Israel committed here, because these practices were not new, nothing new under the sun. What are being practiced today was being done then. Then I shall go far from off should I go far off from thy sanctuary? Turn yet again, and thou shalt see greater abomination. And he says, and he brought me into the door of the court, and when I looked, and behold, a hole in the wall. Then said he unto me, Son of man, dig now in the wall. And when I was digged in the wall, behold, a door. And he said unto me, Go in, and behold, the wicked abomination that they do there. And so they went and he saw. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping thing and abominable beast, and all the idols of the house of Israel portrayed on the wall of round about. We know now, when it comes to the Talmud and the Sifrot, it's talking about the 10. Well, I'll show you in a bit. So now check this out. Here's where it gets really interesting. And there stood before them 70 men of ancients of the house of Israel, and in the midst of them Jahjaniah the son of Shaphat, with every man in censers in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up. You see this? It's like some type of celebration, some type of initiation, right? Then he says, Turn unto me. Then he said also unto me, Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abomination that they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gates of the Lord house, which was towards the north, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Weeping for Tammuz. What do we know about this right here? What will be told? Well, let me show you something. Leviticus 18, 20 and 22. Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife, nor defile thyself with her, and thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Moloch. Neither thou shalt profane the name of God. I am the Lord. So now we see Moloch. And what did we see earlier? We see it in Ezekiel, we see it in Leviticus, and then also in Acts, now that you get to see the idea. Romans 7, 43. Ye take up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Rephaim, figures which ye made to worship them, and I will carry you away from Babylon. Babylon. Worship Moloch, the star. What are we seeing here? We're seeing wisdom of Solomon, the initiates, the practices, even in the land. Those people, that tribe was doing this. They, I guess you could say from the book of Judaism, is kind of what we're looking at, right? Now, for example, let me go back to Wisdom of Solomon, just so you don't forget the topic. Wisdom of Solomon 12. Go to 6. With their parents out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed their own hands, the souls destitute of help, worshiping Baal, Moloch, burning to their children. What else were they doing? 2 Maccabees 6. For the temple was filled with riots and reveling by the Gentiles, who dallied with harlots and had to do with women within the circuit of the holy place, besides that brought in that thing that were not lawful. So they had orgies while sacrificing, while worshiping demons. They were doing this in the land too. Canaan brought this understanding through who? The spirits. And since when? Since Cain. It's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. I don't give a shit. Romans 13:13. Let us walk honestly as in the days, not in rioting and drunkenness, not in chambering and wantonness, not in strife or envying. As in the days, let us walk honestly as in the days. There was a time where we all walked honestly. That's why the Messiah said there was a time where everybody listened to me. I'm sorry, the Messiah, the Most High, where everybody listened to me. But now everybody's doing their own shit. Men with men, women with women, women with animals, the P. Diddy shit, lubrication, Sodom and Egypt, all that crap. Sleeping with their daughters, their mothers. I got a video, family, that a kid asked his mom, I guess a woman did a threesome with the dude and his mom. And she said that the dude told his mom, you know what to do? Suck my so-and-so. And she did it in front of her. The mom. 1 Peter 4:3. For the time past of our lives will suffice us to have wrought the will of the Gentiles when we walked in lasciviousness, lust, excess of wine, revelings, banqueting, and abominable idolatries. We all done this. But who thrives in it? Who prefers it? Who enjoys it? Who loves it? Who originated it? Or who basically was, I'm okay with it. So much so that they were kicked out. Wisdom of Solomon 12:6. With their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, the parents and that killed with their own hands souls destitute of help. Who is this? Canaan. Canaan. This is Canaan right here, verse 11. For it was a cursed seed from the beginning. From the beginning. Cain, Ham, Canaan, Cush, Nimrod. It's in the family. Genesis 9:25. And he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brother. Why are you cursed, Canaan? Because through sedition, by sedition, rebellious spirit, which leads to witchcraft, which goes back to, believe it or not, I see if I'll read it to you. I have a link that actually says something very interesting. So now let's go back here. So we see Genesis, since we're close to it, 4:7. Cain here talks with Abel after being told what he should do. He kills him, right? What does Cain do also? In this one here, Cain then has children, and he makes a city for his son, right? Who did that? Who did that? Genesis 10:8. And Cush begot Nimrod, and he began to be a mighty one in the earth. And he was a mighty hunter before the Lord. So Cain was a tiller of the ground. Esau was a hunter as well. Now we know Esau or Edom mixed with Cain right off the bat. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod was the mighty hunter before the Lord. So now we see Cain, Ham, Canaan, Nimrod. Never do you honor the Most High. Check this out. Again, we're using different materials to connect the dots. I'm not saying you believe and go with, no, you study what I show you. Study it. Just study it. And hopefully what I'm telling you is relevant. Watch this. So who is this Nimrod? Who are these rebellious people? We talk about Canaan being seditious. They went into the land that didn't belong to them, right? Okay, this is about the book of Jasher. I don't know if you guys have read it. Interesting topic. Let me just show you one particular piece, okay? One particular piece. Jasher 7:23 says, and Cush, the son of Ham, the son of Noah, took a wife in those days in his old age. And she bare a son and called his name Nimrod, saying, at that time, the Son of Man again began to rebel. What is rebelling? Witchcraft. And transgress against God. Meaning prior to him, people were following the Most High. And transgress against God. And the child grew up, and his father loved him exceedingly, for he was a son of his old age. And the garments of skin which God made for Adam and his wife, when they were out of the garden, were given to Cush. How? For after the death of Adam and his wife, the garments were given to Enoch, the son of Jared. Enoch was taken up to God. He gave them to Methuselah, his son. And at the death of Methuselah, now in case you guys have never seen the movie Noah, he wrapped his serpent skin around his arm to gain wisdom, so to speak, right? Kind of like that. And at the death of Methuselah, Noah took them and brought them to the ark, and they were with him until he went out of the ark. And in their going out, Ham stole those garments from Noah, his father, you see? And he took them and hid them from his brothers. And when Ham begat his firstborn Cush, he gave him the garments in secret. And they were with Cush many days. Now, and Cush also concealed them from his sons and brothers. And when Cush begot Nimrod, he gave those garments through his love for him. And Nimrod grew up, and he was 20 years old, and he put on those garments. And Nimrod became strong when he put on those garments, and gave him might, and God gave him might and strength, because of course that's of the will. And he was mighty, and he was a mighty hunter in the earth. Yea, he was a mighty hunter in the field, and he hunted the animals. He built altars, and he offered upon them the animals before the Lord. But in what way? Now we know that Cain did the same thing, but not righteously. And Nimrod strengthened himself, and he rose up from amongst his brethren, and he fought the battles of his brethren against all their enemies around about. That is what they call giants. A tyrant. Men that will usurp themselves over. others. And the Lord delivered all the enemies of his brethren into his hand, and God prospered him from time to time in his battles, and he reigned upon earth. That's why you have 4 different kingdoms. Yeah, God will deal with you like that. And Nimrod was 40 years old, and at the time of the war between his brethren and children of Japheth, so that they were in the power of their enemies. So he fights the children of Japheth. Nimrod went forth at the time, and he assembled all the sons of Cush and their family, and about 460 men, and they hired also from some of his friends and acquaintances about 80 men. And he gave them hire, and they gave their hire, and he went with them to battle. And when he was on the road, Nimrod strengthened the hearts of the people that went with him. See this? So now, Nimrod, y'all know that Babylon comes from him, right? And we know now that these 4 kingdoms seem to have been recreated: Assyria, Babylon, Persia, Rome, and today. All the same doctrine, the same shit. The Egyptians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, then the Persian Medes take over and they believe it. Then the Greeks do the same thing, change names. Then the Romans take over those gods, and like Zeus and all these other, godly renowned men, like giants they call them, right? That doctrine, that's where that doctrine comes from, family. That's why you see all of this magical shit. You know what I'm saying? So we can clearly now get an idea or a concept of who are these people. They work in a very vainful way. Me, I am God. You follow me. I'm the leader, Ak. Because we're the head, Ak. We see this. Right? So now, check this out. Nimrod created Babylon, so to speak. All right. So then now when you read Isaiah 47, and remember these nations recreate themselves. Isaiah 47:1 says, come down and sit on the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground, there is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldean. You see now? The first beast, the second beast. Same concept, same doctrine, new name. Take thy millstone and grind mill, uncover thy locks, make bare the leg, uncover thy thigh, pass over the river. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. See, we are going to start seeing now. Babylon and the Chaldeans. What occurred there? The spirit. Not Chaldeans per se, the spirit, the mindset, the type of people that are going to push this, that are going to want to thrive in this, that say, God loves America. Get the hell out of this country, you illegal alien, even though you guys are white or black. Y'all are saying that shit. Then it says, thy nakedness shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. As for our Redeemer, the Lord our host is his name, the Holy One of Israel. Then it says in verse 5, sit thou silent and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldean. It's younger than the old Babylon. It's a new kingdom, the fourth, with the same doctrine and the same idea of the devil, I guess you could say. For thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdoms. Now, if you recall, when you go back to Ezekiel 8, now we're seeing Babylon, Judaism, Freemasonry, Kabbalah, witchcraft, sorcery. It happens today. And that's why when you see Isaiah 8, and let's go back to that. Remember I'm talking about these men, right? They're in this room. They're like, doing some things in this place. Right? Okay, let's go to verse 12. It says, I think, is it verse 12? I think it's this one. Is it this one? Give me a second. No, therefore behold, because I think I did put an extra note in there. Syria, come pass with Judah, overflow, reach them, associate yourselves, all ye people, be broken. Give ear for the country yourself, broken in pieces, girded, take fear together. Wait for the Lord. See, you need confederacy to all them that with the confederacy of fear. I was trying to get a point across here. A second. Son of man. Yeah, it's Ezekiel. Oh, that's why. That's why. I'm sorry. My bad. No, what? I was like, what the hell? What the hell am I doing? Nah, it's right here, my friend. I'm good. Dispensa. All right, here we go. Ezekiel 8:5. Remember that? And then he said unto me, son of man, lift up thine eyes now in the way towards the north. Okay, cool. Let's go to verse 12. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, verse 12. Is it verse 12? No, it's just pendejo way. Verse 15, sorry. Then said he unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? So he's telling him, look further. Look more than what they're doing. Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than this. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altars, in these Freemason rooms, these associates or these initiations, for the initiates, they do this. They walk into a porch with an altar. We're about 25 men with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, back towards him, and their face towards the east. And they worship the sun towards the east. You see what I'm saying? They weren't talking about, they were turning their backs on, so to speak, Jerusalem and worshiping the sun. This is Freemasonry right here. When you look at their tabernacle and all that stuff, I think of the video, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's in here. You can see it a little bit. Give me a second. Let's see.
The secret.
No, not that one, not that one. Oh, here goes. This is from a movie I had shown you before. Let's see if it shows. There it goes, right there. You see this? You see the altar? You see the space, the checkered floor, the seats. This is exactly what they're talking about in Ezekiel 8:16. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. They recreate the tabernacle of Solomon. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, there were about 25 men with their backs towards the temple of the Lord and their face towards the east, and they worship the sun towards the east. That's when Deuteronomy says, unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even on the host of heaven, should it be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all the nations of the whole heaven. They say the sun, meaning enlightenment, meaning Baphomet, meaning Satan, or the devil, if you want to call him that. Which is why, going back to Isaiah 47, this is why it says that. Now you can understand with better eyes and better ears. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted mine inheritance and given them into thine hand. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancients hast thou verily heavily laid thy yoke. And thou saidst, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou did not lay these things to thy heart, neither did remember the letter end of it, for meaning the potter and the clay. You know what I mean? Like, don't forget your place. I'm letting you have fun right now. Pretty much, what's it basically saying? Watch this. Verse 9. But these two things shall come unto thee in a moment, in a day, the loss of children, the widowhood. Now, I'm going to tell you that right now, family. There's a lot of shit going on right now. Hurricanes and people missing and dying. When they shall come upon thee in the perfection of thy multitude of thy sorceries. Some people say that they're created. I don't know. Is it true? And for the great abundance of thine enchantments. Therefore shall evil come upon thee. Thou shalt not know from whence it riseth. And mischief shall fall upon thee. Then shalt thou not be able to put it off, and desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which then thou shalt not know. We see now this Babylon where these things are occurring. Inflation, people, wars. And here in Russia, locally, possible deportation, mass deportation, they call it. Israel fighting with 7 people. America having to maybe support them. It's crazy, man. Check this out. So now that we get an idea of Cain, now that we get an idea of all of these people, okay? Now that we can at least see what the New Testament was talking about. Why was he talking in parables? Why was he doing these things? Check this out. Matthew 11, 21, 23. Woe unto thee, Chorazin, woe unto thee, Bashada, for if thy mighty works which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Zidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Zidon at the day of judgment than for you. You hear what it says? That's why he's talking about this, man. Don't exalt yourself. You guys do that a lot. A lot of people do. A lot of you guys do, man. You boast about it. Oh, don't mess with me. I'm riding with God. Bro, you're crazy. He'll spit you right out. Luke 3:9. And now also the axe is laid onto the root of the trees. Oof. Going back to trees now. Every tree, therefore, which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewed down and cast into the fire. See. Now let's check on this real quick. Let's go to John 3. So you can see what it means. John 3:6. That which is born of the flesh is flesh. That which is born of the spirit is spirit. Remember, there's 2 types. Then it says, marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again, to bring remembrance of things. You're going to find out if you're wicked or not, pretty much. That's why people come into this thing and it makes them more wicked, because they find out, shit, I really don't want to do good. I really think about that for a moment, you know, and when you consider all of these, like, for example, the books I've showed you. I showed you guys the Thoth, Hermes in Egypt, the Gods of Canaan, Codex Magica, like, you know, Helena Blavatsky. Look her up. Trust me, look her up. I mean, even the book, The Secret Teachings, The Secret Doctrines, right? The Secret Doctrine, which she wrote. Here, I'll show you. Watch. It's a big book. But I'm going to look up a few words. You can see. Watch this. See? Watch this. The sun comes out so many times. Look at this. Also called the sons of wisdom, and of the fire mist, and the brothers of the sun. You see this? The gods reign over men, followed by dynasties of heroes or giants. It's difficult to understand how all these people under the sun, that's just part of a sentence. The central sun, absolute light. Surya, the sun, it is visible reflection, exhibits the first and the lowest state of the seventh and the highest level universal presence. You see this? You see this right here? It's pretty crazy, isn't it? The real substance of concealed sun, mother substance, sun. See, like, you guys can look this stuff up. I'm not going to take too much time because I've been here a while. I can tell that my mind's getting tired. I can tell I'm getting tired. I'm actually getting a little dizzy. That's why I'm slowing down a bit. So forgive me. Hold on, let me drink some water. Maybe that'll help me. Again, Helena Blavatsky. Look her up. This is part of that. Satanism. Now, they believe, by the way, I'm gonna show you this. Is it Baphomet or Baphomet? Baphomet? Which one is it? There it goes. Baphomet. Watch this. But see in the next text the true meaning of Baphomet. The God-headed Satan, the goat-headed Satan, one with Azazel, the scapegoat of Israel. Nature is the god Pan. Pretty crazy, huh? Watch this. For all we know, fire may have been pure akasa, the first matter of magnum opus of the creator and builder. That astral light, enlightenment, which the Pedroxio Eliphas Levi calls in one breath the body of the Holy Ghost, and in the next, Baphomet. The androgenic goat of Mendes. Now you see. Now you see. When you consider the book, The Two Babylons, right? Let me see if I got it. The Two Babylons. Let's see, this one. This one. This one. Okay, Two Babylons. Two. Here it goes. The Two Babylons. Oh no, it's not that one. The Two Babylons is this one. And here we see, right on the page, Nimrod. Nimrod Negro. Now, I'm going to show you something. This is really interesting because I didn't know this. Look at this. Check this out. This is page 34 of the book we're talking about. We'll show and check out Nimrod. Now we're going to look at some books real quick. We're going to get away a little bit from the Bible for a second. This, in all likelihood, is intended to commemorate some event in the life of him who first began to be mighty, a giant, meaning a tyrant, in the chase and in war, and who, according to all ancient traditions, was remarkable also for bodily power. You see, they had might. Yeah, you're right. Y'all are the tallest, biggest, strongest. You cool? Yeah, because you know what I mean. Like that's your gift, but you got no spirit. According to all the ancient traditions, was remarkable also for the bodily power as being the leader of the giants that rebelled, the leader of tyrants, of bullies. Guess who's like that too? Now Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was black.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Let me say that again.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was black. In other words, was a Negro.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Own it, own it, own it. Y'all want to be everybody? Own that shit. It was in a different character from that of adversary that Nimrod was originally worshipped, but among a people of a fair complexion as the Anglo-Saxon. It was inevitable. Check this out. Let's continue. I have already noticed the fact that Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was a Negro. Page 43. What year was this book written? Don't they use this book all the time? Alexander Hislop. Don't these guys, West Africans, use this book? These Canaanites that want to claim to be Hebrews? Y'all use this book. How come you don't bring this up? What's going on? I have already noticed the fact that Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was a Negro. Now, you use this book in some ways, but don't say this, right? You say he was an African. But then you use the Talmud to claim Esau is a white man. Khazars were the ones that brought that doctrine. So should we believe Khazars now? Or should we reassess what you're actually talking about? Negro, Canaan, Fopi, BHI. I have already noticed the fact that Nimrod, as the son of Cush, was a Negro. Check this out. But we have an unequivocal evidence that Osiris, the son and husband of a great goddess and queen of Egypt, you see this? Kings, nations. How does it go from Nimrod to Egypt? And how does it go from Nimrod to Egypt to Greece, to Zeus, to Aphrodite, right? Was also represented as the veritable Negro. In Wilkinson's may be found a representation of him with the unmistakable feature of a genuine Cushite or Negro.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
It blows my mind that you guys embrace all kinds of shit. You say you went to the moon and what else? What did you do? Oh, it's working. Thank you. So you went to the moon and you say you're Chinese, you say you're Hispanics, you say you're Mexicans, you say you're everybody, but here you don't want to admit that you're a Cushite, that you're a Nimrod, that you're from the seed of Cain, the spirit that dwells within you. Let's continue. Look more. But the dress in which this Negro God is arrayed tells a different tale. This Negro featured Osiris is clothed from head to foot in spotted dress. So now, here's what I really have a problem with. You say Deuteronomy 28 belongs to you. But in Deuteronomy 28:36 says that the Lord shall bring thee and thy king over that the Lord shall bring thee and thy king which thou shalt set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. Verse 64 says, just to the point, and there thou shalt serve other gods which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. You guys already knew about Christianity, Nimrod, the Trinity, all this shit. It's funny. Now the name of Nimrod signifies the subduer of the leopard. It's funny why he called him, aren't you like unto a spotted leopard? As the great god, Buddha is generally represented in China as a Negro. That may serve to identify the beloved Mandarin whose loss is thus annually bewailed. Whenever the Negro aspect of Nimrod was found an obstacle to his worship, this was very easily obviated. According to the Chaldean doctrine of the transmigration of the souls, all that was needful was just to teach that Ninos had reappeared in the person of Pothamosis. The Pothamosis, son of a fair complexion, supernatural born by his widow's wife. See this here? So even historically speaking, Nimrod was a Negro. It says here, as the licentious and desolate life of the Semiramis gave her many children, for whom no ostensible father on earth would be alleged, a plea like this would at once sanctify sin, and enable her to meet the feelings of those who were disaffected to the true worship of Jehovah, and that yet might have no fancy to bow down before the Negro nativity. From the light reflected on the Babylon by Egypt, as well as from the extant images of the Babylonian child in the arms of a goddess mother, Christianity. We have every reason to believe that this was actually done. And again, it is wonderful to find in that widely served countries and amongst the millions of human race in today that whoever saw a Negro god is worship. So are we not seeing BHI, FOPI wanting you to worship a Negro god once more?
That's gonna hurt.
We see it all over again. Y'all want to worship a Negro god. Not only does the Negroes in Africa in the worship of the fetish or fetish on certain occasions, or fetish, I guess, make use of sacred branch. But even in India, there were a trace of same practices. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. This is the case among the Negroes of Africa, whose God called the, oh, it's the same thing. Nimrod, page 3229, over all the world is represented with the features and complexion of a Negro. Yeah, I use this book all the time. How come you never show this? The Trinity came from Nimrod. Christianity came from Nimrod, the son of Ham, the brother of Canaan. Nimrod, a rebellious nation. Canaan, a rebellious nation. Man, it's just in your seed. Even to this day, y'all are seditious, trying to say that you are natives of this land and trying to recreate this land as like Egypt once more, calling it Atlas or Atlantis, whatever. You got Colomiados over there. This is stupid ass. So in spite of the black and Cushite features of Nimrod, he had for his queen Semiramis the most beautiful of the women. Don't they say what they say about that? Y'all know what the fuck it is. You know what I mean? I don't even got to go there. Nimrod was the head of the fire worshippers. You see this now. Negroes. Ninos, or Nimrod, in his wars with the king of Bactria, seem to have carried on the conflict in similar ways. It is represented woolly hair. Hey, check it out. In India, the infant Krishna, emphatically the black god, in the arms of the goddess Devika, is represented with the woolly hair and marked features of a Negro or African race. You see, if you guys want to claim this, and that means that people did not originate from Africa, I'll come at you with your doctrine and I'll destroy it in front of your face. I'm giving you the chance. I'm showing you. I'm actually like giving you the chance. It's like, hey, look what I got. Go ahead and try to use it. Go ahead and try to use it because I'm setting you up. That's really it. I'm setting you up. You play checkers. You play checkers. Here it goes. Right. Check it out. Check it. We're going to do the same thing with the Druids. Druidism. Check this out. Get to the point. Get to the nitty-gritty. Page 30. Look what it says. The tree of knowledge of good and evil has been taught by many scholars to be the symbol of science, of wisdom. The Egyptians adopted the cadmus and mulberry tree as a symbol of the wisdom and science and numerals. That's why they say 22 letters and the 32 degrees and all that shit. And in the vine of the symbol of the literacy character, that's why the Freemasonry, whether black or white, it's like so good for you because you are a wicked ass seed. Parnell, in his treatise on the study of antiquity, says that the tree of knowledge of good and evil mentioned in Genesis was a mythic tree, a tree representing in the luxuriance of its branches, the wildness of man's opinion by its tempting and poisoning fruit, the mischievous effect of being seduced by the vanity of false learning. The great tree in the Garden of Eden whose leaves were letters and whose branches were words. What do we see in the Sephiroth? They believe in numbers. Egyptian history informs us that the author of the letter numeration, astronomy, geometry, music, and science in general was named Thoth. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty. Who the hell is Thoth? We're going to find out who taught it. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. There's a tradition among the Jews that the tree of knowledge was named Dar. This was supposed to be an oak. When Dar in Irish means an oak, it implies also wisdom. You know that shit, don't tread on me? It's a snake wrapped around a trunk, meaning an oak. They don't even realize that they're doing Kabbalah shit. They're stupid. Man, you white folks are dumb. Especially you guys that are like Republicans, all far right shit. Y'all are stupid. I'm telling you, I'm telling you in your face too. Let me show you this real quick. We know now, though, Wilford talks about Druidism, Irish Druids and all that. I have a book on that. And it's regarding ancient Phoenicians, Carthaginians, and Egyptians. The book of Timbuktu, which, by the way, I'm reading. I'm in page 80-something. I'm freaking over it, to be honest, but I got to finish it because I'm just baffled at the bullshit. Okay, so here's what they say real quick. So they say that Ham was black, Shem was black, and Japheth was black once, but then they got white. Somehow. They don't explain it. And then that the reason why some Hamites and Shemites are mixed or light skin is because they mix with Japhet. But I'm like, wasn't Japhet originally black, like what you said? So wouldn't they go black back again? Right? Like,
That's right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Or maybe this one. Check this out. Let's look at the word Negro here too. Did we find it? Maybe not. Okay, good. Oh, wait, hold on. We almost did, huh? Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, that's not it. Nimrod. Are you going to find it or not? It's Nimrod. Okay, hold on. Cush. Come on, bro. You can't find it? For real, though? You're going to act like that? Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. Just kidding, family. Here, let me do it on my phone. I don't like that. I don't like it one bit, yo. Yeah, I'm telling you, family, this book Timbuktu, it's a joke. And that's a doctor, man. You spend all that money for all that dumbass education? Psh, what a fool you. Now I know why I wasn't meant to learn the wisdom of these heathens. Wasn't meant for me. Just wasn't meant for me. Okay, I got a lot of highlighted shit. So hold on a second. Let me go. Okay, go to page 17. Let me show you guys something real quick. Let's go to the content, and then I'm gonna pass it, and then we're almost finishing up, I think. The Druids, you know what I'm saying, all that stuff. Here's the content. Look at the content. So it says here the creed of Druidism. It says Druidic alphabet, ancient seeds, learning, the ancient tree, the tree of knowledge. You see, not the tree of life, the tree of knowledge. You get it? Reference to Caesar's account of Druidism, the affinity claim between Druidism and Freemasonry. With doctrines in the modern France, where a lot of it came up, 1776 has a lot to do with these Freemasons. Druidism and the circle, human sacrifice. The tonsure, you know, that whole bullshit that the Christians do? Yeah. Jewish and magic. Phoenician art. And then May Day festival. So Cinco de Mayo, you guys like to do that shit? Or May Day celebration? It's all about that. Ancient sacrifice. Baal fires. Mistletoes. Judaism. Grove worship and Christianity all have something to do with who? These people right here. What do you want me to tell you? Remember, you lied to you a little bit? Some writers have maintained that it was it was a development of the offshoot of the Egyptian religion, and along with Freemasonry, originated in the sublime teachings of Thoth, which by some are believed to have been brought out in Egypt by Moses. Right. Faber is, in his pagan idolatry, expressed the opinion that the Druidical bards were probably the founders of Freemasonry. Now, I'm going to find something real quick, very interesting. Check this out. Let me see if I can get it real quickly. Real quick. Some highlighted sections. Let me see. Page 16. We know that the Druids were practicing human sacrifice. Okay. Let me show you this too. The creed of the Druids. Let me see this page. Nope. I'll make it quick. Nope. Oh, here it goes. Page 25. Let me see something. Isus, right? Interesting, you know? Watch this page real quick. Allah's, the covenant is, it is Na, the wood is of Na is my witness. My covenant is the covenant of the ship be smeared. Many of the localities where Druidical worship is said to have prevailed can still be identified through the names which those places bear. Such examples, these particular names. Field of the sun, remember that? Praying to the east, towards the sun, which means sunfire, worshiping the sun. The words Baal or Baal were supreme whereas common in the east for the name of the deity as was Jupiter in the west. You see this? Baal. They were worshiping Baal to the east, to the sun. The name Baal is an interesting one from its philological point. Supposedly the Hebrew Phoenician, That's why making it a total of 33 degrees or 33 letters, the mystical number. We know that this is what they believe in, right? We know that. Shouldn't be confusing. Check this out. Page what? 28. Baal or Bel, in Hebrew, the name of God is El. So when you see Ra, that's Egyptian, and El is for Baal. So Israel is technically what they're, in a sense, saying. Not like Ishiyahu. So these are things that you have to understand. But again, you know, what do I know, right? What do I know? What do I know? So anyway, let me touch it real quick and then that's it. Let's go here real quick. I'm gonna show you guys something. I think it's on the next page coming up. Yeah, this was the one I showed you. Okay, so watch this real quick. $53, $55. Is it this one? Give me a second. Druids, cube. Yep, there goes a cube. Worshipping a cube over there in Islam town. We know that Druidism is related to Freemasonry. You guys that like to say Jesus, there you go, your name right there. Jesus with an H. The Mexican way, I guess. Jesus! No te creas, güey. With the J. Now we see now all these things. But who are these people related to? So now let's check this out. Belanus, and this is, we're moving on from the book, known in the Old Testament as Baal. In the Old Testament times, that's Baal. It is identical with the Apollo, the god of the sun. Now we see it again. Remember Ezekiel 8 and 16, right? They were looking to the east. This is why you have to understand that it's you know, nothing new under the sun, nothing new under the sun, nothing new under the sun. Behold, he brought me into the inner courts of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their face towards the east, and they worshiped the sun towards the east. Like so. Jew-ish. Look what he says. Jew-ish.
Confidence, trust, and responsibility, among other things.
He is the sheriff of the town.
You know what that is? No, sir.
There we go, right there. The altar of the Lord, right? 2 pillars. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, and with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, their faces towards the east, and they worship the sun towards the east. So they're in here, the altar, right? And the porch, and the pillars, facing towards the east, towards the sun, and everything possible against the Creator. Okay, now check this out. It says here, Tyrannus is a word derived from Taran, thunder. It is identical with the Jupiter in Greece and Rome. You see this? Assyrian, Babylonia, Egypt, Persia Mede, Greeks, Romans, and the Thor of the northern nation. Belinus, Bel, known in the Old Testament as Baal, identical with Apollo, the god of the sun, the east. A wood in the neighborhood of the Laswain, still known as I can't read that. Silvia Bellini, and the trace of the name are to be found in many parts of England. Belus is also a Babylonian title of Ham. So who are you worshiping when you're worshiping Baal? The Father wants to be worshipped, and the sons want to be worshipped. whose descendants include the Cushites and the Cadmeans. Both are zealous adorers of the sun and addicted to the rites of fire. Think I'm lying? You guys like P. Diddy, addicted to, you know, that shit. Watch this real quick. Let me go back. Let me read this. They, meaning the sons of Ham, were men of superior stature, adept in every branch of science. You know how they boast about it? And peculiar fame for their skill in astronomy. Now, in case you guys don't remember, we did hear them say this. Right? I think we did hear him say this. Let's see. This one.
Many of those who early on helped to formulate what is modern-day Christianity in Greece and Rome were also African.
When you look at Christianity, you're dealing with the Amen priesthood that's coming directly out of ancient Kemet. You're dealing with the rites and rituals of Osiris, the passions of Osiris, the idea of the resurrection of the dead and his son coming forward, Heru, as his living testament to his life. Aset, who the Greeks call Isis, is the essence of who Mary is. Nebutet, who is her sister, is who Mary Magdalene is. So that when you look at Christianity, I mean, even when you look at the word Chris or Charas, you're dealing with Chares. Cha means spirit and res means to rise. The Romans learned the passion of Osiris through the Greek. And the Greeks learned it through the Kemites or the Africans from Egypt. So that it was just a retelling of the same story, superimposing things that they thought they knew. And there is only one race on the planet, and that is the human race. And because of biological climatology, this race was born, nurtured, sustained, civilized, educated in Africa. And Dr. Clark teaches us that after they got their show together, then they took it on the road.
The origin of the name Europe comes from a Phoenician goddess named Europa. So the origin of the name Europe has an African origin because the Phoenicians, we're still dealing with black African people.
See, the Phoenicians, you're still dealing with black African people, right? Okay. Own it. Own it.
Canaanites and all that. When we talk about Phoenicians, we're still talking about black folks. The first Europeans were a group of Africans called the Grimaldi who had migrated from Africa to Europe between 40 and 60,000 years ago. And in the process of evolution, many of them lost the Africoid.
You see this right here? Like Timbuktu shit. Shem and Ham were black. Japheth was black at one point, but then he got white. I don't know why. And then he mixed with us, and that's why we got light skin. Wouldn't he be black again, you dumbasses? Early on. Once again, Belarus, the Babylonians, the title of Ham. You guys are worshiping Ham. You Christians who hate black people are literally worshiping a black god. Oh, how I love to be right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, fam. I got a little happy on that one, huh? I'm looking for something. We're almost moving forward. We're almost moving on, man. We're almost moving on. I told you it was going to be a long night. And by the way, if you guys are in this channel, if you guys are new to this channel, I've had it for a little bit. And I'm using it because, as you know, what happened. But if you're new to this channel and you've never seen me like live on this channel, you're going to find out that you're dealing with a man that got a lot of energy. And I can go on for quite some time. And I think that's why some of these folios are too scared to hit the link when that time is available. Yeah, I just can't handle this shit. So, what can I do? That's not my fault. And then let's check out the last little book here. Let me show you guys something real quick. Just real quick. Where are you? Mackie. We talked about the tree, right? Check this out. Let there be light. I showed you guys this before. For the sake of time, I'm just kind of trying to get to the point. See, there's a lot of these things going on around us right now. Lots of these things. Right? A lot of these imageries. A lot of these BHIs do this shit. And I'm going to show you something right now. Fopi, your girl, the so-called Neftali, she's a witch. That's a freaking witch, man. I'm going to show y'all right now. Y'all are witches, bro. Y'all nasty ass. That's just some sad shit. You got to really go to like that side. You got to get Freemason on me and shit. Is that where you guys are learning some of this stuff? And you're not even good at it, by the way. Are you trying to be an initiate, Fopies? And you're using that chunky girl that don't know shit? They made a song the other day. I don't know how long ago. And like she actually names herself like Abrasha, dude. Like she don't even know what the hell she's talking about. That's a damn demon. That's a sad case, bro. Kabbalah Sephiroth right here. This is the tree of knowledge right here. The Sephiroth. Here, I'll show you. Tree of the tree of life. The tree of life. The tree of life. That sword is given to top ref Freemasons. The Kabbalah, this division of the 10 Sephiroths into the 3 triads was arranged into the form called by the Kabbalists the Kabbalistic tree, or the tree of life, as shown in the diagrams in opposite pages. You see this? Thus, the tree of knowledge became the book of wisdom. Let me go back. Liberty, that's where it comes from. America, the land of liberty, right? Of which the eagle in the Rosicrucian degree is symbolical. Liberty of thought, speech, and action within the bounds of civil, political, and consciousness law without license. A book, and hence the word library and collection of books. It was also one of the names of the god Bacchus, Baal, Ham. The freedom with knowledge confers. Liberty, the bark, the inner rind of a tree. You see this? Liberty. So don't threat on me, because the snake is around or surrounded by liberty, or wrapped around liberty, meaning this. The freedom which knowledge confers. The bark, the inner rind of a tree on which books were originally written. Hence, leaves of a book and leaf of a tree, or similarly in the Latin folio of a book or foliage of a tree. Thus, the tree of knowledge, not the tree of life, became the book of wisdom. And the tree of life became the book of life. You see this? 2 books. 2 kinds of people. Let's look at these kinds of people.
Thousands. I've talked to hundreds that I deal with still myself. I have 3 victims right now who are willing to give testimony about not only what Mr. Carter has done to them, but his wife as well. They're a nasty little couple. They do nasty things.
What do you think happened with Kim?
Keeping people against their will. Putting people on planes while they're unconscious, just like Aaliyah got on that plane.
Now that was Jaguar Wright on the Piers Morgan show. Now here's Jaguar Wright with Jay-Z singing Song Cry on stage. Just in case you thought she didn't actually know them. And she's coming out about Jay-Z and Beyonce. Now we came out about Beyonce, talking about how she's a Orisha, talking about how she's a part of the Yoruba tribe, talking about her witchly ways, talking about how she said she wipes her time of the month with holy pages from the book. There was even a witch on the Tasha K show who blatantly said Beyonce is a witch. Many of her videos are symbolic. I mean, at this point, if you don't see it, you want to be blind. Her ex-drummer of 5 years, Kimberly Thompson, even filed a restraining order over extreme witchcraft. And it was dismissed because Kimberly didn't show up in court. Now, isn't that convincing? Isn't that convenient? I keep telling you.
Why can these people be in the Pentagon and make war plans when they have a passport to Israel?
How can they be in the House? How can they be in the Senate? How can they be in the cabinet? How can you be loyal to two nations?
Treasury Department. Do you understand what you're saying? They're dual citizens and they have high-profile positions in our government.
Yes.
This sounds crazy to me, and a lot of people don't understand that this is finally starting to come out into the public, and people are starting to really see how involved a foreign country is involved in our politics.
So what if a lot of House members had passports to Russia? Would that not be a legitimate question, especially if they're serving on the House Armed Service and the Intelligence Committee? Wouldn't that be a legitimate question?
Big red flag.
How can you
right?
be on the Intelligence Committee and also have a passport to a foreign country?
Where's your allegiance to?
Well, AIPAC says if you ask that,
you're anti-Semitic.
You're anti-Semitic if you are asking it in relations to Jewish members of the House and Senate.
Who are dual citizens with Israel.
Why can these people be in the Pentagon and make...
Makes you think, right? So now, let's prove all things. Check this out. A very interesting little situation I got going on here, Mr. Fopies. Look at this, look at this.
War plans when they have...
This is your queen? This demon witch right here? I don't know who this guy is, but you're a demon too. Abrasha Rebis, Abrasha Simha Plaroma. Listen to the words. So now, Fopi, I told you that BHIs were going to become wobbles. So now Fopi believes that the natives were originally black. Here, I'll show you.
About man.
Look at the name, Abrashas, okay? Look at the designing. He has on one hand, that pin with a pen. You put the pin to the paper and you spin it around and makes a circle. And he has a L-shaped measuring. We call it. Okay, oh, man, I guess I'm getting tired. I have the picture. Check this out. Before I continue with that, because I don't just say shit, I prove it. There's a witch right here. In case you guys don't know, I don't know. I mean, you should know. Okay, that's Fopi's girl. Look at this shit right here. What is that? In one hand, he's got this instrument, and in the other hand, he's got that instrument. And that's looking like Freemasonry when you put it together. Two heads, the six-pointed star. What is that right there? A moon and the sun? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars. 6, 7. Abrasha. Do you know what this is, dumbasses? You're and it, by the way, you're standing on a dragon, and then you got a sphere, and then you got the world. Now this sphere right here, family, I find it odd because I also found it here. Look at that. And that's from the movie of the Pirates of the Caribbean. A Freemason. What is he doing with this? Are you guys saying you're Freemasons? I mean, because if you are, and I always kind of knew, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't stupid. You can't fool me. But I mean, you're really blowing it like out of proportion in this shit right here. You're either a witch and you don't know it, or you guys don't even know what the hell you guys are talking about. Abrasha, for real? The wing people? I'm gonna show you some shit right now. Let's listen to this.
All the seals, then 3 more revealed.
that make seven the heavens. Broke open with omens, peasants begging the savages, chariots, horses and wheels, over corpses left in the hills. Is in Lil Shaitan, the fruit that spoke in Hebrew, or was he Jesus too? Trees in the garden was two. Was the oldest teacher Sophia, Ishtar, Easter?
You see, was the oldest teacher Sophia? Easter? Was it? Let's continue. Watch.
Reminisce the feminine, stars over Giza, the power of the ether. Tiamat, the rulers with the G on top. The woman has a G-spot, the skeleton key unlocks. Who spoke to Moses as the burden?
A woman has a G-spot, right? So you're pushing the Bible, right? I'm just saying, because you guys believe you're like a school and a church and shit. Okay, here we go. I'm just saying. Let's continue. Hold on. I want to show y'all something. Something he says. Here, let me not play, because I don't want to hear shit. Pharaoh, so that confirm his looks, the beginning of these pharaohs, a lot concerning Cush. Who's this person in the book? Brothers was a amp jam and put MRA became the land of black. Watch this, Rocket. Check this out. Here it goes.
Or bitterment became Kemet throughout millenniums. Gideon, the Bosnians, tribe mobs and Indians from the Americans.
You see? Tribe of Indians from the Americans. If you listen to it, it all says the same shit. Whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Look, listen, you're a demon, and I don't give a flying F what you are. Because I already knew you guys were demons from the get-go. Canaan will always be Canaan. I already knew that. So now, Abrashah? Let's learn about Abrashah. What the hell is this? Who is this guy? And who's this Pleroma? Pistos Sophia, Gnostic. I told you. Oh, Phoebe, are you guys Gnostics?
I'll be right back.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
What's going on here, man? Are you guys elevating to the 33rd degree? Is that what it is? Ein Sof? Y'all believe in Ein Sof now? The Sephiroth, Kabbalah, Talmudic? Or is that what you guys are? Fucking Freemasons and shit? Because at this point, I mean, I don't know what else to think other than that. Like literally, this is what you're talking about. Sophia. He says Sophia. He says Abrashah. He says Pleroma. And it says Abrashah is a mystical word, probably Gnostic or Kabbalistic in origin, which conveys grammatically the number 365 and is connected with the solar cycle. The word is also associated with the highest Gnostic deity, eventually became the name of the demon occultist. Pleroma. Right? Pleroma. What's going on with this? Check this out. This is from a book called The Queen of Heaven and Earth. Women in Goddess Worship. Isn't she worshiping herself right here? Isn't this Goddess worship right there? She puts up gloves and shit and all that. So, and then, yeah, they do it. Man, whatever. Yeah, you know, Canaan will be Canaan. They love to worship this shit. Look at this right here. Supporting fusion of Canaanites. The archaeological evidence supporting the fusion of Canaanite goddesses. Remember he says Ishtar, Pleroma, all of this stuff right here. Astar. You literally have that name on your fucking title. So you're a goddess, is what you're saying. Right? See the altar of the Lord? And they were worshiping towards the east, facing the sun. Now, I think I found it, and I don't know why I don't have it. But I think I found this particular link here. Let me see if I can get it. Because I know that I have a link about that Abrashah dude. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Check it out, fam.
Is Baphomet the Gnostic Sophia? According to Tracy Twyman and Alex Rivera, the name Baphomet is associated with hidden or divine wisdom, specifically the baptism of wisdom. It can also be linked to the concept of Sophia, the divine wisdom principle of the Gnostics. Baphomet represents forbidden divine wisdom, similar to the wisdom from the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden, passed down secretly by groups like the Rosicrucians and Freemasons. Under torture, some knights confessed to the adoration of an icon of a severed head, reminiscent of the head of John the Baptist, known as Baphomet, an encoded name for Sophia, goddess of wisdom. Jordan Stratford, Living Gnosticism. Amazing how modern occultists and religions can be so wrong.
Now, I think Abrashaw, let me see, Abrashaw, god of excrement, I think. Good of evil, that reflect Gnostic idea that the mature world is sought in duality. Ah, duality, huh? So is this what you're promoting, Phoebe? Is this what you're about? You better tell your people. I mean, you're collecting money. Oh, that's right. The system of Nimrod. I figured. I mean, you're basically becoming who you are. I always said you were Canaan, and you guys project a lot. You want to say that someone else is Canaan. Now, there is one particular thing I want to show you. 2 Kings. Look at the nasty shit that they do. 2 Kings 18:27. It says here, but Rabshakeh said unto them, has my master sent me to thy master and to thee to speak these words? Hath he not sent me to the men which sit on the wall, that they may eat their own dung and drink their own piss? Don't people do that now? Don't they pee on themselves and don't they shit on themselves? Don't people do that? This is the worship of Baal Peor. The Babylonian gods, Baal Peor. That's why now you can understand Isaiah 47. Anyways, we're almost done, man. I'm gonna show you guys some stuff. Let's continue showing some videos and then we're pretty much done. I just wanted to laugh at this person. Like, what are you doing? What is wrong with y'all, man? Seriously. Pleroma, Sophia, really? The daughter, you're basically showing that, yeah, you guys are definitely Ham. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And I don't know why you like to argue otherwise. But check this. Anyways, like I said before, man, this is a cursed seed, family. So cursed that their minds are going nuts. Look, I'll show you. So Wobbles want this heritage so bad, right? Check this out. I'm kind of out of words on this one. I'd never heard this before. Check this out.
So, I hope this is just a troll account and being sarcastic as hell, but this is TikTok and the internet, and I have seen some of the most craziest pseudo shit being spread on this app. So, I won't discount it as you not being sarcastic and just extremely misinformed.
All right, so basically it says none of it is accurate. Mexico was a world superpower. They don't teach about the true history of Mexico and Latin America. They colonized Spain. Spain got the language from Latins. Oh, pendejos, right? Y'all are seriously cursed, bro. There's really nothing you can do for yourselves. Like, for example, right here, look, check it. Look. See, like, we're going to listen to a little bit of dumb stupidity right here. It's wobbleism right here. And then I'm going to show you some pictures of what this wobble is trying to claim. Right. Now we're going to put the icing on the cake. Let's go. We're almost done.
that the origin of the people in this country, it is Asia, right? We say the last ice age.
Onions depicted themselves, and it does not resemble today's Hispanic population or Mexican.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say something. Black people, here. Dear black people, do you guys have flat heads, like the back of it? Like, do you guys' head is flat here? Is that what you're saying? You telling me you don't got that fucking cone head and shit? You don't come back? You're telling me you guys have a flat head? And you're telling me you got big ass, like broken, like a nose with a bridge? And those aren't like big ass lips, by the way. And where are your muscles? And where's your so-called long neck? Let's continue.
Population, banana pack girls. You see these people with locks.
So again, once again, y'all say you're the tallest, fastest, strongest, you're so muscular and all this shit. Like, where the hell is your muscles here? Where is it? And you guys have flat heads. I don't see no black folks that are shaped with a flat head like that. I never have seen them. And by the way, well, you think these are dreads? You know that dreads come from India, not Africa, stupid ass. But let's continue.
Locks, head wraps, Negroid feet.
Hold on a second. Negroid feature? Where the fuck do you get this Negroid feature from? They have thin lips and flat heads. Last time I checked, Africans go like whoop, like a comb. But anyways, let's continue. Oh, and you guys have broken like noses like that with a bridge and all that shit? And what about the eyes? So are you Asian? Let's continue.
Negroid feature. These people don't look Asian to me. They don't look mongoloid in phenotype. Now you see a lot of Mayan replicas. These were not painted by Mayans. These are not authentic Mayan murals. They'll make these replicas to fit the Hispanic population. But when we look at the murals, they look completely opposite.
Okay, where are your muscles, black man? Where are these muscularities that you fucking promote all the time? Where is this flat head that you say you have? Oh, I never seen black people with black fat heads like never have them. Well, let's continue.
Now look at this mural and look at this replica. And I ask you, what's real? Because I need y'all to think, and I really need y'all to use y'all brains right now. Because we finna use common sense. Because you can use common sense. They'll show you these replicas and say, oh, this is. When we look in America, all over America, in every city, you see.
Nowhere in historical books were they saying that there was West Africans with dreads. Nowhere. That came from India. From India, by the way. And they say that the natives that they saw here had hair like that. And they weren't Africans, you stupid ass. But let's go.
See, everywhere in America, every city, you see brothers with dreads. Locks. Where else in the world is they wearing locks at? Before I speak on this image, I want to give all.
Hey, stupid ass. Bob Marley has locks too. So what the fuck does that mean? Okay, so now look at this. Now I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? Let's go.
I want to thank Dr. Ali Muhammad, because without him, I wouldn't even known about this. Dr. Ali Muhammad said.
Family, all right, so this right, again, I love to laugh at Canaanites. Y'all are the silliest and most simplest people I've ever met. Simply read. Simply study. Simply do your fucking homework. Okay, so it says you're the post-classic paintings. This is the same paintings he's talking about. Okay? The beginning of an early post-classic period. This is the pictures that he's talking about, fam. Right here. Okay? So see this right here? Hold on. Let me close this out. Let me close this out. Let me close this out. Look. Right? Those pictures, right? Okay. See? Right there. Correct? Right? He's showing that. This deceiving son of Ham does the same shit. And to the video, you know, he goes there. He puts his own little typing, wording and shit. Shows like, by the way, these are not in the book, by the way, okay? But I want to show you something. So let's go back to this Africanoid from West Africa who just hates who he is and loves who you guys are. They'll say, so he shows this shit. Okay, but he don't show this guy. See that light skin? Okay, also, he doesn't show these guys. In the same map, by the way, mind you. Okay, he doesn't show those guys. Look. He doesn't show these guys. You see this guy? Dark guy, dark guy. Now check this out. The leader is light-skinned too. And look at this dark guy. Look at this light-skinned guy. You see? So who's who, you stupid ass? Oh, I see. See, there's like dark guy and this little one. Okay, so what is it, bro? Why, God, what? Come on, man. How come you didn't show that side of the map? Was it convenient for you? Or, I mean, or it's like, or you just can't accept the fact that you are a West African, Canaanite for that matter. What about these pictures over here? What about these pictures? Look, that guy look like he has like blonde hair. Look at this dark skin, light skin. Dark chin, light skin. You see him? You see him? He's not in shackles, I guess, or something. He is. Look at this dark guy right here. You telling me he's an African American? Look at all, look. Okay, do you see this guy rowing for these so-called dark people? That guy yellow with that. Who's who? Look. He's planting. He's rowing. These guys seem to be at war. They got shields, bucklers, all that. Look. Are they arrested? No. It's the simplicity of a West African who wants to usurp himself into something that is not his. And somehow, some way, wants to color coordinate shit, and that doesn't even make sense. You see, all of us here that are here, you know what I mean? That's why I tell y'all, you want to debate somebody? Debate me. Now, listen, family. If you guys ever wonder where those colors come from, red, white, and green, it's right here. Red, white, and green. That was part of our culture. It always has been. So you guys that want to criticize shit like that, you don't even know history. You don't know enough history to be talking about it. The red, the green, and the white was always part of this area over here. Now, they also say that supposedly the Negro,
the importation of Negro slaves,
came out of Asia. No, shut your ass up. We're going to embarrass you today. And then I'm going to start actually getting into a little bit of Egyptian stuff because I do like that history and I do know, just don't get into it. But I think it's time to kind of reach a little bit and pull some of that shit back. And I'll show you something. Let's listen to this real quick, okay? Interesting stuff. We're for 4 minutes, and that's all.
to China under the Tang Dynasty, AD 618 to 901. Many people do not know the Chinese had Negro slaves or African slaves. They got them from.
Oh, what did he say? Hold on a second, dog. Hold on a second, dog. Okay, here we go. Let's go.
The importation of Negro slaves to China under the Tang Dynasty, AD 618 to 901. Many people do not know the Chinese had Negro slaves or African slaves. They got them from the Arabs. Because we're not taught about the Eastern African slave trade, we don't know this main fact. Also during the time 618 and 901, it was a time when Islam took over Arabia. The term used to designate Negro slave under the Tang Dynasty. Neither the name of Africa nor Negro slave is known in China during the period of the Tang Dynasty. But we often occur the term Kungalun or Kunlun slave in a collection of Tang authors that come apart following the Tang Shu collection of reprints, Tang Sha Kang and Tang Ping Kan Chi and Chang Kuching Shalahai attack. These works generally describe Kunlun as black-skinned folks. Their aforesaid authors even use the term Kunlun adjective as a synonym for black or dark skin. Other words as an equivalent for Negro. What then is the meaning of Kunlun or who were the Kunlun knew? The those line on the above question, let's take a certain account of ancient Chinese works that has to say on this subject. Lin Kui Kao Chang, Topography of the Land of Ling, contained in Book 197 of the Chang Tao Shu, Old Dynastic History of the Tang, say people in the south of the Ling have woolly hair and black skin, and commonly known as Kunlun. In the Chala Kunlun Kao, the topography of the land of Chaling contains the same volume we found the following. Chaling is situated northwest of Linghui and is formerly the dependency of Funan. Its inhabitants belong to the race of the Kunlun. Part 2 of Book 22-2 of the Han King Shu, historic dynasty of Tang, we read, Phnom Penh is situated in the Gulf of Hanhai.
So you get the picture. Okay, there's a lot of hang, ha, home, he. The point being is that you, who claim to be an Asian, in reality, you're just a fake ass wannabe. Okay? Yeah, I can do that sometimes. I just don't do it often. But then again, let's continue. Now, listen to this. I told y'all
models in his video
that when you're dealing with a nation of people, and y'all want to come out and claim that we're supposed to be these particulars, right? Now, I want to say something. Mind you, that video earlier, what he does right after that particular point, hold on, let me see if I still have it. What he does after that particular point, let me not forget. Look what he does. Look what he says, okay? This is what he says about you, so-called raza.
Columbus were all well acquainted with the fact that they're excited with individuals or a people with race traits different from their own. The problem is, who were they? Clearly saying that these people were well aware of different race traits. So you got these people from wherever they came from. These people that they are taking captive represent the present day population or the people you call Mexican, Hispanic. These people are your Afro-Mexicans or your quote-unquote African-Americans, your indigenous people of America. Now, when I first seen it...
Right there. What he's saying is that we are Neanderthals. So now turn the tables over and say, well, you are monkeys and you used to eat bananas. Wouldn't that be offensive? You're calling us animals. Who is the most racist fucking people now eventually in the world? You can say black people. Y'all are the most, y'all more racist than white people. You can call us Neanderthals, but the moment we say, come get this banana, like Teofimo said to Crawford, y'all get offended. But this isn't racist? Nah. You coming after my family like that, I'm going to prove to you who you are. And I'm going to do it in the way that you like to do it. And you don't like it because I'm just becoming I don't want to become. What I'm doing is I'm using what you do. Doing it like you do. And see how you feel about it. Okay? We're going to listen to this for quite a little bit because you're going to find out the nation of people, this seed, there's two types, Cain and Abel, so to speak. One loves to sin, is in sin to this very day. And because of those particular unrighteous, seditious ways, you're going to see the manifest today. We're seeing it today. Let's go. We're almost done.
Models in his videos, invading girls' physical boundaries. And does that not sound wrong? We got more of these cookie cutter ass videos. I told her I miss it and this happened. Let's have another baby prank. Another content creator pushing those unoriginal ass videos. I mean, look how many BBLs you can count just looking at this thumbnail alone. And now we even got pranks of people putting honey packs in other people's foods. And for those of you that don't know what a honey pack is, it's basically used to enhance your sexual performance. And keep in mind, it is not FDA approved. There's gotta be some other type of content you can make besides this. And if this doesn't prove to you how hypersexual these black YouTubers are, I don't know what will. I hired a professional cuddler but found out she was a P-star. Nigga is a professional cuddler. Like, dude, stop playing in my face right now. Stop playing in my face.
Just like that. You see, just deep breaths.
It gotta be just a little bit awkward pretending like you don't see the cameraman right in front of you.
I know this like be hard for a lot of people to have you as a professional cuddler.
Actually, no. I help people come to the realization that they actually like this.
Okay.
And the corny ass sex puns are just the cherry on top. Honestly, there's so much of this type of content online that this video could be several hours long and we still wouldn't get through it. So I'm gonna just go ahead and do a speed run. But the last thing I'm gonna show you in this video might be worse than everything else I've showed you so far. So we got this public interviewer who basically goes around asking girls if he can grab it. And by it, he means their buns. And if they say no, dude then proceeds to beg them.
Wait, can it clap?
It can.
Can you shake it? Just, oh. Wait, can I grab it?
No.
One time?
No.
Can you shake it again then? Oh, man, I just really, can I poke it? Can I poke it?
Like, watch this interaction he has.
So look, can you like a 360 for the camera?
Absolutely not.
One time for the camera? For the culture?
Stop
a 360.
I said.
Was absolutely not good of an answer.
I said, do your next question.
I want you to do a 360.
I said no, so us next, right?
Yeah. I'm seriously just wondering, how do you come up with that type of content? And
The homie.
Rich homie Quan in the building. Y'all know what it is. So my question for you today is, could you stick your hands in your pants and let me smell your?
That's all good.
Go ahead, stick them in your hands. Let me smell them. I want to see how it smells. Cause you know niggas be stinking. Okay, it smell good, y'all. Smell check. It smell good.
it smelled good, y'all? Nigga, no one asked you how that nigga meat smell. You wanted to know that. Like,
let's continue. We got more. Got a lot more. You need to start realizing what you're dealing with. If you think this is, I don't know, offensive or racist or some shit, then you're not following what these people are saying to you.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Let's talk about some uncivilized mutts. Ooh-wee, man. Family, this new generation, I hate to say it. Not all of it, but damn. Many of them are cooked. We got a dude who was walking around a campus. I don't know what school it was, but he's asking people what is the worst thing they've ever done. And these uncivilized mutts did not hesitate to volunteer some of the most despicable acts known to mankind. Before I go any further, let me warn you. If you're eating, or if you feel a certain way about disgusting things, go ahead and log off right now. Just put it on mute. The only reason why I'm telling you this, fam, is so y'all can understand what's out there. What might even be happening inside of your own home. Because these kids look like regular kids, but they're anything but. They are uncivilized mutts. This first uncivilized mutt said she was so mad at her mama that she spiked her Kool-Aid with her first of the month liquids. Then you got this uncivilized mutt who said she used a strap-on on her dude. Then you got this uncivilized mutt who said he had a broken hand, so he made his little brother jack him off. Then you got this uncivilized mutt who says that she was lying in bed next to her grandmother, playing with herself, and then she made her grandma smell her finger. Then you got this uncivilized mutt who says he stuck his finger in himself. And you know the rest, fam. And finally, you got this uncivilized mutt who says that he was babysitting a 6th grader and they ended up doing, yeah. Not only are these acts despicable, especially coming from children, but some of them are criminal in nature. I have never seen in my life so many uncivilized mutts, so young. Begs the question, where are the parents? In fact, where were the parents when they were being bred? I don't think they were raised. These uncivilized mutts were bred. And let's be clear, this is not an indictment against all youngsters. Some of these youngsters out here, y'all, keep up the good work. Salute.
I'm not saying it. They're saying it. Type of people does the Bible say? Because remember, BHI loves to tell you, you got to judge people based on nations. They do the same thing to you. They look at one particular person and they judge us all based on that. That's what they do. So I'm looking at spirits of people as a nation, and I'm reading history, And I'm connecting the dots. And I'm like, yo, you guys act a lot like them. You guys act a lot like these people here. How come you guys act like that? Why is it that it just continues to dominate this particular type of nation of people? And that's just not exclusive to them. But why are we lying to ourselves? They say that the righteous seed is not going to be fallen into the mockery or the stupidity of those things. And what are we seeing? Now, this is why you need to understand, or at least consider how valuable your heritage is. And why you think people are envious about it. Like, for example, what benefit do these so-called West Africans, mostly, that claim to be Hebrews and that claim to be natives, like the ones that the BHIs, what benefit do they have in including y'all in their shit? Like, for real, what benefit? Why, you gonna build them houses? You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna be the ones like cooking their food and shit, or are you gonna be the ones providing their women? Remember the Eve, that spirit approach him or her? Envious, right? God made particular women for the people of Adam. And apparently there's other nations of people that envy that because they cannot create or recreate those type of women for themselves. That's why they marry into particular types of women, into our women, because they can't recreate the kind of women that we make. You can marry one, but once you have a baby of your seed, they become you, no matter what they look like. That's exactly what goes on. I'm not lying. Now, I've shared this with y'all before, and I told you this, and I'm going to let this young man say it to y'all. And you know what? I consider him a brother because at least he's using his mind and his senses, and he understands what I've been saying for a long time. Not all skin folk is kin folk. Listen to what he's saying. You people that are still confused, that think because you look like somebody, they are your people. This is why these West Africans want to be Ethiopians, South Africans, North Africans, Central Africans, but themselves. Matter of fact, they want to be Asians, Europeans, and Hispanics, but never themselves. That West African crew, we're going to get to know the West African crew from the other tribes. And then we're done. Let's go. We're almost finished. I'm going to give y'all, how much time I got? 45 minutes maybe, till 12 o'clock, and then we're done. Okay, let's go.
This video with you because it shows a woman who bought into the idea of an African utopia, and she moved to Ghana just to find out that it was not what she expected. And so I want to share this video because it shows a very important lesson about expectations and reality, and also why I don't see myself the same as other people simply because we share a somewhat similar skin color.
Thank you, my brother. That's gonna hurt. This is why I call him a brother. Believe it or not, I call him more of a brother than some of my own so-called brothers. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate individuals that are thinking like this. Like, just because you look like me don't mean you're my gente. That's smart. That's using your common sense. That's reading and studying and actually applying and discerning. Like, yo, bro, why are we so different? Because not every tribe is the same, yo. But see, that's a lot easier for us so-called Hispanics because we've seen people that look just like us treat us like shit. And the spirit was just different. Like, bro, you look like me, but you do act different. Yes. See, we know that. You guys are barely learning. Hopefully, maybe you may learn something from this channel. Or temporary. Because Friday, Meshiacha Chronicles is coming back to life, bro. Oh. Let's continue. I appreciate this, man. Listen to what he said. Let's go again, and I'll shut up. Let's watch it.
I want to share this video with you because it shows a woman who bought into the idea of an African utopia, and she moved to Ghana just to find out that it was not what she expected. And so I want to share this video because it shows a very important lesson about expectations and reality, and also why I don't see myself the same as other people, simply because we share a somewhat similar skin color or even have ancestors who come from the same place. So here we go.
There are Americans coming over here being nasty, doing nasty things, and being bad to the locals. Now, let me flip the script, okay? Let's talk about the fact that we get abused over here, too. The thing about Ghana is stop crying victim. Stop crying victim, because y'all cheat us out of a lot of stuff. Y'all invited us to come home, which by the thousands we did. We came running to Ghana. People sold their homes, moved out of their apartments, sold everything. Some people packed up containers and moved over here just to get over here and realize this is not our home. Y'all call us foreigners. Ghanaians call us that. We didn't make that word up. We didn't start calling ourselves that. We don't know that that's what y'all call the white people and the Chinese because we're not around them. But we know that that's what y'all call us. I ain't never heard the word before, Tabi, till I came to Ghana. Okay. Y'all invite us home. Let's talk about what y'all do to us. Starting from the before we get to the airport, we got to have a visa that we pay for to even enter our home. We pay all this money for passports and visas to get here. We get to the airport, and as soon as you see a blue passport, everybody's coming for us. Can you give me something small at the COVID place? You get to immigration. Can you give me something small? You get to baggage. Can you give me something small? A person grabbed a damn cart and put my bag on it and got mad because I gave him $5 because I only had hundreds, because you come over here with hundreds to get the best, cash in rate. How about he looked at that and said, I don't want that. I said, what you mean you don't want it? I said, I want to know, what did you expect me to give you? He said, $10. I said, so you want me to give you over 100 CDs for picking up a bag, putting it in a cart? He don't know this is like my 5th time coming through the airport. I have never seen nowhere in any country or state where people have openly, it says, $60 for foreigners, $30 for locals, okay? You go to Cocoon Park, and I don't remember the price. Let's say $200 for foreigners, because that's what y'all call us, $40 for locals. You go to the castle, it's $60 for foreigners, $10 for locals. I ain't never seen that nowhere. I ain't never went nowhere in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada where it said you pay, if you a local, if you're from here, you pay $3 for a Coca-Cola, but if you're a foreigner, you pay $8 for a Coca-Cola. I ain't never seen that nowhere. Except Ghana. Nobody in the airport has ever asked me for no money for nothing. I have only seen that in Ghana. Now let's talk about the fact that y'all welcomed us home and how this process looks to me. According to y'all, the ones of us that were stolen, so let's talk about the process of coming home. We got stolen from our mother, our birth mother and father. 20 years later, we're probably 26 years old now. Our mother finds us and she said, baby, y'all come home. I miss you. Come back home. Get out them streets where they don't love you at and come home. So we drive, take a taxi, however we get to our mother's address, we get there. But before she let us come through the door, she says, oh, welcome home. But before you come in, can you pay me $300 to enter the door? That's the visa to come home. So, okay, we happy to be home. So we paid $300 to our mother to step foot in her house because we're excited to be home to the motherland, okay? We get in there and now it's dinner time. And she has plates on the table for the kids that grew up in the house. And she has a plate on the table for me and my sister who was stolen years ago. And she says, oh, my daughters, because you didn't grow up here, my children get to eat free that grew up here. But because you were stolen and you're just coming back, I have to charge you $20 for a plate. So me and my sister, we're so happy to be home. We're confused. We pay her $20 for a plate. Okay. That's the cocoon. That's y'all giving us different prices for. Okay. Now we're at our mother's house and we're enjoying being there. We see something's a little weird, but we enjoy being back home with our mother. We decide we want to stay. And she goes, oh, you want to stay a little longer? You're going to have to pay me $1,000 every year to stay here. That's the residency. Now we're paying her for residency, even though she invited us home after we were stolen from her. Okay. Now we pay the residency. And then we decide, you know what, we want to get on the birth certificate. We kind of like it here. It's a little weird, but we comfortable enough to stay here. And she tells us, oh, in order for you to stay here, I have to put my name on your birth certificate. That's going to be $3,000 each, please. And then I will put your name on the birth certificate and you will become a family member. That's the citizenship. That's the citizenship. So how are we home if we got to pay you? Why aren't the visas free? If this is home, why don't you make this visa free for us? If this is home, why do you have to pay to be a resident? If this is home, why isn't our citizenship automatically given to us?
That's because many of them don't see you as their people. They try to get people to move to Ghana, not back to Ghana. That's because the black American folks, they're not from there, right? They're from America. They're born and raised in America. But many of their ancestors, hundreds of years ago, they may have been from there. But people have to understand that there's a big difference between themselves as a person who's living in the flesh today and their ancestors who were people who were living hundreds of years ago. Because anyone who traces their ancestral lineage back far enough, they're going to end up finding ancestors that come from the continent of Africa, right? That's everybody out there, at least according to what science shows us today. But at some point, they moved on, right? After they left the continent, they developed different cultures, different languages, different customs, right? Different ways of thinking, right? And they became something else. And that something else would have been largely unrelatable to the same people who remained on the continent of Africa, right? And that's just the story of humanity as a whole. And it's no different for the people who call themselves Black Americans. They became something completely different over time. And that's why, as she said in the video, that they call the Black Americans foreigners, right? A foreigner is just someone who's an alien or is someone who's not from that area. And so the Ghanaians, they're in their right mind when they call the Black Americans foreigners, because that's exactly what they are, right? What else do you want them to say, right? That's what they are. They're foreigners. They're not from that area. And so some of their ancestors hundreds of years ago may not have been foreigners, but the people living today are, right? And so understand the difference, because she didn't know that she would be looked at as a foreigner by those Ghanaian people, just like they look at the whites and just like they look at the Chinese people as foreigners, right? And so most of those Africans on the continent, they have not bought into the idea of the African utopia, right? Like some of the Black Americans have, right? They've been sold that idea. So I understand why she would be shocked when she went over there and she had those experiences. And so there are also many other Black Americans who have moved over to Africa and have had similar experiences that have shocked them, right? Now, is it the same for all Black Americans who go over there to Ghana or who move to any of these other African countries? No, it's not. It depends on who you know and how well acquainted you are with the culture of those people. And so, for example, my wife's parents, they're very much into the idea of Africa. And they've been going over there for many years, and they've been many times. But over those years, they have mingled with the people, right? And they've learned the culture, which has made them many strong connections with some of the local people. And so it works for some people when they understand that the culture is the key, not skin color or ancestry. Because although I had many ancestors that were from the African continent, I, the person living right here in the flesh and talking to you on the camera, do not share the same culture as they do, right? I don't share the same culture. So when I visit countries like Nigeria and Ghana coming up within the next year or two.
You get the gist of it. We're almost done. We're almost done. I'm actually looking for something too, to be honest with you. That's why I'm kind of taking my time. Let's see if I can get it. This is the interesting one. Again, I've been saying this for quite a while.
I want to show you this clip of this.
It takes somebody like him for people to listen. I mean, what do I know, right? Let's go. We're almost done.
Jamaican woman who's been having some problems with the Black American customers in her business. And when we watch the video, she's going to tell you how she has customers from different parts of the world, Africans, Asians, Europeans, etc. But the ones that are giving her the most problems are the Black Americans. So here we go.
African people stay here, I have Jamaican people stay here, I have white people stay here, I have Spanish people stay here, and I have Black Americans stay here. I'm not saying not all Black Americans are bad, but the ones that came to my place have been nothing but problem. Only two good ones came here, all of them. Fight late at night, not with me, with each other. They're disrespectful, they're entitled, they're unappreciative. And it is that way because America has spoiled them and give them so much free shit. But they think they could come to Jamaica and get the same free shit out here and be nasty about it. I'm not saying all of you are like that. But because of that, I'm not risking my health and my happiness for people. No short-term stay. No short-term stay. It's not going to happen here. I'd rather eat salt and banana and let goats and cows live into my houses than I have people come here and stress me. I would not hate my business because of customers. A lot of business people are miserable because of some kind of customer. Not this place. I don't want my place is drama-free. I don't want any ghetto Black Americans here. No ghetto entitled, spoiled Black Americans that America has spoiled. I don't want them here. We'll not change that, okay? And I'm not going to change the verbiage. I'm saying exactly what I feel. I was a landlord in America for 10 years. Let me tell you, I have tenants that their rent was $12 because Section 8 paid the rest of it for them. You're like, I don't get any free shit. What are you free shit you're talking about? I don't get free shit. You got a lot of free shit. Those are the people I don't want here. $12 rent, you'll pay. You have Benz, you drive, you wear $400 a week, name brand shoes, your kids wear name brand shoes, and you work minimum hours so you don't lose your Section 8. You got food stamps, you buy lobster, steak, and God knows what everything is. And people that work in 3 jobs can't afford the food. They could buy us under government assistance. I don't want you ass here because I work very hard for everything I have. So I don't want no entitled, spoiled, and grateful Black Americans here. If you work respectful, I'm even open to offer short-term stay for the right people. One thing I learned about the ghetto people too, they have a way of hiding who they are. Because they've been cheating the system so long that they pretend to be something else to get money off the government. And so that's what you do. You call me, you pretend to be somebody else, and when you come here, you show your real true colors. There's none of that here. If you come in your ghetto, you gotta leave. Period. I don't care about your money.
So this is interesting because it shows another example of cultural differences and why it's important to understand that culture is the key. Not the skin color, like the idea that many people have bought into, but culture. And so she doesn't want ghetto black Americans at her establishment. And this is not because of their skin color, but it's because of the customs that they bring over there with them. Now, from here, what I want you to do is I want you to listen to the commentary from a gentleman who is a Nigerian American. And his channel name is Corporate Junkie. And the channel shines a lot of light on the way that Nigerian Americans may perceive themselves as distinct from other black Americans when they come here. And for good reason, too. And so I want you to check out that channel. But right now, let's see what he's talking about in his commentary on this video.
Man, she was really laying that one out there. And you kind of see her heart and see the frustration she has encountering black Americans, the ones that go there to Jamaica and act out. And it's essentially, she's echoing what a lot of people are saying and have experienced when it comes to black Americans. It doesn't matter if it's in this country. It doesn't matter if it's in Jamaica. It doesn't matter if it's in Africa. We're starting to see a lot of people just express their frustration. Now, you heard her say that she's had African people stay there. She's had white people stay there. She's had Spanish people stay at her place of business. And she's never had any problems with any of these groups except black Americans. That's real stuff. She owns a rental property, like a vacation property rental business. And she's just like, I've had it. I don't want you here. Don't come. I don't need your business. Because she's had it. You know, you have these types of situations where you have the types of black Americans that go to these places with this entitlement. You heard her say, she said they come with this entitlement because in America, the government has spoiled them with welfare, with food stamps. And so they go to other places expecting that type of, entitlement. They want to be catered to. And if they don't get what they have been used to getting because the government has so much entitled them with social programs and all of that, they become very belligerent. They become very rude. They trash your place. And she's making a public announcement. I don't want your business here. I don't want you here. I can feel that lady's heart. I understand where she's coming from because she's a business owner. I mean, who wants someone that comes to the establishment and causes problem and is a very difficult person? Who wants that? Who wants that? Especially when you have a variety of customers that come to your establishment and you don't get that type of behavior from everyone else. Africans go there to her place of business in Jamaica. They stay, they respect themselves, and they leave when they're done. No problems. White people go there, same thing. Spanish people go there, same thing. So she's not anti-black because she's clearly a black woman who caters to black people in a different race. But she's just saying, this particular group, I don't want you here. You're too much headache. You're too much problems. Take your entitlement somewhere else. I don't want your business. That is a bold statement. That is a bold statement. And that is exactly the same thing we're seeing in many places now, like in certain African countries. They're starting to kick black Americans out of those countries because of the same thing that she's talking about. Tanzania. Ethiopia. We're seeing it also in Kenya. They're starting to kick them out. Because I will tell you, if you have a behavioral issue and you have a behavioral problem, you don't matter what part of the world you go to, you're going to be found out. You're going to take your behavior to other places and people are going to find out eventually who you are. And they're going to see that you are the problem, not the world. And so this group would like to say everyone is a problem. This group likes to, I'm talking about black Americans now. They like to say that everybody is the issue. This group has it in for everyone. I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me. Please help me understand. Tell me which one group black American is known to love. Please tell me. Because from what I see from the rhetoric and from the behavior from this group, it seems like this group has it in for everyone. So let's.
By the way, I've read you guys many books. Matter of fact, 2 of them, The Lost Tribes of Myth and also the Leo Africanus, The History of Africa, talks about that there's particular people in Africa that were very prone to being hateful, remembering any little thing you did that wrong to them. And at every way, shape, or form, they were just in arguments with you. There was never peace among them. Okay, just saying.
Let's count it. They don't like white people. They don't like Africans. They don't like Caribbeans and Jamaicans. They don't like Asians. They don't like Hispanics. They don't like other African Americans. So please help me understand out of these groups. Did I miss one?
And that's true. And on top of that, none of those groups like them either as a whole, right? If we're just going to be honest with it, most of them, they're trying to avoid them, right? And it's not because of a skin color thing at all. right? This is not the 1920s and the 1930s, 40s, and 50s.
Hey, these are facts right here. Has nothing to do with the way you look. It's the fact that your spirit moves in a fucking nasty, seditious way. Those are just facts. Because I've identified your tribe. And now they're identifying you. They just don't know why you're acting like that. Well, like we said, Canaan was a seditious tribe since the get-go. And, you know, being since the beginning a cursed seed, you will always be by sedition, for sedition, and your children will fall. And your children shall fall. Right? So we see that. Let's go. I'm not saying it. You're saying it.
Right? We don't live in that era where skin color was a more valid blame. But today what we're seeing are the effects of a culture and a mindset that developed during slavery and has continued to develop and has reached a level of maturity in its physically free descendants, right? And people who don't share that same culture and that same mentality, they typically want to get away from them, right? And that's most people, including those who still identify themselves as Black Americans, but don't share those same values and customs. And so I recommend those people to stop identifying as Black Americans, or you're going to continuously get lumped in with those ghetto ones, and you're going to constantly be battling, trying to defend yourself and saying,
damn, bro. I honestly did not. I didn't watch this whole video. Like, I wasn't watching the whole video. But what he's saying is powerful. He's saying powerful. Hey, yeah, stop calling yourselves that. Don't lump yourselves into that, because you know what? You're talking about a particular type of people that may not be our people. I told you. That's why, listen, I've dealt with quote unquote Ethiopian people, supposedly. So has my wife. And my experiences with them have been the kindest of people. Never, nothing, moving in a different spirit. So that's why I was like, I'm not talking to all people that consider themselves African. I'm talking about that particular tribe in the West that likes to hide who they are. That's the troublesome one. And they're going to bring trouble to you. So I'm glad that you see a young man, a young brother here, seeing what we're seeing. He's starting. Again, it all is bear witness of your spirit, bro. We're all different people, different tribes. And there's, like I said, Cain and Abel, you choose what you are. But then you're going to find out that even if you want to be of Abel, you probably won't be at all.
None of those groups like them either as a whole, right? If we're just going to be honest with it, most of them, they're trying to avoid them, right? And it's not because of a skin color thing at all, right? This is not the 1920s and the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, right? We don't live in that era where skin color was a more valid blame. But today what we're seeing are the effects of a culture and a mindset that developed during slavery and has continued to develop and has reached a level of maturity in its physically free descendants, right? And people who don't share that same culture and that same mentality, they typically want to get away from them, right? And that's most people, including those who still identify themselves as Black Americans, but don't share those same values and customs. And so I recommend those people to stop identifying as Black Americans, or you're going to continuously get lumped in with those ghetto ones, and you're going to constantly be battling, trying to defend yourself and saying, we're not like that, right? We're not like them, right? You're going to keep doing that over and over, and it's way more of them than it is of you.
Did I get this? Did I get that wrong? That Black Americans they have it in for everyone. They don't like anyone. And I think it's important that if you're Black or you're from Africa, you need to find a way to differentiate yourself. Like for me, I'll tell you that a long time ago, I made the decision to keep my accent, because I needed to differentiate myself from what I saw society's perception. I needed to. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do it, because there are people like these groups that are embarrassing the Black race. They're embarrassing the Black. Let them be isolated in their own corner. They don't want to be part of the African, heritage and the African group. Fine. Don't try to emulate their ways and their lifestyle. I'm talking to you Africans now. Some of you like to go over places and like to talk like you're a Black American. You like to hold up the hands and you're like, hey, what's up? You're only fooling yourself, because people are going to perceive you a certain way, because there's too much of that group that have gone around embarrassed themselves. And so when you go to an establishment like where you go with like this Jamaican lady, you can't fault her for having a perception, because she's seen too much of that type of mannerism and that type of behavior come through her doors, and they've ended up becoming exactly the perception. So you're going to have to find a way to differentiate yourself. Like for me, I kept my accent. So my accent is a differentiator.
Now, this is serious right here, what he's saying. He made a decision to keep his accent so he could distinguish himself from black Americans. And what I will say is this was a very wise decision that he made, right? Very wise, because speech is another identifying marker that can tell others about a person, right? And so when people in America, when they hear him speak, they won't lump him into their mental filing cabinets with the black American group, right? Which is what he desires. And I think this is a very smart thing for him to do. Dress culture, right? Attire, right? This is another culturally distinguishing marker. And there's a lot more as well, right? But I completely understand what he's saying, and I know exactly what it is that he's doing, because we had to do this ourselves. We had to create our own cultural differences to create a distinction within our own mind and within other people's mind. And so dress, you know, this being one of them, and also the name, right? We don't identify ourselves as black Americans, right? That identity has nothing to do with us at all, right? That's something that was invented by a colonist in the slave world. And so we call ourselves Earpoys, right? And we're people of the free world. And eventually we want some of you out there to join too. So let's keep going though.
Okay, I got another title, but let's go.
When people hear me talk, they're like, okay, you look like you from Africa. You look like you're different. Or even if you don't have an accent, you know, you might have to start using your first name, your Nigerian name. My name is, your Nigerian name. And if you're an African American who doesn't toe the line of these types of behavior, you're going to have to find a way to separate yourself, because understand that this group will like to make everyone think that all black people, black Americans or African Americans think like that.
Oh, they're all the same people, right? We got about 30 minutes. I said till 12. I'll stay till 12. Let's go.
They would like to make it known that they're all one in this. That all African Americans think like this, African Americans behave like this, and that is simply not true. That is not true. I've been around long enough to know that is not true. There's a difference between black Americans and African Americans. And that type of behavior that we see, entitlement, I just want to, who cares, cater to me, I'm lordship, all of that nonsense, that's a black American behavior. Those are the people that taught that whole line. That's my personal opinion. Who cares how you feel about it? So if you're one in the African American community and you don't tote that line, you're gonna have to find a way to differentiate yourself.
And that's one of the main messages that we have on this channel, to separate from people who want to stay as black people, right? And they want to keep that black culture, because they will prevent you from climbing out of the pit because of the mindset that they have and that culture that has been developed, right? And we want to help as many people as possible who come from that background and desire to move away from it, because what I'm telling you right now is that most of them, they have no plan on moving forward and moving away from it, right? So it's either you stay in the pit with them or you climb out of it, right? Those are the choices.
And in my opinion, the differentiator would be you coming up and say, hey, I love my peoples, I love Africans, I love Jamaicans. That is a differentiator. People will see you differently, and then you act accordingly. Otherwise, people are going to lump you in this, and you can't blame society, because people only go based off of perception. We're a perception-based environment. We live in a real world. Do you understand this? And so if I'm a business owner, or if I'm encountering a type of behavior pattern from a particular group all the time, as a human being, you're just going to perceive that the next one from that group might be that way. Doesn't necessarily mean so, but you would perceive that. Because you're a human being at the end of the day. You have something to protect, either yourself or your property. So what I'm saying to you, my 2024 advice for all of you right there is that you're going to have to find a way to differentiate yourself, because you're dealing with people in the world, you're dealing with real human beings, you're dealing with a lot of things. And if you don't want to be perceived a certain way, make sure you find a way to differentiate yourself, whether in your name, whether in the way you talk, whether in your mannerism. You're going to find a way. You're going to have to. Otherwise, you're going to risk being lumped with these sets of people who go around, don't care about how they act in public.
Again, his channel is Corporate Junkie, and I recommend that you go and check out his channel so you can see things from a Nigerian American's perspective. And so hopefully this video has helped someone out there and has allowed you to climb just one more rung on the ladder out of the pit to get into the free world where life is much better and it makes more sense. And so I want to thank you for watching all the way into the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you.
Okay. Here we go, family. Let me do this real quick. Let me take this off. I wanted to, excuse me. Damn. Ooh, what a yawn right there, bro. Damn. Anyhow, I feel like I needed to play that. Again, it was on the other channel. This one's back live. So this is actually me right now, 3:08 p.m., 10/12/2024. Okay. And here in the flesh. Looks like we got a visitor. That's not what I'm picking up. Kevin, you were here yesterday. Stop doing your milk shit. Joe 3030. I am black and my bones are burning in hate. You're not black, bro. That's not what it means. I know that that's BHI shit. And by the way, that's their little 200 milk stuff. So you got to come with more of that because that could easily be debunked. I mean, if you really think about it, bro. Matter of fact, let's go to it. You want to do your little milk shit? Let's go to it. I'll play around with your silly Willy. Let me educate you a little bit. All right, so let's go to a blue letter. Because we're not just gonna, read and hey, that looks black. Listen, by the way, there's a gentleman, right? In the Bible. Watch this. There's a gentleman named Aquila. And you only see this a couple times, I guess. Here, let me get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay. Where you at? Oh, my bad. Let me get another one. Because I think I closed that one. Here, let me see this. I'm gonna close this up because it's starting to bother me. Okay. All right. So let's go to blue. All right. I'll entertain you a little moment here. Let me help you out a bit. Give me a second. Let me go this way. Oh man, I didn't sleep well, fam. My son wasn't really doing well, and then he woke me up, so I had to be up with him for a bit. Give me a second. I'm trying to play some music in the background. I always do. Give me a moment, and then I'll get going on this. Okay, all right. So let's go to Job 30:30. That's probably like the only one that does actually say black, right? But not necessarily. Because as we know, black also means desolate, empty, right? So Job 30:30, which is part of the milk. That's, BHIs, this is their shit. This one, Wisdom of Solomon, 1 and 5, Jeremiah, I think so. Which other one? Genesis 2:7, which is completely wrong. What else? Obviously Revelation, typical stuff. Excuse me. All right, so when you hit the actual meaning of it, let's see what it says. Black, Sahar.
Strong's H, 7835, Shacher.
So the idea of a duskiness or early dawn, right? To be black of skin, okay? To the idea of the duskiness of the early dawn, to be dim or dark in color, be black. Black Aramaic, black soul. We have my skin is black and draws away off me. So how do you relate the fact that it's black and it like falls off his skin? There's a deeper meaning to it. There's a deeper meaning to it. Let me go here real quick. I'll give you some little precepts. Watch this. And it's not nothing to get. Listen, if he was black, bro, I'd be the first one to tell you, bro. But you've been taught wrong. And that's the unfortunate. My flesh and my skin had made me old. He had broken my bones. So there's a precept to it, making them old, desolate, right, so to speak. Their visage is blacker than coal. Shit, are you that dark? They are not known in the streets. What do you mean? You're so dark that you can't be seen in the dark? Their skin cleave it to their bones. It is withered. It has become like a stick. My skin is black upon me. My bones are burned with heat. So do you understand what that really means? It has nothing to do with you being an African American, bro. And even if it was a so-called black, at that time, the terminology, by the way, wasn't Negro. Or I'm sorry, you're going to go back to that, Niger. But then at that time, we can then go back to this right here, okay, to make sense out of it. By the way, this is why I actually lost it. Thank you, Father. So, like for example, Aquila, you guys based, well, not you guys, but whoever you're learning from is learning from someone else and regurgitating the same shit. So, for example, I found a certain Jew named Aquila. Now, here's why I'm saying this, okay? I'm not joking around. Aquila is mentioned in Acts and in Corinthians once. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should justify me to consider Aquila, just like you guys see black, or like Christians say John 3:16. You make John 3:16 alive. You go by one verse and you judge your doctrine on one verse. Kevin, Job 30:30, you said that yesterday. And again, you show it again. So that to me sounds like a Christian saying, John 3:16, John 3:16, everybody, it's for everybody. So I'm going to take your logic. So in this case, let me show you what Aquila means. Aquila meaning. Aquila means a small northern constellation, meaning an eagle, right? So Aquila means águila. So by your doctrine, I would assume that this guy is a eagle or the head of an eagle. So Aquila is an eagle. Would I go by that? You know what I mean? Is that the assumption? Let's go to your other one. Lamentation 5. Let's go to it. Let's go there, bro. Our skin is black like an oven because of the terrible famine. So how do you get, wait, hold on a second. Kevin, are you saying you're fucking starving right now, Kevin? Are you starving right now? Is that why you're black? You see, Kevin, you're just a racist, bro. That's what it is, man. And then we put this shit in your face and then you call people racist. You're just a racist. You're literally, that's what it is. You're no different than white folks. It's the same shit. We brought the religion. We have the understanding. You guys have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry. We created you. We civilized you. You came out of us, because that's what the whole white doctrine is from, right? 1492, that's what we thought. Now you guys are coming around here recreating and saying, no, it was the other way around. What are you talking about? Our skin was black like an oven? So you're black like an oven? And how do you get an oven black on the outside? And what are we oven talking about, like metal ovens? Or are we talking about like actual kilns, where they burn stuff because of the terrible famine? So because you're black right now, that means because you're going through famine then. So you're starving. You're that's what you're using the scripture that says our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. You literally just slipped over your own self, because that means that if you're black right now, that means you should be freaking starving. Like literally no fatness in you. You should be shriveled up and black all the way down your toes. Give me another milk one. Because I pretty much, here, I'll tell you what, I'll help you. I'll show you. It's kind of cool. I don't mind. Let's see. When I was younger, I used to box. When I was younger, I'm not doing no more. You know what I mean? And I did enjoy sparring. So this is kind of like what I say. I enjoy sparring. Bring it. So let me show you something real quick. So you can see what I'm talking about, because you probably have no idea what the milk is anyways. You just saw a couple classes and you felt good about it, and you know what I mean? That's yeah, it happens. It happens to everybody, man. You know what I mean? It's a very catchy doctrine, especially when let me see which one. Let me go back to, hold on, let me see which one. Let me find it. So we can go to, there's color. Here we go. So there we go. Okay, it's Lamentations 5. Because our skin was black, Latinos don't have black skin or turn darker due to famine. What do you mean? So you telling me that Well, what are you talking about? You're black. How can you tell the fucking difference, Kevin? If you're black already, you're going to be in famine. You're going to get blacker. And again, you're basing your doctrine of one word. So let's go through your stupid milk. Silly doves, bro. That's what it is. So Job 30:30, he gave us also Lamentations 5:10. Technically, the milk that they use was technically this one, right? Lamentations 4:10, right? There it goes right here. Here, matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do, family? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you guys what the hell this guy's talking about. This is just a silly shit. You know, it's like, bro, this is just regurgitation, repetitive nonsense. Let me just sound like I know what I'm talking about. Let's see this real quick. Can we see? Ooh, okay, here we go. All right, so I'm going to show you guys some information right here. Let me copy and paste. Let me open it here. Matter of fact, you know what? I won't save it. I'll just do it like this. This is their milk, family. Right? So this guy's over here going with color. Here, write it down, Kevin. Hurry up, Kevin. Write it down before it's too late. Come on, Kevin. Write it down. You see what I mean? Solomon. So basically what you're saying is Solomon's a schizo. You see what I mean, family? Job 30:30, milk. Lamentations, milk. Lamentations, milk. Song of Solomon, milk. It's the typical BHI shit. Are you going to give me Jeremiah 14:2? Okay, so let's read Songs of Solomon 1 and 5. Because what you're saying is that Solomon's a schizo. And by the way, look what it says here. Bride confesses her love. So Solomon is imagining himself being a chick. Bro, that's like the same Trinity concept. Anyways, look. So it says here. So Solomon 1 and 2 says, let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. For thy love is better than wine. Because of the savior of thy good ointments, thy name is as ointment poured forth. By the way, Solomon does have goat hair. You don't. Poured forth. Therefore, do virgins do love thee. Then it says, draw me, we will run after thee. The king hath brought me into his chambers. He will be glad and rejoice in thee. We will remember thy love more than wine. The upright love thee. And then it says, I am black but comely. O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon, look not upon me because I am black, but because the sun had looked upon me, meaning she got burned. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me keepers of the vineyards, but my own vineyard have I not kept. So you're saying wisdom? So you're saying Solomon went out there and fucking told somebody told him to go out there and take care of vineyards? And all of a sudden, he's like literally making love to himself. Draw me. We will run after thee. The king hath brought me. Like, because of thy savior, thy good ointments, thy name. So he's looking in the mirror saying, bro, look at your hair. Look at your skin. You're so sexy. I am black. Oh, ye daughters. You serious, bro? And then it's like, you looked upon me because he's literally saying, hey, listen, I'm darker because, you know what I mean? I was out there taking vineyards. So this is Solomon, a schizo, lusting over himself. You want to continue? Here, write them down, bro. Prove Christ had an early father. Come on, man. Write it down, bro. Take some notes. Yeah, like, you just literally look not upon me because the sun looked upon me. My mother was children, but yeah, I just read that. So what are you doing? So you're saying that Solomon was gay, I don't know, what's that word? When you like do your own self and shit, I guess. And then you're saying he's black, but then he's black because he was out there in a vineyard. So he's not originally black. That's what he's saying. So it's like, so is he gay? So you're saying Solomon is gay? Kevin. You see, man, Canaan be messing with you guys, bro. This is their milk right here, family. This is what they do. They go out in camps. They memorize this so then they can make you like a fool. So when you're like, I don't know what God looks like, or like, the saints are so-and-so. No, the saints are the Israelites, huh? Who are the chosen? The black people. Isaiah 44:1. You ready, Kevin? You took the notes? Okay, cool, my brother. Cool, my brother. Let's go to the next section. I'm going to give you the notes, bro, because you know what I mean? It's like you're already followed them anyways, and you're probably not part of a camp. They probably don't want you to know this shit. So, and by the way, I memorized all these, all 200 of them. All 200 of them. I'm brown. Blackness happens to be people like brown people. Black. What do you mean? So why are you using this? That's gonna hurt. Come on, Kevin, what's going on, bro? Like, this isn't even more confusing. You're saying you're not black, but then now all of a sudden you're saying you're black, or you're black, but now you're not black. For example, starving Africans. You mean your gente, your people. Your people. You shouldn't say starving Africans. Your people. And by the way, Africans are born black or dark skin. You're not brown, bro. You're black. You just said you were black. So you're not, see, you can't have it both ways, Kevin. You just said, I'm black but calmly. And now you're saying you're not because you're brown. That's gonna hurt. I bet you missed that, huh? Jeremiah 14:2, I'll just read it to you. Judah mourneth Ak, and the gates thereof language. They are black unto the ground. Here's how silly this is. Okay, so follow me, family, all right? So the famine, sword, and pestilence, right? So you're seeing destruction all around you, okay? You're seeing destruction all around you. You're seeing famine all around you, right? So the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah concerning the death, or dirt, but death, right? Death. We're talking about death. Judah mourneth, the gates thereof language. They are black unto the ground. The city cried, Jerusalem gone up. And the nobles have sent their little ones to the water, and they came to the pit and found no water. So basically he's saying, I see destruction, the famine, and all this. Oh, by the way, I'm black. And also, the nobles won't have no water and no food, and you know what I mean? But so he happens to slip that in there, like, hey, by the way, I'm just black in case you forgot. So why does he have to justify that if everybody's black over there already? So then why would he even say I'm black and comely? So if everybody else is black, why would it be a difference? I mean, you're black, I'm black, you're black, we're black, we're all black, right? So why would you make a difference? You know what I'm saying? Now it's like, hey, by the way, death, destruction, famine. Oh, and I'm black. And death, destruction, and famine. It's just too weird. I don't even know, bro. Like, I really don't know what to tell you, man. I would say reassess, bro. If you really are a Hebrew of the Bible, I would say reassess. I'll say reassess, and don't follow, don't follow repetitive nonsense. This camps that you came from, they all taught that the end of the world was in 2000. They taught that the end of the world was in 2000. You see, Kevin, you see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. So now you're like, our brown skin turned darker due to the terrible famine. Your people don't darken. Are people darken because of skin? Because of what the actual Wisdom of Solomon 1:5 said. I get darker if I'm out there in the vineyard, like pretty dark. My older brothers get darker than me. I have nephews and cousins that are lighter than me and darker than me. So once again, you're saying, oh, well, black people can't get brown because they're already brown. They can only get dark if they're dying. I think everybody can get dark when they're dying. Now, in case you've never seen death, and you probably don't know. Now, also, you just basically confirmed something because you guys don't get darker. You just use Wisdom of Solomon 1:5 that of somebody, you say Solomon, but it's a chick, that she got darker because she was in a vineyard. You see what I'm saying, family? At the end of the day, like, you native Indians of the Americas are Moabites. So here we go. Right here we go. There you go. See, man, the snake will always eventually express itself. Wabo with BHI, confusion. So now you natives are not originals here. They're the originals here in America. And see, the only way that actually works for them is because they know damn well that this BHI bullshit, right? And Fopi's the first one to jump off board. By the way, take one I said hello, right? Little punk. He don't know nothing about the Bible, but he wants everybody to speak. I'll debate his ass on his channel, himself alone. Let's see how much he knows about the Bible. So this is why BHI went this way, Wabbles went this way, because BHI can't do this no more. When did you guys get smallpox? Never. When did you guys diminish in America? Never. Oh, but if the natives were the originals here, then yes, then it would be applicable, right? You know what I'm saying? At the same time, they go, we ruled Europe, but then all of a sudden, we didn't know this religion. Oh, we ruled Europe, but we didn't know the language. Deuteronomy 28:49. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. But we ruled Europe. How does that make sense? And it says from the end of the earth. If you guys were in Africa and they're in Europe, it's just a skip and a hop, Kevin. But again, this is what I'm talking about, family. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna try to move angles. I got a video that a brother sent to me. Matter of fact, let me see it. Let me show you. Let me see. It's funny, to be honest with you. I never liked using it, but he's like, bro, it's straight up like this. I was like, all right, let me see. Let me see. What's it called? Exor. Is it exorcist? Is it exorcist? No, hold on a second. Let me see. You know, Latinos have string hair like Edomites. Yeah, so does Solomon. Want to know? Yeah. Where's it going? I think. Where's it? Was it song? I can't remember. I haven't seen it in a while. Let me see. Here, hold on. Let me show you. Hey, AW, if you're there, you remember this one more than me. All right. 1 Samuel 19:13. It says here, 19:12. So Michal let David down through a window. He's trying to get away from somebody here, right? Saul tries to kill David, right? Okay. So Michal let David down through a window, and he went and fled and escaped. And Michal took an image, okay, laid it in bed, and put a pillow of goat hair for its bolster. What you're saying? String hair, right? Right. Goat hair, and covered it with cloth. And when Saul sent messengers to take David, she said, he is sick. Saul sent messengers again to see David, saying, bring him up to me in the bed, that I may slay him. And when the messengers were come in, behold, there was an image in the bed with the pillow of goat hair for his bolster, like the natives here in the Americas. No, I didn't stop the whole show. Actually, it was a rerun. That's how I know you're stupid. It was a rerun. I just finished the class. I was about to shut it down. That's really what I was going to do. It's done. In case you don't know, here, that's how silly you are. Here, I'll show you, so you don't get too boastful and shit. Because I know you Canaanites love doing that. So in case you don't know, I was blocked from this channel for a week. And that class I wanted to do after this. But as you can see, it's been a week. So I ran this one on this other channel. So this one was over now. Right? It was over. That was it. That's why I interjected, because I was basically done. Has nothing to do with you, Kevin. You're not special. Not at all. I just have fun with this shit because I think it's just silly that you're even out here, grown-ass man, sounding so ridiculous, and I'm really like making fun of your shit. Look, goat's hair. You literally just said that, you know, like, where's David's wool hair? Where's David's woolly hair? Where is it at? You didn't say your skin was brown. You used Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 5, and it says, I am black and comely. So you reference a verse, and now you say you're not black? Kevin, grow some balls, bro. Here, matter of fact, tell you what. You want to debate? Let's go. Since you say you're important, here, I'll let you. Come on board. Let's see. I'll give you more about your hatred towards certain people. I don't care if it's my gente or not. It don't matter to me. Y'all the same to me. But, you know, I'm going to debunk the stupidity that you like to, I guess, I don't know. Let me go back to Wisdom of Solomon. I'm sorry, not Wisdom of Solomon, Songs of Solomon. Check this out. Solomon admires his bride's beauty, right? Behold, though thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thou hast dove's eyes within thy locks. Thy hair is as a flock of goats. So, Kevin, you use Songs of Solomon 1 and 5. I'm black. You're saying you're not black, you're brown. So I go back to Solomon and tell you, hey, listen, by the way, somebody here has goat hair. And David has goat hair. And then Aaron's beard goes all the way down to his, his foot. You guys can't grow beard like that. And then the sister that wipes the tears of the Messiah. What? Woolly hair cannot absorb water. You know that, Kevin. Don't play stupid with me. And that can't be that fake ass shit either. It's got to grow from you. Well, you are regurgitating what these camps are pushing. This is camp doctrine right here. This is all camp bullshit right here. All of it. So whether you think you're not part of a camp, you're basically expressing the camp, because this is camp notes right here. Where do you think I got those from? You think I was born yesterday and somehow just it all plugged into my brain? Dude. So you just confounded your own self. You're confusing your own self because you say you're black and comely, but now you say you're brown. Then you say we got string hair like Edomites. So I'm like, well, David has goat hair. This chick has goat hair. And I think Solomon has goat hair. And the sister that, matter of fact, here, let's do it. Look, watch. Here. Watch. Let's go to it, because you probably don't like to read that. Luke 7:44. You tell me what Negro or Negro female can do this with her hair. Okay? Luke 7:44. And he turned to the woman and said unto Simon, Simon, thou seest this woman? He entered in thy house, thou gavest me no water for my feet, but she washed my feet with tears and wiped them with the hairs of her head. If you have an afro, which I know black women, just like black men, can grow afros. You guys don't grow them down. They don't grow down. You got to put oil and all kinds of shit. You got to put all kinds of other stuff. They don't naturally grow down. How can this woolly-haired woman do that? Tell me. How? How? You're still in the color part, but I'm actually breaking down scripture. Now you're ignoring. Now you're in your feelings, Kevin. Now you're in your feelings. Now you're like, white people turn, whatever, bro. It don't matter to me now. At this point, I'm trying to wonder, like, okay, sounds good. You're not black, but then you say you're black. And you said the straight hair. I'm like, well, David has straight hair. Solomon has straight hair. The chick Solomon was with has straight hair. This chick has straight hair too. I'm glad you embrace your lineage, Kevin. That's important for you. That's the first step to recognizing. I mean, look, Kevin, I'm not messing with you, bro, and I'm not trying to offend you. It's just, I just think that you're too young in this understanding to be coming to certain channels and thinking you know some shit. I'm light years ahead of you. And I'm not, and if this was a real understanding, I'd give it to you. I sincerely would. From the bottom of my heart, I would say, yeah, y'all are Hebrews, bro, by all means. I've always said it since the get-go. If I was not a Hebrew, I don't care. It don't matter to me. I'd be happy. I was happy not knowing. Well, not really, but you know what I mean? I lived the best I could. We were broke, poor, all that crap. Nothing was really good. But you know what I mean? Once I started understanding what this was about, then things changed. Then the Most High opened the spirit. And I can prove it with DNA too, that I'm from that region, in case you don't know. That I've been here for thousands of years, that 1,000 years at least back, and then show you the lineage that I come close to Israel. From the migration from Ur Chaldee to Abraham's movement to Haran, all the way down to Jerusalem. I can show that to you. Well, hey, the link is there. Let's do it. Let's do what? Come on. Let's go into Deuteronomy 28. Hit the link, go into Deuteronomy 28, and you show me how you guys are part of this Bible. Don't go to verse 64, because that's every camp's favorite. And I always ask them, well, what happens to this part here? This is typical. I'll give you that. But Hispanics also went there. Matter of fact, everybody got enslaved in ships. White, black, brown, Asian, Native, all of it. You know what I'm saying? I've had Fopi on this live before, bro. It's not new under the sun here. I enjoy debating. I'm not Sakari. Fuck that camp. Man, the hell with Sakari, bro. Shut up, bro. You stupid. Oh, Sakari can blow me, bro. And not really, man, because I don't do that shit. I ain't gay. No pity. No P. Diddy here. They're a fake ass camp. That's why they broke up. And matter of fact, almost a year ago, I called it that they were going to be the first ones to bend the knee, and they were. And that young kid that actually left that camp was going to be the first one to walk away. I have about a year ago. A year ago, I said that. Nobody believed me. They thought I was joking, but hey, look, I saw it happen. Anyways, so check it out, fam. What I'm going to do is for you guys that didn't catch it yesterday, I will play the video. You know, I was about to hang out, but hey, man, you know what? It's 3:39. Some of you guys keep seventh-day rest today, so let me do you guys a favor. Let me see if I can get the video, because my other channel doesn't have it. Let's see. Go to the channels, lives. Okay. All right. For in case you guys didn't know, okay, so I ran this yesterday on the small channel, because remember, this one was blocked. All right, and for any of you guys that missed it, we went into the actual maps with regards to where the Ophir is located, right? And as you can see, our lands here, right, are numbered in 19. I also got into the Isaiah, what that golden wedge of Ophir meant, 19, Ophir. I brought us some books as well, so then we can, continue. So anyways, let me finish it for y'all, because listen, I'm going to take this down from that other channel. So on this channel here, right, I'm going to take this video down. So if you guys go back to it, you won't see it. There's 7 likes, I don't know, 50-something views, whatever. So just know that. I'm going to bring this back and connect it with the other one, so you guys just be mindful. It's going to run this long, and that's it, and I'm done. I'll listen in, whatever, but again, I just want to make sure that I can take both videos. Again, we were down for 1 whole week. You guys understand, you know what's up. Do that, watch it already, man. Wait, take notes. If not, go ahead, enjoy. Late.
autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Excuse me. Oh, damn. Right into your ears, bro. What up, what up, what up, what up? A ver, que alguien me explique. Where am I? Where am I? What's up, fam? What up? Guaracuya in the house. Meshiacha Chronicles still on timeout, yo. Still on timeout. Sucks, man. Anyways, all good. You know what I mean? These classes probably are just meant for a few, which is all good. So today, we are going to get to the nitty gritty. I'm going to be on Ophir. Okay, so okay, so enough of that. Let me show you something. Before we get started, let me just say what's up. Oh, actually, I do want to say something. How can I say this? I'll just be blunt. If some of you brothers that I communicate with notice that I'm a little bit of an asshole or like a dick, I don't mean to be. And I don't try to be. And sometimes I do come across that way. Sometimes I don't realize like how sincere I am and it offends people. I'll give you an example. When I used to be that old camp, I wasn't, like I said, you know, I'm not too, wasn't socializing with many people at that time. So they'd have people, you know, Malachi 3:16. Oh, we stay in communication, brother. Stay in the phone, brother. Forget your wife, brother. I'm just kidding. So they would call me. And at first I was like, okay, cool, sounds good. All right, man. So is there anything else you got to say before I hang up? And I would literally say that. Is there anything else you have to say before I hang up? I thought that was disrespectful. Apparently they thought that was rude. Okay, so I don't mean to be rude, Pam. I just sometimes, you know what I mean? I forget. So forgive me. Forgive me. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I would appreciate it, yo. All right, let me get the screen back up. Bam. There we go, right here. All right, let's switch around. Let's switch aronies here. All right, so I guess you're the only friend, brother. It's all good, man. Well, if the shoe fits, wear it. Whatever. If you guys are still offended, sorry. Can't do much about it. I had to learn the hard way. Think about it, man. Shit. Imagine what my wife has to deal with. Anyways, I found this video to be very important. And it has a lot to do with her purpose. Why even continue? There's only like, what, 30 people subscribed to this channel. I could have waited for the other one. But you know what? They didn't even really tell me when they were going to bring it back. They said 7 days. Well, shit, it's been 7. 7 on the spot. Damn. Anyways, so let me get to the point. You guys know how I start. I'll show some videos, and then I got some books to show you guys. And I'm gonna show and at least prove with documentation, consistency, that Ophir was actually here. Okay? Not somewhere else, which makes perfect sense with regards to how 2nd Ezra 13 would even come to mind. Because how would they know if there was a land where never mankind dwelt, right? Obviously, they knew something. So, with all that said, let me take care of these 3 videos. Thank you. Oh, by the way, not yet. So this is interesting. Listen to what this man did, okay? Regardless of nation, it don't matter to me. Look what he did. And that's pretty much what I guess you could say I've been doing. So there you go. Let's go. Short message, so I'll read it. Look, a farmer in China spent 16 years studying law so he could sue a chemical company that polluted his land, right? Obviously, they had no money to hire an attorney. So, let's continue. He couldn't afford to buy law books, so he gave the bookstore owner corn. Let's continue. In exchange for letting him read and copy information by hand. So then 16 years later, he won his case and got compensation for all the families in his village. Now, that's what you call having love for your gente. Simple, but to the point. Simple, but to the point. All right. Again, this is what I like doing, family. You know, I like to kind of slowly get started. Hey, V, I thought this was interesting, man. Good point, bro. I like this point because it's very true. Complainers will never admit to the fact that they create the snares. That's what I seem to find. Let's go.
So a mayor in Mexico just got his head chopped off after being in office for 6 days. And our military is securing South Korea's border.
You are absolutely right, man. What happened to Alejandro Arcos, the mayor, is absolutely horrifying. The Mexican cartels are really out of control right now. But you know what might help with the cartel situation in Mexico? If 90% of the weapons that the cartels use didn't come from the United States, that could help. If the United States multi-billion-dollar drug habit wasn't funding the cartel, that could help. If the U.S. banks like HSBC weren't laundering hundreds of millions of dollars of the cartel money like they were caught doing, that would help. If the United States would stop spending billions of dollars propping up corrupt Mexican officials like Garcia Luna, who was supposed to be fighting Mexico's war on drugs, but was actually on the cartel's payroll, that would help. Maybe if it wasn't so beneficial for the United States to keep Mexico in a perpetual state of violence, maybe we would actually do something to stop it. But
interestingly enough, that Garcia Luna guy had everything to do with purchasing Pegasus, which was a tool to spy on people, which has something to do with the 42 young men that disappeared, college students in Mexico. Just to say, and by the way, Pegasus was and is currently sold by Israelis, which is funded by white people in America. Well, you know, for now, white. Anyways, the point being is, it's all connected, man. So it's, to me, it's not surprising. In case you guys don't realize that, in Mexico, you're not supposed to carry guns. It's illegal. Okay? It's illegal to carry guns. And the only way that you can actually get guns over there is if you buy them from here. All the 90%, I believe, a high percentage of the guns in Mexico come from here. So now, again, look, this is what I'm talking about. And again, we're moving forward because, you know, we're going to be, you know, debunking things at the same time. So now it seems like what I've been saying for quite some time. When does it end where you start qualifying as a so-called? Because here I see that, I don't know, man. Y'all make the decision. Let's
about the truth about black people. We're the greatest nation of people on the planet. Matter of fact, we created the planet. Black people created the universe. The sun, the trees, the water. Black people are basically the manifestation of darkness. Like when you close your eyes, outer space, just darkness, just space. Let me tell you about the truth about black people. We're the greatest nation of people on the planet. Matter of fact, we created the planet. Black people created the universe. The sun, the trees, the water.
Always banging on wobbles.
That is pretty nuts right there, bro. I wonder if that's where they assume the pictures are. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, man, this is crazy right there, dude. Let me see. I pulled one over, and then that was it. Let's move on from this. Oh, this is actually a good one. Thank you, V. Appreciate you, Big Dan. You know what I mean? All right. This is interesting, and a lot of you guys should pay attention to this this man right here. All right, let's go.
Even if your grandmother was Cherokee, she's not the only grandmother you have. You may have a Cherokee grandmother. I have a chicken hominy grandmother. Whoop-de-whoop. Ain't no damn black people Indians. I'm speaking for all of us. We can't be a people with all this dissension. Some people know where we was already here. You can't possibly account for thousands of ancestors that you had 5 generations ago. You can't possibly account for it, nor do you have anything that would dispute the facts of the transatlantic slave trade. I mean, I would argue that, you know, you're a black person, you're from the South, like most of us, which means you would have roots in Maryland, Virginia, North or South Carolina. If you do your genealogy, I guarantee you find it. Big up Virginia. Even if your grandmother was Cherokee.
For you that are familiar with Meshiacha Chronicles, y'all get the point. You that are new walking by, you won't get it. Anyways, let's get going. Okay, so I have a picture here. Now, again, there's a huge debate on the concept of where Ophir is. Okay. I guess you could call it controversy, whatever that may be, you know. So I never really put too much emphasis on these things. Like, is this the old world? Is this the new world? I don't really care, to be honest. What I do care about is when you push it too much, where you get the other nations and you give them some edge on stupid arguments. And you got to come back and clean it up. And it's like, it just doesn't make sense to even argue about it. But anyways, let's read this. And I honestly do not remember where I got this from, but I do have some other documentation. I just figured, let me show you this anyways, because, you know, we're on the topic. So let's begin to read, okay? We're going to read in Spanish and in English. Let's begin. Y esta opinión del origen de los indios. La toma de más atrás San Isidro, o San Isidoro, y así los hebreos e indios, o indios, like in English, or, y así los hebreos e indios descienden de Sem, which is Shem, y otra parte dice que Arphaxad, el que está en la Biblia, fue padre de Sala, de donde vienen los samaritanos indios. Ortelio en el Teatrum Orbis, en la tabla 62, pone esta tierra de Arsareth, la costa adelante de la China. Al norte, la cual si no tiene estrecho, se junta con la tierra de la Nueva España por la parte del norte, en la costa del sur. Y Fray Jerónimo de Yepes dice que el Piru es nombre hebraico. Right? So this right here, which is interesting, is a picture from a brother who doesn't post anymore. but he posted a lot of books and links. By the way, archive.org is down right now, and I believe it's an internal issue, nothing to do with people hacking them. You know what I'm saying? So the reason, okay. So, anyways, just giving you a heads up on that. All right. So if you're trying to get archive.org right now, it's down. Anyhow, remember it said Piru. Okay, so we have Piru right here, and we just read that Fray Jerónimo de Yepes dice que el Piru es nombre hebreico, ¿verdad? I'm sorry, hebraico, discúlpenme. Ahora, we see here in another book, which is from Los Indios Somos Israelitas, and I can get the book for y'all. I didn't really want to look for it all, to be honest with you. I can get it once I go live on Meshiacha. I'll play this again if possible. But anyways, on that page, I'll read it again, page 118, América y Babilonia. Dice, aquí una solución anatendida de la cuestión de la patria semita. Ella resulta ser América. Okay? Now, de la cuestión de la patria semita, ella resulta ser América. Ya no se romperá la cabeza para explicar los dos anagramas que estuvieron de moda en el siglo XVI. So, entonces, in that time, Indio was actually spelled Uidio. And Ophir se escribía Pirú. Okay? So, así como aquí. Fray Jerónimo de Yepes dice que Perú o Piru es nombre hebraico. Okay? So entonces, we're going to be focusing on the word Ophir. Manasseh ben Israel tiene perfectamente razón. Okay? So another day I'll bring this out. All right? So anyways, that's one point. Now, I have a link here. Can you please stop doing that, man? Fuck. Excuse my language. This is dumb. Stop doing it. Stop keep showing up over there. Oh, hold on a second. I may take a while to load it. Here it goes. Right here. So it takes a while to load, okay? Now, in this link, is this it? No, this is not it. Is it it? Where are you? Los Indios del Nuevo Mundo. Los Indios del Nuevo Mundo. Hold on. Los Indios del Nuevo Mundo en el esquema. Okay. So, in this link right here, I could translate it in English, but you know what? I kind of want to leave it in Spanish, to be honest. Okay. So, we're here on this link called Los Indios del Nuevo Mundo en el esquema cristiano de la historia universal, según Fray Diego Durán. Okay. The Indians of the New World in Christian scheme of universal history according to Fray Diego Durán. Okay. Colegio de Historia, Facultad de Filosofía y Letras, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, Ciudad de México, México, correo electrónico tlacateotl@gmail.com. That's how you pronounce it. You don't, how you say it? Tlaqueltelco. I can't even say it no more like the wrong way. Hey, thank you, V. Appreciate you, sir. Anyways, all right, so let's look for this up so I don't forget. All right, so Hebreo. We're going to look up Hebreo a few times. So here we see el origen del indio, ¿verdad? So estamos debajo de ese tema. Now if we scroll down a little bit further, we can start seeing that Diego Durán is making statements regarding or similitudes between the two nations, right? So it says, dice aquí, según el dominico, estas obras le certifican que ambos pueblos compartían la historia de un largo y complicado trayecto desde lugares lejanos hasta la tierra prometida. Evidentemente, en este caso, lo que nuestro cronista hizo fue asimilar la información relativa a las migraciones indígenas del postclásico mesoamericano. Okay, now I'm going to move down a little bit. Okay, so now it says here, Oh, no, actually, you know what? My bad. Let me start here. Okay, let me go back. I don't want to skip it. Okay, I'll actually let me finish it because I was going to skip it. Okay, so it ends here. Indígenas del pro clásico mesoamericano registradas en los códices y en la memoria de sus informantes con el éxodo judío, disculpa, narrado en el Antiguo Testamento. Ahora dice, Durán no tuvo dudas de la correlación entre ambos relatos. Por eso mencionó que los sufrimientos que vivieron los naturales en su trayecto coincidían con aquel largo y proligio camino de los hijos de Israel. Anduvieron desde Egipto hasta la tierra de promisión, tan al propio y tan al vivo, que bastaría trasladar aquí el Éxodo y Levítico, right? So he's talking about similitudes. It's like the suffering, the migration, it seems it correlates with the Bible, right? Okay. So now it says here, ¿cómo podemos notar en esta cita, Durán identifica a Huitzilopochtli con Moisés y la migración mexica con el éxodo del pueblo de Israel? Estas supuestas similitudes no le dejaban lugar a dudas de que los naturales, meaning you natives, eran de linaje hebreo. So, you know, I always say this to Raza, right? You that are like so hardcore, I'm a Chicano, dog, and I ain't letting go of this shit. What do you say to this? Like, for real, what do you say to this? If we're keeping commandments, we're keeping traditions, you hate the Bible or you hate the white Jesus, well, that's not even the person in the book, nor the black one. You know, it's like, if you really look at history for what it is, there's no denying it, you know? Dice, estas supuestas similitudes no le dejaban lugar a dudas de que los naturales eran linaje hebreo. Así que su siguiente paso fue buscar en las Sagradas Escrituras la referencia que sustentará el paso de los judíos a América. Para esto, el dominico señaló la siguiente. So check this out. So now he's saying how we got here. He says, confirmo mi opinión y sospecho de que estos naturales, ustedes nativos, right? Que esos naturales sean de aquellas 10 tribus de Israel, que Salmanasar, rey de los asirios, cautivó y transmigró de Asiria en tiempo de Oseas, rey de Israel, y en tiempo de Ezequías, rey de Jerusalén, o Esquías, disculpa. Como se podrá ver en el cuarto libro de los Reyes, o Second Kings, capítulo 17, donde dice que fue trasladado Israel de su tierra a los asirios hasta el día de hoy, etcétera, de los a cuales dice esta tierra remota y apartada que nunca había sido ahuitada. What does that mean? O habitada. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, let me go back. De los cuales dice esta tierra remota y apartada que nunca había sido habitada. So he says 2 Kings chapter 17. Okay, let me check it out. Let's see what he means. 2 Kings 17. Hosea's reign of Israel, the fall of Israel, exile because of idolatry. Let's see what he says here. Hold on a second real quick. Ezekiel, dice, déjale leerlo de más. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me translate it, fam. Because I think we're at that point. Hold on. Espérame, güey.
Servicios
No, wait, I don't want that. How do you translate it back? Here, maybe I do this. Give me a second. Let me translate it. Fine. I won't translate it. Let's see. Ok. Nos quedamos. Espérame. I'll get us back soon. Give me a second. Hebreo, tierra, opina muchos que Gregorio. ¿Dónde tipifica? Medidas. Aquí estamos, aquí quedamos, ¿eh? Dice, confirmo mi opinión y sospecha de que estos naturales, estos indios, estos nativos, sean de aquellas 10 tribus de Israel, que Salmanasar, rey de los asirios, cautivó y transmigró de Asiria en tiempos de Oseas, rey de Israel, y en tiempo de Esquías, rey de Jerusalén. Como se podrá ver en el cuarto libro de los Reyes, capítulo 17, donde dice que fue trasladado Israel de su tierra a los asirios. So exile because of idolatry. So if you read 2 Kings 17, I believe he's talking about this right here. Right? Where Assyria resettles Samaria. Now, this is interesting because just like kind of like here in America, right? They move us out, move our brothers out as well, and resettle them with white and black and Arab and Asians and all kinds of other nations in here. Same thing. But I think what he's talking about, which I'm pretty sure it's between chapter 17, verse 7 through 23. I'm sure that's what it is. So let's continue. Dice, donde dice que fue trasladado Israel de su tierra a los asirios hasta el día de hoy, etcétera, de los cuales dice esta tierra remota y apartada que nunca había sido habitada, a la cual había largo y proligio camino de año y medio, donde ahora se hallan estas gentes de todas las islas de la tierra firme de mar océano hacia la parte occidental. You know, this is an interesting point because I feel like I need to read it. This is kind of interesting here. Let me see how far we can go. So we're talking about the exile because of idolatry, the fall of Israel. Let's see, brought present Syria king, raised in prison. Syria, I haven't read this chapter in a while. Just been jumping back and forth in it. Let's see, sin out of the land. Let's see, 2 Kings 17:7. For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hands of Pharaoh king Egypt, and had feared of other gods. And then it says here, and he walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel, and the kings of Israel, which they had made. We see Israel did secretly those things, right? So for idols, so he's telling them to stop. They rejected, okay? Left commandments, daughters to pass. Oh, here's where they sacrifice to other gods. Let's see. Verse 18. Therefore the Lord was very angry at Israel and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only. Okay. Also Judah kept not the commandments of the Lord their God, but walked in the statutes of Israel which they made. So they both did the same thing. Right? So let's see. Israel followed, Jeroboam departed from them. Verse 23, until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight, and he had said by all his servants to the prophets, so was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. Unto this day. Well, here's Assyria resettled Samaria. So now we see here, and the kings of Assyria brought men from Babylon and Cutha and Abba and from Hamath and from Sepharvaim and placed them in the cities of Samaria. Now we see a replacement of people. Same thing in North America, right? Same concept. Or like how some of our brothers and sisters were taken out to other countries. Across the world, yeah. Those are facts. I don't care. We can prove it. And it's a waste of time to even talk about it, to be honest, at this point. Too much information is out there to be so arrogant and say that's not true. To be honest, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, so it says here, en 4 Reyes 17:6, se menciona que al año 9 de Oseas, el rey de Asiria tomó a Samaria y lo llevó cautivo a sus habitantes a Asiria, haciéndoles habitar en Jalach, Jabor junto al río Gozán en las ciudades de Medías. Las causas fue en el que el pueblo de Israel se dio a todos los pecados. So you start seeing the sins, right? Okay, so let's get. I think this is good enough, right? Because it's basically touching about second Ezra, right? So you know what I mean. That's the point here. I'm gonna show you the link. It's very important. Y'all can enjoy it. But let's move on. Okay, that's the concept. So now, what are we talking about? Here's basically saying the second Ezra, right? He's mentioning here second Ezra. I think we touched on it several times. So Juan Diego Duran was always referring to second Ezra. Okay. Matter of fact, let me just read this and then we'll move on to continue with the class. Then it says here, no debe sorprender que Durán recurría a cuatro Esdras para sostener para sostener su propuesta, pues a pesar de haber quedado fuera de los textos canónicos durante el siglo XVI y XVII, gozó de gran crédito. So even though they were excluded, they were still being used, which we know, and we're going to show you that these people knew, and so did Christopher called Culo Columbus. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, así lo atestiga el jesuita, José de Acosta, quien en su Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias, 1590, afirma que las hipótesis del linaje judío de los indios, basada en dicho texto, era opinión de muchos. De hecho, en 1607, Gregorio García, en su Origen de los indios del Nuevo Mundo, defendió tanto el linaje hebreo de los indios como la autoridad del apócrifo que daba sustento a las hipótesis sobre el cual dice, el cual libro, aunque lo que dice en él no es canónico ni de fe católica, a lo menos tiene tanta autoridad como de un doctor grave. Whoa, wow, that's it. So you see what I'm saying? So even though we're seeing some people here that you know, even though the Christians didn't embrace it, didn't canonize it, it was a very well documented point that it was not to be ignored. You know what I mean? People use it and they use it based on understanding around what was going on at the time. Y todavía para 1615, Torquemada señalaba que aunque cuatro Esdras no era un texto canónico, era aceptado como a cosa buena. Para que vean, güey. Hold on, I forgot about that.
México, cabrones!
So he's talking about Second Ezra 13:40, right? And it doesn't end in 45, family. You don't stop there. So let me read it. Second Ezra 13:40, we've all been here before. And if you're new, please be sure to stick around because you're going to learn something today. We're going to touch on Ophir. I'm going to get to it. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoner out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. Now, keep this in mind. Okay, let's continue. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Now, I've showed you guys this right here. Make sure that I cut the point. Watch this. Valera. And you know, family, for you guys that are actually here, bro, all praises to you guys, man. Because you guys are actually getting some real knowledge. You know what I'm saying? People don't give a shit about this, dude. It's all good, bro. It's my history. I know not everybody gives a F about it. It's okay. Not all skin folk is kinfolk. I totally get it. Y'all continue to live your fucking life and shit. Y'all think you guys are this or that. It's all good. By all means, go ahead. Be who you want to be. You don't think this is your heritage? It's okay. I'm not going to lose sleep over it anymore, man. It is very clear that, you know, the people that were here for a reason. This is from a book from the Jesuits and the Incas. Padre Valeras had a very negative opinion about so-called people here. And here's the reason why he believed that. Okay, so let's go to page. We'll start on this page here. Let's says here. This is page. Remember, we're on 2nd Ezra 13, okay? One of the most extraordinary aspects of Valera's history is that he narratives the lives of some 93 pre-Inca native kings, beginning with the region of Pirua, Pacaric, Manco, Peru, right? Who lived a millennium before Christ. No other native account of the Andes presents anything similar to Valera's pro-Inca history. For many years, hold on a second here. The few sections that remain in Valera's work on the subject, he is apparently speculated that the people of the Americas, listen to this, originated from the Chaldeans, okay, who once lived on the plain of Shinar in the Persian Gulf. The chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives of the greater Florida and the Caribbean islands was derived from practices of the Chaldeans, who worshipped only natural features such as lakes, springs, and stars. Garcilaso de la Vega, 1606, referencing that, right? Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was molded on that of the Chaldeans, right? Blas Valera, obviously, 1594. The Chaldeans, so this is the point. The Chaldeans were renowned in the biblical history for founding the city of Ur, from whence came Abraham, the father of the Hebrew nation. They were believed to have descended directly from Noah, and they became famous as learned astrologers, priests, and magicians. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera was placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history. Okay? So now, this is important to understand because just like how 2nd Ezra says, and those are the 10 tribes, right? 2nd Ezra 13:41, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelled. Now check this out. Check this out. I'm going to show you something really interesting here. 56. 55. Yes. Okay. So this is from a book. Oh, sorry. This is from a book called The Description of the Indies, 1620. Okay. Remember what we just read. Do not forget the point. 2nd Ezra 13:41. But they took counsel among themselves. This is when Cyrus, the king, let all of Israel free, north and south. Come back or stay where you want. So then here, the 10 tribes decides, you know what? They took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go further into a country where never mankind dwelt. Now, prior to this, remember, the tribes had split. 2 Kings 17, we see that the kingdom split. So now, this is after Solomon was sending Haran to a certain area to get gold. This is way after. So then here they say, go further into a country where never mankind dwelt. Okay? Now, that's important because in this book it says this, on section 55, Ezra says that at the close of this extended journey, they colonized and lived in that region which is called Arsareth. Okay? That very learned Arthur Genebrard, now here, before I forget, because, again, I don't like to tell you guys things, and then it slips over because some of you guys may be new. So I'm going to show you this real quick. Okay, hold on. We're like, Arsareth, where's Arsareth, bro? I'm going to show you a map from 1587, and it's kind of shaped like the world, okay? And in this map, we see, land, right? Of course. So now there goes us right there. Let's go here. Let's spin around. Okay, you see America. Okay, now, this is the joining of the two continents. Let's zoom in. If you go close, you see Anian, Tierra Incognita, unknown. Kivara, I'll do a class on that word. And then the interesting part, Arsareth, unicorn. Arsareth, unicorn. Regions, right? Regions, Anian. So now we see Arsareth is somewhere over there. And where's Jerusalem? Somewhere right here. Assyria. So now we see here, Middle East. We see India. We see then all of a sudden go into China, Asia, and bam, right? Bam. Okay, all right. Sorry to scare you. So now, Again, don't forget, 2nd Ezra. But they took counsel among themselves. Remember, this was in Ezra 1, you'll find out. Cyrus frees Israel, okay? They go to wherever they want. Come back, we'll go. Here, remember, this isn't overnight. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this could happen after a year or two. Who knows how long the 10 tribes are? I'll just say the 10 tribes for now. We're here. So now it says, and they go further into a, I'm sorry, let me read that again. But they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen, because they were not in Israel anymore, or Jerusalem, and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. So they were like somewhere where maybe, you know, because Assyria wasn't that small. Assyria, I believe, it owned like all of this territory. And I mean, don't you think that they're free to go? Don't you think they would have gone that way? Because Cyrus owned all this kingdom here. All of this kingdom here, okay? So if they're dwelling somewhere around here, they're like, well, you know what, bro? I don't want to be around here no more. Okay, cool. Sounds good. So now we see why this guy says this. Ezra says that at the close of this extended journey, they colonized and lived in that region, which is called Arsareth. We now know where Arsareth is. Remember, they called it a region. The very learned Arthur Jennebrod in the book 1 of his chronology states that Arsareth is the extreme point of Tartary and Scythia. Okay, so what does that mean? The extreme point. Tartaria, they called it, this section, see? Where is it at? I've seen it here before. Tartary, some shit like that, okay? You see that? But, you know, we're talking about way up here, right? Okay. It states that that Arsareth is at the extreme point of Great Tartary. Right there, okay? Then it says, in Scythia, that it is a cape or promontory, which is a boundary or landmark dividing the old world from the new, above the Straits of Anian. Okay, so now again, I mentioned Anian. The Strechos de Anian, you see that? The Strechos de Anian, Straits of Anian, right? Okay, sounds good. Let's continue. We're right there, connecting the dots. So, I'm sorry, the Straits of Anian, and near which they crossed from that country to New Spain. So they could have gone by that route, or by India and China. Now, remember, they could have gone that route, or they could have gone like this way, like a curve, by India or China. Now, why does he say that? It says, since there, being India and in China, then the region of Cathay, the people inhabiting that country keep the Old Testament and the laws of Moses. Come on, bro. What the hell, bro? What are you guys saying? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about, dog? If we're talking about people that already been spreading that I don't want to call it religion, that faith, I guess, was also spreading, don't you think? What, only occultism spread and not the word? You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro, it can't be dumb. Although with many superstitions besides, you see what I'm saying? So we see that India, China, they have the Old Testament and the laws of Moses, but with many superstitions besides. So for example, you guys will see a lot of Hinduism in the Bible if you talk about spirituality without having to go into that Kabbalah bullshit. Just literally studying the scriptures, Old, New, and the Apocrypha. That's all you need. And you'll understand if you're given that understanding in the gift, right? But again, for some people, it's not the case. This is a full and sufficient proof that the members of the 10 tribes passed through there and settled there, since that is clear from their observation of the law. And from there, they could easily cross the straits or channel which lie between China and the kingdom of Anian. It, as may be seen in the globes or maps, and from the kingdom of Anian, they went on exploring and colonizing those countries of the New World never seen or settled by humans. This is why it says, and they went to a further country where never mankind dwelt, right? So we see here, 2nd Ezra 13 in effect. And then books supporting the actual migration. Some people want to call it the Bering Strait. That's some stupid theory. Trust me, family, that's dumb. I mean, it's only 50 miles away. You know what I mean? Only 50 miles away. It's not like a fucking tundra. You know what I'm saying? Like, your eyeball's gonna freeze. Man, shut up. That was dumb. You can't mix Bible with science. I mean, you can to a certain extent, but not like 30 million, 100 years ago, the earth was frozen. No, it doesn't work that way. So now let's go back. Verse 41, remember, we're talking about the 10 tribes. Okay? It says, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might keep there the statutes which they never kept in their own land. See, we just read that. Many people there kept the laws of Moses, but with superstitions, with many superstitions, a lot of different doctrines. And that's where you get a lot of religions. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow path of the river. For the Most High then showed them signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half. And the same region is called Arsareth. We saw the picture here. Arsareth. Pone esta tierra de Arsareth, la costa adelantada de la China al norte, la cual si no tiene estrecho se junta con la tierra de la Nueva España. Right? I just showed you the Strait of Maniam. And then it continues. Then dwell they there until the latter times. That's why, in a sense, we're still here. And now, when they shall begin to come, the high shall stay the springs again, and they may go through. Therefore, thou salt the multitude with peace. So now, that's why I always say you can't really say old world here, because then that means we need to be in the. If this is the old world, how come it says we're going to go back? We would have to be somewhere else right now to come back to this old world, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, so let's continue. I think that's it's a pretty deep analysis on that, and I was not even basing the class on that. But let's go again. Now, again, let me tell you something, family. When people tell you that Christopher Columbus had no clue how he got here, that's the biggest lie in the world. Because I've done some other classes, and it shows that this guy was a Jew, a fake one, but he was a Jew. They studied the Talmud. They knew the scriptures. They knew what was going on. It's nothing new under the sun for them. You know what I'm saying? So let's refresh our minds, and I'm going to show you some, I guess, prophecy here. Maybe, I don't know. I just caught it. Let's go.
Why do you wish to sail west?
To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent. The journey takes a year. Or by land. But the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
How can you be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes. And already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes.
For telling the truth? For telling the truth? Let me show you something. I knew they knew. This is interesting, okay? Wisdom of Solomon 14:1. Now, me personally, this is not something I learned from no one. No one. I actually asked about this when I first came in to this quote-unquote understanding. And, you know, so-called Judites are like, nah, that's not good. I don't know. They didn't know what I was talking about. Here is where I see the coming of, or the prophecy of Christopher Columbus. And they themselves speak on this too. Watch this. Wisdom of Solomon 14:1 says, again, one preparing himself to sail and about to pass through the raging waves, calleth upon a piece of wood more rotten than the vessel that carried him. Now, you could say a cross, you could say a compass. Let's continue. For verily desire of gain devised that because of Ophir. You know what I'm saying? And the known workman built it by his skill. But thy providence, O Father, governeth, for thou hast made a way in the sea and a safe path in the way. So, for example, I just want to say something. Showing that thou canst save from all danger, yea, though a man went to the sea without art. If you continue to read, it gives you an example of how, even in those times, 8 were saved, right? So he's talking about righteousness sometimes comes in a certain way, right? Check this. It says here, thy providence, O Father, governeth, for thou hast made a way in the sea and a safe path in the waves. Now, as I'm going through this class, I'm like, you know what? I just read that somewhere. And let me see if I can find it. Where is it at? Where are you? Wait. Let me see if I can find it, okay? Oh, no, I know. This is another one. Bro, stop it. Hold on. Where did I put it? Oh, Conquest. What's it called? Didn't I save it? Come on, bro. Excuse me, man. My bad, family. Thought I saved it. Conquest. Yeah, well, I didn't save it. Okay. So I'll show you guys this real quick. This book here, right? So I was reading this book earlier, and then it reminded me of this. Once again, but thy providence, O Father, governeth, for thou hast made a way in the sea and a safe path in the waves. Okay. In this book, Columbus and the quest for Jerusalem, right? That's what it says here. In the page 199, in the latter years of the world will come certain times in which the ocean sea will relax the bonds of things, and a great land will open up. And a new mariner like the one who was the guide of Jason, whose name was Typhus, will discover a new world. And then will the island of Thule no longer be the farthest land, right? Thule. Now, that's something interesting. But I tripped out on this, which the ocean sea will relax the bonds of things. And then when I read this, excuse me, but thy providence, Wisdom of Solomon 14:3, but thy providence, O Father, governeth, for thou hast made a way in the sea, a safe path in the waves. Showing that thou canst save from all dangers, yea, though a man went to the sea without art. Nevertheless, thou wouldest not that the works of thy wisdom should be idle, and therefore do men commit their lives to a small piece of wood, and passing through the rough sea in a weak vessel are saved, like a compass, so to speak. So again, here talks about like the old, right? Like righteousness. Somehow it relates righteousness with people on a boat. In this case, not for good reasons. But I find it interesting because what is this too? Columbus and the quest for Jerusalem. Now, why didn't they go to Jerusalem, so-called? Oh, hey, what up, bro? I ever heard of the Crespi who lived in Ecuador? The local indigenous people brought him many artifacts from Babylon, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, from Egypt. And they have no clue how the indigenous people had them. Then all the artifacts were removed and something happened to the artifacts. Whoa, yeah, I bet. I hope you all doing good. Stay away from that. Yeah, I know, right? So anyways, let's continue. So now we see a little bit of Wisdom of Solomon. Okay. Let me show this to you guys. Now we're going to move on to this. So we're seeing Second Ezra's people knowing this land, right? This is the antiquities of the Jews, right? So let's look up Ophir. My bad. Okay, so it says here, Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who inhabited the land that began at Euphrates and reached the Indian Ocean. You see that, family? Okay? For Elam left behind him Elamites, the ancestors of the Persians. Ashur lived in the city of Nineveh and named his subjects Assyrians. So apparently my haplo comes out of that region right there. Who became the, anyways, that's a side point. Who became the most fortunate nation beyond others. Arphaxad named Arphaxadites, who are now called Chaldeans. Aram had the Aramites, which the Greeks called Syrians. As Lod found the Lodites, which are now called Lydians. Of the 4 sons of Aram, Uz founded Trachonitis in Damascus. This country lies between Palestine and Syria. All right, let's go ahead and skip it here. It says, actually, no, let me continue because I do want to, I always try to do that. I guess, founded Armenia and gathered the Bactrians and the Messenians. It is now called Karash Spasini. Spasini, huh? Salah was the son of Arphaxad, and his son was Eber, from whom they originally called the Jews Hebrews. Okay, Eber begat Joatan and Phaleg. He was called Phaleg because he was born at the dispersion of the nations in their several countries. This is like Nimrod afterwards. For Phaleg or Peleg among the Hebrews signifies division. Now Joktan, or like Yucatan, one of the sons of Eber, had these sons: Elmodad, Saleph, Arsamoth, Jerah, Adoram, Aizel, Declan, Ebel, Babimael, Sabias, Ophir, Eulat, and Jobab. You see this? These inhabited the Kofin, an Indian river in part of Asia adjoining to it. I find it funny that it's like Indian, right? It says, I will not treat of the Hebrews. Phaleg, father of Hebrews. This is a good thing to read, honestly, because it explains to you the relationship and kind of real briefly what had occurred. You guys could probably do some reading on this right here, because that's where all the dispersion, that's where all the separation really, even in doctrines, began, so to speak. Prior to that, everybody listened and believed based on what I'm reading. Okay, so again, it's just pointing out in the antiquities of Josephus, right? He mentions it. Now check this out. Let me see where you at. Bro, what the? Man, come on, dude. Are you serious? Come on, dude. This is so fucking, excuse my language, this is so fucking dumb. I literally took care of this already. Why am I having to chase this shit around now? Anyways, all right, let me do it this way. This is from a book called The Great Migration. Okay. Now, the previous page just leads into this point. Okay. The Great Migration says, of Joktan, which we just read, or Jokatan, with the J sounded as Y, Yakatan, and is now generally known as Yucatan. In Joktan's land, or Yucatan's land, at a place called Chichen Itza, Dr. Lefroguion, in the early part of the present century, discovered in a number of sculptures of figures representing the creation of the world, as related in the Maya legends. He states it is his opinion that the description on these figures are the oldest form of the characters in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. Wow. In London Magazine, 1910, the photographs of the interior of the Yucatan temple was published. Right? If this be placed side by side by the pictures of the ancient Egyptian temple in Wilkinson's Egypt, the two buildings will be seen to be exactly alike. There is the same identical style of the column, supports the same curves, the winding of the sacred serpents. It is accepted on all hands that the serpent cult was common to Egypt and the tropical Americas. Yucatan, Yucatan is part of the American continent, which is nearest to the group of the islands formerly inhabited by the people called Caribs. Hence the name of the adjacent sea. A celebrated French traveler, M. de Laborde, writing of these people, says, many of the Caribs told me that their early ancestors were great and powerful people, whom I cannot help identifying with the Jews. Their laws relating to the marriage were the same, and they were forbidden to eat the flesh of animals like the peccary or the American swine. It says here, these Indians have a peculiar law with which they strictly obey. When a man dies, leaving no children, his brother must marry the dead man's widow. And when a woman dies childless, he that was her husband must marry his sister if she was left one. Ruth the Moab. Story, just like that. So, we continue. Joktan, right? Joktan. Now, that's right. Check this out. Let me look for it here. Who is Joktan? Is he in there? I don't spell it like that. Oh. It says one time. Just Joktan is Joctan here. Wait. Now, Joktan, one of the sons of Eber. Okay? So Joktan, Jukatan, right? You get the picture. Stop. Hold on, fam. Okay, you get the picture. Bro, what the fuck's going on here? Come on, man. Hold on, family. This is really pissing me off here. I gotta shut this down. What up, bro? Damien Caracol, maybe Deminan Caracol is a dog-head deity in Arawak Caribbean Indian culture, just like the one in Egypt. Oh, okay. I couldn't say that, dude. Check this. Let me go some scriptures real quick. Check this out. Let's go to some scriptures real quick. Let me say something. We're taking it easy today, man. Correction is Opi Yang Guarbiran. Oh, I think I said it right. Sirach 7:16. Let's pay attention to this real quick. Check this out. Number thyself among the multitudes of sinners, but remember that wrath will not tarry long. Humble thyself greatly, for the vengeance of the ungodly is fire and worm. Change not a friend for any good by no means. Change not a friend for any good by no means, neither faithful brother for the gold of Ephah. This is for you effing sellouts. The ones that sold out before for the love of money. The ones that are selling out now in these camps that, like, I don't understand why you don't get it. IUIC is still black only, you dumbasses, man. Listen, I give Fopi some respect. I'll tell you why. Because at least they're fucking honest. At least they're saying, hold on, let me close this real quick. I'm gonna switch a little bit now. At least they're honest. At least they're saying that they don't want you Hispanics in that shit. You know what I mean? At least they're honest. IUIC is like, well, we really are black. The original Moses is black. All the 12 tribes are black. And I'm black, blackity black. Right? But because you mix, you know what I'm saying, we'll let you in. But we don't know, though, you know what I mean? We don't know. We'll just say, with the spirit discerneth. Eventually, you'll come in and out the door. So it's like, IUIC is black only. FOPI is black only. Why don't you fucking idiots understand that? You give so much love to these people. That's like, yo, and you're giving them your money and your daughters. At least, FOPI's honest. At least they tell you they don't like you. What do these other camps do, bro? At the end of the day, they're saying, yeah, you mixed, but you really came out of my nutsack. And you know what? And this is why this has a lot to do with this whole, and once again, we're back at it once again. You guys fell for the okie doke. You thought that, oh yeah, it's got to be it. It's because you want to know something, family. You Hispanics that are in these camps, it's because y'all don't like being raza. You don't like la cultura. You want to be somebody else so bad that, well, yeah, you know, you don't like the white folks, but I'd rather be black. That's really what it comes down to. Because if you really knew that let's say like, for example, when I started showing that we crossed through India and could be some relatives of that section, a lot of you guys are like, I don't want to be that dark guy. Oh, but you want to embrace the African-American guy, right? That is totally okay. You see how you guys are so effed up in your heads? And I look at you and I'm walking around, I'm like, bro, you serious? IUIC is basically saying black onlys. You know what I mean? Afterwards, FOPI's just at the door saying black only. IUIC just takes you in, but they still believe the same shit. And you really think this? You really think that's what you came from before? Like, what? And if that's the case, okay, so let's say that's the case, you dumb Northern Kingdom, so-called, right? Do you realize that when they're mixing with white folks, they still look like them, right? But you so-called Hispanics that do nothing like them, bro, you guys are even fucking worse, bro. You guys are even worse. So again, humble thyself greatly, for vengeance of the ungodly is fire and worm. And you know what, bro? I really, somebody's lying. I know somebody's lying and somebody is wrong. So somebody is going to be destroyed. And and you want to know something? What I see is like 2nd Ezra 1676 or 72, where it's just fire. Fly, you ungodly dumbasses. Trying to, oh, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You'll be born again and you'll look like me and you'll have muscle and all this. Bro, you guys really say that shit, bro. And you Hispanics really want to be that. Like, man, I can't wait to look like them. Like, man, you guys are a sad case, bro. Sad. Do you guys know what they say about you guys? When they see like a square-looking, non-muscular Hispanic, they say, damn, he's all tore up like an Asian. That's what they say. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I don't bullshit about that stuff. They tell you when you look like a so-called, like you just, you know, square, you got no shave, no butt, whatever, you know, for females, they're like, damn, she's tall like an Asian, like a Moabite. Do you realize that shit? You realize they say that to you guys? But no, right? No, I want my woolly, yo. I want my woolly, yo. I don't care what the Bible says. It don't matter to me. It's about how I feel, bro. You know what I mean? Like, y'all are so destroyed, you don't even realize history. You think you know history just because you stayed in the King James. They don't even let you read outside of that shit. No wonder. The damn thing is tainted by Francis Bacon. The demon. Sorry, had to come back to it. Just want to say, bro. Show you something real quick. 1 Kings 9:28. 1 Kings 9:28. Let's go here, man. And they came to Ophir. Well, let me go back. 27. And Hiram sent the navy, his servants, shipmen that had knowledge of the sea, with the servants of Solomon. You see, the King Solomon made a navy ships of Eisengeberg. I'm sorry, in Eziangeberg, which is beside Eloth, on the shores of the Red Sea in the land of Edom. Okay? And Hiram sent in the navy his servants, shipmen that had knowledge of the sea, with the servants of Solomon. And they came to Ophir. and fetched from thence gold, 420 talents, and brought it to King Solomon. Now, in case you guys don't know, I'll bring it up in a little bit. It's okay. I'll bring it up in a little bit. No rush. So now let's go into 1 Chronicles 1:19. I want to show you guys something. So we're talking about Hiram, servants, shipmen, Eisenberg, the Red Sea. You know, we're talking about knowledge of the sea, servants of Solomon, and they came or went to Ophir. And they came to Ophir and fetched gold. Right? Okay. 1 Chronicles 1:19. Let's touch a little bit again. What does it say here? And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, because his days were the days, because in his days the earth was divided. His brother's name was Joktan. Now, you see, the earth was divided. That's when you see Jubilees 9, 1, 2, and then Jubilees 10, 28 to 32. That's what happens. Everybody scattered, and then you were given a lot. Ham, Japheth, and Shem. And Hamites were going to Africa. And Canaan was supposed to be in West Africa. It was for a while. But no, like a seditious nation, he said, no, I want what, it's not mine. P. Diddy, yo. And his brother's name was Joktan. So I want to emphasize this right now. Joktan, Eber, you know what I mean? Why? I'm going to show you why. Let me see. Yeah, I know that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, just an example saying Peleg was prior to Nimrod, and then this was basically in the time of after Abraham, which is why he picked Abraham out of all these nations. He gave everybody a chance, family. Don't think he didn't. Verse 23, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab, all these were the sons of Joktan. Again, Joktan, Ophir. There's some relationship with these names, right? Joktan, Ophir. Yucatan, Ophir. People say, well, where is this place? Okay. 2 Chronicles 18. Sorry, 2 Chronicles 8:18. Sorry, my bad. Let's see. All right, 16. Now all the works of Solomon were prepared on the day of his foundation of the house of the Lord, and until it was finished, so the house of the Lord was perfected. Then went Solomon to Eisenberg and to Eloth, and at the sea side of the land of Edom. And Hiram sent him by the hands of his servants' ships, and the servants that had knowledge of the sea. And they went with the servants of Solomon to Ophir. You see, they didn't go by themselves at that time. And took thence 450 talents of gold, and brought them to King Solomon. Right? So we see ships, and we see men of knowledge of the sea. So now I'm going to show you this real quick, just to confirm, so that you don't get confused by some of these wabos or dumbass Negroes only and shit, and they want to confuse you. So we're talking about men that knew how to sail. Come on, bro, please don't do this now. Men that knew how to sail, right? Check this out. This is Diodorus Siculus. And this is where they actually get that little section, these Negro onlys. Like, oh, yeah, there was black people here before. Yeah, you guys exclude the other shit that it comes with. You know, it just shows how deceiving and nasty-ass wicked people you guys are. When you lie like that, that just shows how devilish y'all are. It just shows the devil in you. Now I know why. I know now the mark. Guess I know the mark now. It says here, but now that we have discussed, this is 5.19.1, but now that we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the pillars of Hercules, we shall give account of which are in the ocean. For there lies out of the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as it is in the ocean in a distant from Libya, a voyage of a number of days to be west. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainish, and not a little being of level plain or surpassing beauty. Here, this continent, north and south. And through it flow navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation. Well, who the hell reads them? Who's using them? Us. And the island contains many parks planted with every tree of every variety in garden in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water, aqueducts. And on it are villages of costly construction, people. And through the garden, banqueting houses have been constructed and settling flowers. Tenochtitlan. And then in the inhabitants passed there during the summer. I'm sorry, and in them, the inhabitants passed their time during the summer season, since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to enjoyment and luxury. You see this? That's exactly what they're talking about. But see, these idiots, demons like culomeados in them, right, will only show this. They'll only show that. Oh, this way here, I'm sorry. They will only show this. The Phoenicians then were exploring the coast outside of the Pill of the Reason, and we have stated, and while sailing along the shores of Libya, they were driven by strong winds, a great distance into the ocean. And after being storm-tossed for many days, they were carried ashore on the island we mentioned above in 5.19.1. And when they had observed its facility and nature, caused it to be known to all the men. Consequently, the Tyranians in that time were the masters of the sea. Let me read it again. 2 Chronicles 8:18. And Haran sent him by the hands of his servants' ships, and servants that had knowledge of the sea. That had what? Knowledge of the sea. And here it says, masters of the sea. Knowledge of the sea. Purpose to dispatch a colony to it, but the Carthaginians prevented them doing so, partly out of concern lest many inhabitants of Carthage should remove there because of the excellence of the island, and partly in order to have already in it a place in which to seek refuge against incalculable turn of fortune. 1492 maybe? In case some total disaster should overtake Carthage. Ooh. This is where we go back to the Jews and the Moors get expelled from Spain. This is Ezekiel 28. Once again, I'm telling you, family. But it says here, for it was their thought that since they were the masters of the sea, men of knowledge of the sea, they would thus be able to move, household and all, to an island which was unknown to their conquerors. Now, who teaches that we supposedly came to this land on ships from Africa? Hey, Nate the Snake, this is your great prophecy? Bro, let me ask you something. Listen, the Spirit bears witness. None of your kids, Nate the Snake, and probably all you leaders of IUIC and all these camps, none of your kids believe. Nate the Snake, which kid of yours believes? Which one's in the, like, actually goes to your school and keeps the commandments? Mira, ninguno, güey. Ninguno. Ninguno. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Y'all are full of it, bro. This is your doctrine right here. Oh, well, the 10 tribes came from Africa, went around a year and a half, you know what I'm saying? Really? You would have to be masters of the sea in order to move household and all. And if they're in slavery, how would you be masters of the sea? There'd be no way. But again, what do I know, right? I'm just a Mexican. Yeah. According to DNA stats, 1/3 of Black Americans come to white daddy. White daddy. Oh, I believe that Fat Tali from Fopi had a live. Don't know why that junk would pop up on my feed. Oh, I believe Fat Tali from Fopi had a live. What is she gonna teach? How to lose weight, bro? For real, man? Shit. Or how to get real hair? Man, she should teach that shit. Teach some shit that's gonna help your people. Stop trying to steal something that's not yours. It's like if you're so only Judah can bring it out. Yeah, really. That's why I'm bringing out shit that you guys have never even thought about, never even heard of, don't even know, have no clue, can't even wrap your head around it. 2 Chronicles, chapter 9, and verse 10. Let's go. And the servants also of Hiram and the servants of Solomon, which brought gold from Ophir, bought algum trees and precious stones. And the kings made of algum trees terraces to the house of the Lord and to the king's palace, and harps and psalteries for the singers. And there were none such before in the land of Judah. And King Solomon gave the queen of Sheba all her desire, whatever she asked, besides that which she brought unto the king. Right? So this is the interesting part right here, how they're actually translating this. Maybe also brought Ophir great plenty of almond trees, I think. Almond? Let me see something. Stick of algum. Let me me see something. Let me see something. That is interesting. Second Kings. Hold on a second. Second Kings. Blue letter Bible. Give me see it. Is it Second Chron? My bad. Second Chron 9. It says here, brought up here from algum trees. Let me see what the other Bibles say. Brought algum wood, sandalwood. Brought red sandalwood. Precious stones. Anyways, not a big deal. I'm not going to side point on that. Let's continue. We're in a pretty good mood. All right, so now we see here that Second Chronicles 9:10, and then it says here in where are you at? Oh, that's right. In verse 21. Watch this real quick. And for the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Haram. Every year, 3 years once came the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. So now we see here, for the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Haram. Every 3 years once came the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. Right? And it's talking about, look, Brucker thinks this Tarshish was probably the promontory Kori or the North Islands of Ceylon, where according to him was the land of Ophir. This was the name of the place in the East Indies. Once again, East Indies, West Indies. What a coincidence, right? But no, here's what I'm saying. Look, they went to Tarshish, right? But then they came from there. Remember, they traveled, men of the sea, with knowledge. You think they would just go one place? No, they're traveling on the sea. They're going to stop different places. I mean, it makes more sense to me. Now, here's the interesting part. Because when you look at the word peacock, check this out. Hold on, let me go back. 23. Come another 23. Is it 21? My bad. 21. Check this out. What are peacocks? Dig this.
Strong's H 8500. Tukiyim. And second entry. Tukiyim. And third entry. Tukiyim.
Now, I showed you guys in another class where Tuki is basically the word that they use here for turkey, not peacock. So they were getting turkeys from here. Peacocks, gold, all of this stuff. Now, again, let me continue just so I can prove my point. All right, let me continue. We're not done. We're just getting started. Not really, but you know what I mean. Isaiah 49. Let me read this to you real quick. Isaiah 49:6, it says this. And he said, it is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserved of Israel. I will also give thee a light for the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvations unto the end of the earth. Now, why would Isaiah say that? Thus saith the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, and the Holy One to whom man despiseth, to him whom the nations abhor, to the servants of rulers. The king shall see and arise, princes shall also worship, because the Lord that is faithful and the only one of Israel, and he shall choose thee. But he says to the ends of the earth. To the ends of the earth. He says it a few times. Psalm 61. Check this out. Let me give you a couple ones here. Psalm 61, 61 and 2. It says, from the end of the earth will I cry unto thee. From the end of the earth. Now he's talking to somebody from a distance, right? Where's so-called Jerusalem? From the end of the earth, right? When my heart is overwhelmed, lead me to the rock that is higher than I. Isaiah 5:26. Let's touch on that real quick. Showing you guys some real stuff, some basic stuff here. It says here, and he will lift up an ensign to the nations from afar, and will hiss unto them from the end of the earth, like psst, psst, psst. And behold, they shall come with a speed swiftly. When's the Messiah in 14? The expulsion of the Jews and the Moors, 1492. He will lift up an ensign to the nations from afar. What is the ensign? What do we see in Deuteronomy 28? And the open shall be for an ensign. right? They'll be for an ensign. Again, these are all signs that will identify who these people are through the curses, through their folklore, through their diet, because who you are spiritually and who you are in your bloodline DNA, you will always come back to that, always by nature. And quite frankly, I don't care what you Negro-onlys believe or BHIs. You can't prove a damn thing, even on the dietary laws that are in the Bible that you guys supposedly keep. You don't keep any of those. Not in Africa and not here for sure. Let's go to verse 46, I believe. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Right? So what did we just see earlier? What did we just see earlier? Isaiah 5:26. It says here, what? And he shall lift up an ensign to the nations from afar. I'm coming. And will hiss unto them from the ends of the earth. What did the Messiah say in Matthew 15:24? I am not come but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel, not the house of Judah. Isaiah 48, chapter 20. Let's go real quick. It says here, go ye forth of Babylon, flee ye from the Chaldeans, with a voice singing to declare ye. Tell this, utter it even to the end of the earth. Say ye, the Lord hath redeemed his servant Jacob. Free from Babylon, from the Chaldeans, which the voice singing declare to ye. Utter it even to the ends of the earth, where will be Jacob. So now, check this out. We talked about Ophir. We talked about Joktan. We talked about, Diodorus Siculus, that after, or at least we talked about Solomon sending ships to Ophir. Later on, Diodorus Siculus wasn't in the time of Solomon. Diodorus Siculus talks about these particular Phoenicians, Huram, the lineage of Ham, because that's what they are, Carthaginians. Trust and believe. If you look it up, I don't want to waste my time on it. If you follow my class, you should know that I've been showing this stuff before. Those guys are the same people, okay? So that's literally saying that these guys here had been to a land with Solomon's servants. They were experts in the sea when Solomon was around to get gold and peacocks and all these things, right? Tukis, they call them, or turkeys. Now, later on, like in 300 AD, I guess, or BC, I'm sorry. Not only Diodorus Siculus, but Plato writes about these people coming, getting lost, and coming to a land, knowing about it, writing about it, and knowing that there's people there already. Well, if you follow the scriptures, you would know that the 10 tribes came to Arsareth around 500 BC, typically left Israel 730 maybe BC, were freed around 538, 540 BC. So think about that for a moment. If they were already here, and Diodorus Siculus and Plato are writing about it, the 10 tribes were already here. So if these guys had a nuance of an island somewhere over there, of course it wouldn't be so awkward to them. And how would the 10 tribes know where to go if it wasn't because they knew based on what Solomon understood, correct? Okay. So now, let's go to Isaiah 13 real quick. Let's go to Isaiah 13 real quick so I can summarize this. Isaiah 13:11 says, and I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity. I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease. I will lay low the haughtiness of thy terrible. This is a prophecy letting you know what's going to occur to those people. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. Now, you're like, the golden wedge of Ophir. The golden wedge of Ophir. I'll show you something. Now, people know, right? Let's see. It says in the Old Testament, Jachinite or South Arabian tribe, in the later as part of the destination of Solomon's fleet. The earliest reference to Ophir in this connection is in Kings 1, chapter 9, verse 26. 2 Chronicles, chapter 8, verse 17, where it is said that King Solomon built a navy of ships in Eisenberg near Elub on the Hellenic Gulf of the Sea, manned them with the expert crew given by Hiram, which was a Hamitic nation, and sent him to Ophir, whence they brought him 420 talents of gold. Later reference here says that the navy of Hiram or Solomon brought back from Ophir a great plenty of almug trees and precious stones. From that time, Ophir was to the Hebrews the land of gold par excellence. Do you understand that now? Now, it says here that the land of Ophir has been assigned to the most various points of the compass, including Armenia, South Africa, Arabia, the West Indies, Peru, the coast of India, Spain, and Ceylon, because of Tarshish. But that's saying that they passed by there. Don't be dumb. Redland, Lesson, and geographer Ritter, and other places Ophir in India, and others place Ophir in India near the mountains of Indus, equating the word Sanskrit Abhira, right, and Aberia of Ptolemy. Others identify with the port mentioned in Ptolemy. Although the name in Septuagint of Josephus designates a part of India proper as being as may be known to Coptic vocabularies. This merely proves that Josephus and others identified Ophir with India, basing their conclusion on the fact that at that time India was regarded as a land of gold. See this here? So there's a lot of theories. Probably South Arabia, right? Still can't prove it. Supposed to be the real Jews, right? Those Israelis. They don't even know where it's at. Let me see something quick. Ophir. Here goes right here. This is from Dictionary of Greek and Roman Geography. Ophir. A district, the name of which first occurred in the ethnographic tablet of Genesis 10:29. Let's read it. Genesis 10:29. It says, Ophir and Havilah and Joab, and all these were the sons of Joktan. Again, Joktan. But I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it that Ophir is in that area. And I'm going to show you how it's referring to the Gulf in that section. Okay? Like that region. It's gonna consider. I'm going to show you how it's called. You'll see. Okay, then it says, Solomon caused a fleet to be built in Edomite ports in the Red Sea, and Hiram supplied him with Phoenician. Carthaginians, by the way. Mariners were well acquainted with navigation and also Tyrian vessels, ships of Tarshish. The article of merchandise which are brought back once 3 years of Ophir were gold, silver, and red sandalwood. See this? Precious stones, ivory, apes, coffin, peacock, tukium, turkeys, Kings 10:22. Tukium, 1 Chronicles 9:21. The gold of Ophir was considered to be the most precious quality. Where did they get the most best gold here? In the Americas. The gold of Euphas, the fine gold of Euphas. So again, if like tried in fire, as if it burned in a furnace, and the best gold is here in America, who do you think it was talking about? Let me see what I missed. Okay, so it says here, have me extremely probable the shores with Indian Peninsula were visited by the Phoenicians. So we see here, many elaborate treatises have been written upon the details of voyages. The researchers of Genesis, of Jessenius, let's see, have made it extremely probable that the west shores of Indian Peninsula were visited by the Phoenicians. West shores of the Indian Peninsula, who by their colony of Persian Gulf, who by their colonies in the Persian Gulf, and by the intercourse with the Garai were early acquainted with the periodical blowing monsoons. In favor of this Indian hypothesis, it is remarkable circumstances that the name by which the article merchandise are designed are not Hebrew, but Sanskrit. The peacock, too, was exclusive Indian bird. Although from their gradual extension to the west, they were often called by the Greeks Median and Persian birds. Really? Okay. All right, so check this out. Let's see, what else am I missing? Nah, pretty much it. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Let's skedaddle this out of here. Skedaddle. I want to bring this point to you. In Isaiah 13 and 12, it says this. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even the man with the golden wedge of Ophir. The golden wedge of Ophir. So now, when I was going through this, right, I was like, it's very interesting, you know. I really wonder, like what the hell that's mean? What does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like how in the world? Oh, really? All right, guess what? I think I can even go live now on Mexica Chronicles. Hey, let me come back real quick. All right, I'll be right back. All right, fam, hold on. Don't hang up. Don't disconnect. All right, give me a second. Give me a second. Let me put this up. Hopefully he's still there. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me see if I can connect the other channel. All right, let's see. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, let me go back. Okay. Let me move this here. Perfect. Okay. So, okay, family. Hey, by the way, in case you guys don't know, if you're kind of late or you're going to be late, if anybody can just kind of update the brothers here and just let y'all know. But anyhow, let's go back. So now we're live also on Meshiacha Chronicles. All praise to the Most High for that one. I think we're live. Let's see. Yeah, we are. All praise, bro. This is good, dude. This is really good. At least we're good here. You know what I mean? I think people can go back to the beginning too. It's all good. Excellent, man. All praises for the Father. Yes. I'm out of the house. I'm out of the house. Okay, so here we go. So let's stay to the point. It says here, I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. So the golden wedge of Ophir caught my attention, and it should catch yours too. So I looked this up. All right, so we're looking at, let's see what I mean. So we're talking about what? Isaiah 13? Isaiah 13, right? Isaiah 13. Okay. And it says here, we're going to look for the word. Well, it says here, then the golden wedge. Okay. So now, if you look at the word for itself, it's just talking about gold. But then it says something in
Strong's H 3800. Kethem.
So it says supposedly fine gold, right? Pure gold. But then as I'm looking through, well, I was first looking for the word wedge separately. But I first read this. So we'll look at the word itself separate, wedge. But look what it says here on the bottom. Properly something carved out. Or, what is that? Right? Rock, sediment that contains one or more valuable minerals concentrated above the background levels. Now keep in mind, okay, that they needed concrete as well to build. So it says something carved out ore, hence gold, purely originally mint, fine gold, pure on wedge. Okay, so that just tells you, like, you know, gold, right? The gold of Ophir. Doesn't say much. But then when you do this, like, okay, sounds good. Let me do a better one for you. How about we look up the word wedge? Just the word wedge itself, right? And you can see it's only a few times. So I'm like, okay, let's check this out. Joshua 7:24. Then it gets even more interesting. It says, and Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan the son of Sarah, and the silver and the garments and the wedge of gold, and his sons and his daughters and his oxen. So now I'm like, okay, well, let me look at the word wedge by itself. And this is what got my attention. Wedge. H 3960.
Strong's H 3956. Lashon.
right?
Lashon.
Lashore, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, so it says tongue. It's like, what? Tongue? Tongue of men, tongue organ, tongue of fire. Then it says wedge. Bay of the sea, tongue shaped. So I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Use literally instrument of licking, eating, speech. Figuratively, wedge. Right? But it's talking about something a little bit different here. If you read the full entry, both genders, both often, the tongue of animals, yada, yada, yada. It is a language, but not Phoenicio-Semitic. It says the original idea is that of the lapping a power which is found in the syllable, a secondary root, under the tongue or any used Hebrew, especially as a column or malignant tongue, a man of tongue, slander, come let us smite with the tongue. So it's like talking about like, it is supposedly a tongue, right? But it's, what does it say? Bay of the sea, tongue shaped. What is tongue shaped bay of the sea? So this is, again, this is what is it? H3956. Right? Okay, so tongue shape, right? So check this out. This caught my eye. Let me see if I can get it. And I thought I had it on my link. Not sure why I don't have it here. Should have had it. See, that's what I'm talking about right here. Okay. So I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even the man, or even a man, I'm sorry, or even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. So we know that Ophir is the son of Joktan. Well, we know that this is Yucatan. And we know that this is what a tongue is shaped like. So we're talking about Joktan, Yucatan, Ophir, the land of Ophir, where there's a lot of gold. And what is this land shaped like? It's shaped like a tongue, the golden wedge of Ophir, which is where they came in their ships. If you look at the actual same freaking way that Christopher Columbus came. Isaiah chapter. You think it's a coincidence? There's no coincidence in this, okay? It's literally right here, the golden wedge of Ophir. Why would it say that? Why would it say golden wedge of Ophir? You think it's just because? No, not just because. It's literally telling you right here. Let's go back to it real quick. Watch. Wedge. Because when you look at just this one, it picks up the golden wedge of Ophir. So it just talks about gold. But if you look at just wedge for itself, you see the actual meaning of wedge on its own. And it says this right here. H3956. I'm not making this shit up. It's literally right here. Bay of sea, tongue shaped. What is tongue shaped? Let me show you guys again. Bay of sea, tongue shaped. Yucatan, Ophir, Peru. You think that's not enough? Okay, I'll give you one more so you can see it. And this is coming from a map that I have. This is called the old, hold on, the old antique. Again, you got to be mindful when you're reading these things. The golden wedge. Oh, man, I don't want to close it anymore. Sorry, family. Let me get the history here again. Where are you? The golden wedge of Ophir, right? No way. This right here. The golden wedge of Ophir, like a tongue shaped bay at the sea. This is shaped like a tongue. If you look at the tongue in the skeleton, how does the tongue look like in the sideways? Look, sideways way, not front. Sideways, side a profile looks like profile. Perfil way. So you see this right here? I think we just there. Well, hold on, I just had one. Like that. Look, tongue shape, curvature. If you curve your tongue, you can curve your tongue, family. I mean, it's not complicated. You know what I mean? I don't have to stress my shit out here. Like either you get it or you don't get it. Okay, so now this is from the old antique double hemisphere of map of Benito Arias, 1571. What does it actually say here? Okay, so now let's get to the nitty gritty. Sanders maps.com. Let me show y'all something. Hey, by the way, family, you guys that are back, thank you. By the Mexica Chronicles was shut down for a whole week. We were running on the other small channel I have. That's where you're getting a lot of the class. You missed a lot of it. Okay, so you know what I mean. For y'all that don't know, you know now. In case I ever need to run on the second one, I'll run there. So you see this right here? What is this land? This is America, North America. And then we see South America. And then, oh, what do we see? We see Africa. We see Africa. You know where Africans are from. You know, the ones that are saying that they're from here. Okay. Then we see Europe over there, right? Now, what the hell is the point of the numbers? So you can see is Japheth, Gomer's seed, right? You see Shem's seed, right? You see Ham's seed, right? All up in that Africa. Okay, so now what are we doing over here? So let's prove a point. Let me prove you. Hold on a second. If you still believe this is the old world, you're going to have to reassess your ass. Okay? 19, right? This was in year 1574. And I'm going to also confirm it with Napoleon Hill, knowing when he was ruling the Jews, that they knew that this was Ophir too. Okay, so here we go. 19, right? So what does it say on the bottom for Ophir? Right here on the bottom. To the left, you see 17 is Abamel, 18 is Saba, 19 is Ophir. So where's 19? In North America, all of this continent, by the tongued or the golden wedge of Ophir, the shape of a tongue, like a mouth. Hello? And then where else is 19? In Peru, cabrones. Okay? So in case you're still confused, stop the cap. Wabo, stop the cap. You don't know the Bible. You wish you did. Your Kabbalah white boys helped you understand that shit, Nate the Snake, because your dumbass don't get nothing. There's no prophecy that man has brought out. Nothing. Deuteronomy 28 is fake. Willie Lynch's letter is fake. Swati Pete's story is fake. What more can I tell you is fake? You didn't rule Europe. And if you did, then that means you're not part of Deuteronomy 28, because then that means you knew Christianity, dumbass. But now that we know, most of those Moors were North Africans. And yes, they did have black slaves, but a lot of y'all were more the artillery. No. You were not the rulers in that joint right there. However, I still want to make sure that you understand, no philosophy, no prophecy whatsoever has came out of these fools. Deuteronomy 18:20 and 22 said, if you prophesy something that doesn't come true, he's a liar and you should die. That's what the Bible says. What did you guys teach? Everybody in every camp, IUIC, FOBI, all of you dumbasses had taught that the world was going to end in 2000. Isaiah. Stupid. That was dumb, bro. Let's continue. Let me see this right here. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. So now we're going to move on to Kindle map. Hold on a second. Let me go back, because that's clear. You know what? Let me just show this. Okay. Look. See this map once again, okay? Let's not forget, family. Let's not forget. Japheth, where are the numbers? Right? right? 6, 5, 4, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? X's and all that. Where's Ham? F, G, H, I. See all that? Check this out. But the point is this. Ophir. 19. Ophir in Peru. 19. Ophir, North America. 19. And where is Ophir located? Here's the hint. I will make a man, is Isaiah 13:12. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. And what does the golden wedge of Ophir mean? The wedge stands for bay, or bay of sea, tongue-shaped bay of sea, like the mouth. Like the mouth. So now, check this out. This is from The Conquest of Mexico by Thomas Hugh. Excellent book, family. I ordered it, and I have it on this, because it's a hard-to-find book, okay? You cannot find it right now. Apparently, it's, I don't know what the hell. So now, hey, Wobbles, explain this to me. Oh, sorry, my bad. How in the world, here, I'm going to take a picture of it. Check this out. You know what this dude looks like? You remember that brother, Mighty Guide? Here, I'm going to put Mighty Guide and shit. Mighty Guide. Picture. I wonder what's up with that brother, man. I know he took a break. It's all good, dude. It's all good, dog. We still got love for you. Look, that's him, dog. Hey, QLA. Uh-oh, sorry, my bad. Erase it. What the hell? Erase it, Fulio. Okay, you see this right here? Who is that? You know what I mean? Thank you. Look at that. Look at this. They don't look like Africans. Look. It looks like Raza right there, bro. They don't look like no West Africans, man. Culo miados, you're a doofus. Anyways, let's look for this. Look at this. In this book, I found this. No way. Hold on, dog. Seriously? In this book, I found this so interesting. Watch this. We're going to look up Solomon. He's in here, right? So now we see Solomon. What does it say? As much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple, right? So then now we go to page 175. Hold on, let me see. The letter said, look, 217. It says, the letter said that the land was as rich as that from from which Solomon took the gold with which to build his temple in Jerusalem. Okay? So now, what is it saying? The surviving letter from the municipality surmised, hold on, let me make this smaller. Let me see. Oh, let me go back. Let me go back. 217. Okay. He's talking about, this is like, in 1500, okay? Had their own instructions, 73rd there, surviving letter from the municipality. Okay, the surviving letter from the municipality summarized the journey of Hernán de Córdoba and Grijalva in the dismissive terms. It discussed how the Council of Villarrica de la Veracruz had formed itself and how it had dominated Cortés for the commanding office, both King Charles and Queen Juana, right? So now, check this out. Here's the point. We're talking about this book. It actually says this here, okay? So now we're going to look at statements, comments, okay, that they knew this was Ophir. As much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple, it says, it seems to us that one should believe that in this land there is as much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple. This is Cortés of the land near Veracruz. All right? So now, they're not saying, oh yeah, we know this is it, but man, there's as much gold here and as fine gold here as the temple that, or the with the gold that Solomon had taken. Okay. So now check this out. This is from the sketches of Mexico. And in this book here, I'll show you something. We're going to go to page 67, maybe? Yeah. Start 67. Let me see something. Maybe I'll skim through it. Okay. Watch this real quick. 67. It's just from the sketch. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me show you the first page. This book is called Sketches of Mexico in the Prehistoric, Primitive, Colonial, and Modern Times. Lectures at Syracuse University on the Grave of Foundation, 1894. Which, by the way, I believe it's an Ivy League. Maybe. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not part of their course. Okay, so let's go to page 67. It says here, the Jewish theory. Probably no theory has given origin to the greater discussion than that the lost tribes of Israel were the first populators of all the Pacific states as far as Peru. Let me read that again. The Jewish theory. Probably no theory has given origin to the greater discussion than that the lost tribes of Israel were the first populators of the Pacific states as far as Peru. Peru, Ophir. Learned men are found array on both sides of the question. Father Diego Duran, a vast erudition, in the ancient history of Mexico, is the first author of note to publish this plan. He wrote in 1585, from a study of traditions and pictures, paintings, aided by the aged Indian of Cholula, who had lived nearly 100 years, he came to the conclusion that these natives are of the 10 tribes of Israel. That Salmanassar, king of Assyria, we read that throughout today, made the prisoners to carry in Assyria in the times of Hosea, king of Israel, in the time of Hezekiah, king of Jerusalem, as it has seen in the 4th book of Kings, 17th chapter. We read that in another, book, right? And then again, they reference Ezra. So you see, this is pretty common. So this is Duran's, you could say, argument of what he stands by, right? A lot of referencing in this book. By all means, please make sure you get this book. You can't get it in archive right now. Archive is down. But they're working on it. Anyways, the character and history of Christ in Huitzilopochtli, I believe, presents certain analogies. The Mexicans apply the blood of sacrifice to the same use as the Jews, right? See the resumes, yada, yada, yada. James the Deer is mentioned, which, by the way, James the Deer always knocks and destroys the stupid doctrine of wobbles. I really don't understand it. Hey, oh, what up, experto? Hold on a second. No, I like saying name, bro. Experto! Oh, shit. Oaxaca, Ophir. Hey, check it. You missed it, or I don't know if you came late, but the whole point was the golden wedge of Ophir. The golden wedge of Ophir is the actual Gulf. It's shaped like a tongue. That's what it means. Tongue shaped by the sea. Bay of Sea, tongue shaped, right? So if you look at Yucatan, it's like this, tongue shaped. Como la lengua, way. Tongue shaped. That's like a tongue right there. The tongue shaped, right? And then not only that, check this out. I got a map here that proves it. You see this? 1574. The number 19, right? The number 19 right here. Check it out. It identified by Ophir. Ophir right there. Ophir, this whole land. From here to here. The most beautiful gold and precious stones and peacocks like turkeys. This tongue right here. And you know what else so funny? That's exactly where Christopher Columbus landed. Right here.
Who are you?
In the golden wedge of Ophir. By Joktan, because Ophir is the son of Joktan in Yucatan. Right here. Here. Oaxaca too. You know what I mean? You're on point, brother. You on point. Anyways, James the Deer always knocks down on the wobble bullshit, so I don't know why you guys keep using them. Pretty stupid. So, oh, here we go. In my library, I have an old book published in Mexico in 1807, Decree of Napoleon, Emperor of French and the Jews. Wow. That is the killer right there. He talks about elephants being around here, the migration, Aguascalientes, which is about an hour and a half or two from Guadalajara. In 1795, it says that the Jews brought them across the Straits on the raft, meaning Straits of Anian. You know what I mean? My bad. DJ Easy P, Anahuac. I don't have a cat, bro. I study on my own. I wish I did. Indians Hawaii, in the Ux Hawaii, I think. Well, we found that the name is Yahua, like Nahu, like Nahuat, Yahua, Nahuat, Yahua. Or you can put the TL. It's very similar. Nahua, Yahua. Very beautiful, dude. Very beautiful. That's our language here, by the way, and I'm sure you know that. It said, I care not for mankind's inherent bigotry. Okay. Yeah, Le Petit Golf. Le Petit Golf. Is that a different language? AG Salvador Zarco. Yeah, I know. Salvador Zarco. El pinche Colón. So here we go. And Mr. George and Jones in his work colonies this continent. Oh, sorry. Mr. George Jones in his work colonizes this continent with a remnant of the inhabitants of Tyre who escaped from their island city when it was besieged by Alexander the Great in 32 BD. No, it's wrong. Because remember, when King of Assyria let the Israelites go, the 10 tribes, right? The majority of them left. By the time Alexander came, it was already past 538 BC. Way past that. An assumption, good attempt, but not good enough. Let me get to the point. Page, here it goes right here. We read on the other account regarding Solomon, right? Where it says here, it seems to us that one should believe that in this land there is as much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple, as much as where Solomon took the gold for the temple, right? Okay, so here in the Sketches of Mexico, it says here, check this out. Same concept. Locates it in Peru. Here, I'll go back here. Let me go back. I'll start here. Here, some 20 years after beginning of their pleasant relation, the two kings built a navy. And Hiram sent in the navy his servants, shipmen, and had knowledge of the sea with the servants of Solomon. Kings 9:27. 1 Kings 9:27. We are told that they went to Ophir for gold, that their ships were built large and strong, and after the pattern of the ships of Tarshish, and that once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory, and apes and peacocks. You see that? That once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish. That didn't mean they went to Tarshish and are located, they were getting shit. No. When you have a ship and you're traveling, you got different locations to stop. So check this out. Bringing gold and silver, ivory, apes, by the way, because there are apes here too, and peacocks, which if you do really understand the translation is Tuki, meaning Turkey. Now here it goes. Where was this distant Ophir, this fruitful region? Ooh, this is why I call the class this right there. Watch this, okay. Ophir, the fruitful soil. Right? Our commentators and encyclopedias agree that it is difficult to ascertain its situation. The majority say that it was either in Arabia, India, or Africa. But an old Spanish author, Arias Montanus, located in Peru, and his view doubtless accounts for the following passage of Ben Jonson, alchemist, which we know studies the Kabbalah. Freemasonry, okay? Come on, sir, now set your foot ashore in Novo Orbi. Here is the rich Peru, and there within, sir, are the golden mines. Great Solomon's Ophir. That's just, you know what I mean? Like a pretty good example. But like, dude, it's very obvious here. They're consistently telling us, right? Let me see if I can see something real quick. Look, let me show you this picture. Watch what it says. This is from, I believe, Los Indios Somos Israelitas, or I don't even know if it's mine, to be honest. I don't remember where I got this book from. So it says here, de Sem, hijo de Noé, su descendencia tuvieron principales los indios. Reconocieron dos por sus padres los hebreos del linaje de Pheleg y los gentiles de Jactán y su undísimo hijo Ophir porque en las Américas septentrional goza el nombre de Ophir. ¿Ya vieron? O menor, Perú. Y una vez de sus provincias, Yucatán tiene el nombre de Yoctán, su padre. Los mexicanos son originarios de las 10 tribus captivas por Salamán, rey de los asirios, en tiempo de Osea, rey de Israel, por los años del 3036 y 10 y 6 de la creación. Esdras 4:13, that's what it's talking about right there. Capítulo de Esdras 13, versículo, Second Esdras chapter 13, right? Que no era canónico, but we know that they use it quite often, right? We know that they use it quite often. So then let's get to this point here. Let me see that. Let me get it real quick. Tratan, hold on. ¿Dónde estás, güey? Tratan. I think I wrote it down. No manches. Okay, let's see. If I can get it. Let's just get to the point. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Oh, that's what it was? Oh, that's right. Let me not move it. Hold on. No. That's right. Let me see if I can get something here. Yeah, I'll read it. I'm going to read it after. What the hell? Okay, here it goes right there. That's what. I think this is it. No? Is it now? Yeah, I think this is it for that part. Tratan de here, let me see. Hold on a second. Hold on. Which page is it? Un momentito, no se agüiten. A ver. Which page are we talking about? Page 66. Page 23. Page. This is the Tratan, right? 66. Are you sure? Give me a second. This is weird. I don't remember marking this one. Espérate, güey. A ver. 66? 67? I don't know what that's about. It's okay. I'll come back to it. Let's check this out real quick. Proof of the mystical gold of Ophir discovered. It's just kind of most of, check this out. This is from Armstrong's Institute of Biblical Archaeology. The ancient region of Ophir, a place of wealth and gold, has captivated the imagination of men for centuries. You might recall the book of Henry Rider Haggard, the title King Solomon's Mine, or maybe the 1950 movie of a similar name, or perhaps a TV miniseries. The location has been a common quest for ancient explorers. A Portuguese explorer of the 15th century claimed that it was the Shona lands of Zimbabwe. Christopher Columbus thought that he found Ophir in Haiti. Sir Walter Raleigh thought that it was the jungles of Suriname. A Spanish captain in 1668 discovered an archipelago and believing it to be Ophir, named them the Solomon's Island. So a lot of people think the same thing. Assumptions, right? Now, am I saying that I'm 100% correct? I don't know. But, that's an understanding that I never heard anybody bring out, which to me, it kind of seems awkward that Ophir, Yucatan, the son of Ophir, and then it's the golden wedge of Ophir, the golden wedge, and the wedge itself is a tongue by the sea, a bay by the sea, tongue-shaped. Well, that's the Gulf of Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't speak your language, dude. I wish I knew what you were saying. So it says here that either way, the Ostracon confirms the veracity of the Bible in the reference to the Ophir in the ancient world. Professor Woltz, the Ophir gold, so-called after the country of its origin, is apparently as a special fine quality. The Bible repeatedly describes the gold of Ophir as precious, Job 20:16, that wisdom does not have a price. Yes, true. It cannot be valued with the gold of Ophir, with the precious onyx or the sapphire. Isaiah 13:12 says that in the day of the Lord, a man will be more rare than the fine gold, even a man than the pure gold of Ophir. So it's like the golden wedge of Ophir, meaning the Bay Sea of a tongue-shaped land. So, these people are scholars, people that have studied for hundreds of years. Background, support, money. It didn't take me that long, family. It just took me patience, self-examination, and repentance. And that's how I gain wisdom. Come on, sir. Now set your foot on the shore. Right? Set your foot on the shore, it says. In Nova Orbit, here's the rich Peru, and there within, sir, are the golden mines, great Solomon's Ophir. Why do you think these idiots want to make this place into, what do you call it? They want to make it into Egypt again. That's what they want to do. They want to make it into Egypt once more. This is a book from, where is it at? Hold on, let me see if I can get it. Give me a second. Let's see if it's on. Okay, here we go. Actually, you know what? I may just kind of get off topic on this. And trust me, I'm going to do another class on it. Let me not get off topic because it may take you off. So let's get to the point of the Decreto de Napoleon. Okay? So I have this book, and I wish I would have, how can I say it? I wish Archives wasn't down, or else I would have, uploaded it and just, what I mean, gone through it with y'all. But we're going to have to do it this way. Okay? So this is from a book called, it's in Spanish, so bear with me. It says, hold on, let me see real quick, bro. Great. That's the only thing I understood, bro. Not because you said that. Great channel, refreshing line of inquiry. Yeah, thank you, bro. The Cube a Metatron. Ah, that's all right. I've been on my author and courses adiodiatic studies for 20. It's good. Check it. All right. So Decreto de Napoleon. Remember, Napoleon, the Emperor of France. This is a very significant thing here because we just showed you maps that show where Ophir is. I just identified Ophir based on the way that it's used. Golden wedge of Ophir, meaning a tongue-shaped seashore, which is by Yucatan, who is the father of Ophir. You get what I'm saying? And we see now that that the map, the North and South America is considered Ophir. We know that now. So now, let's get it from somebody well-known. Decreto de Napoleón, emperador de los franceses sobre los judíos. Residente en Francia. Okay? 1807. Let's begin. Page 94. Stay with me. And I think we're done after that. I don't know. Maybe I'll get a little bit more. I don't know. I do kind of want to show you the video I have because I found it very interesting, but I don't know. It'll depend. We'll see how it goes. It says here, opiniones sobre la transmigración de los judíos después de la captividad. Okay, dice, todos los autores antiguos pulsan muchas dificultades para resolverse a determinar el país donde fueron transportadas las 10 tribus de Israel. Again, remember, this is Napoleon Bonaparte, okay? It says here, la escritura, dicen algunos, nos enseña que Tiglat-Pileser llevó las tribus de Naphtali, de Rubén, de Gad, la media tribu de Manasa, que se llevaban a otro lado de Jordán, a Label, Jabar, hasta Ará, por los años 32-64. Dice que 20 años después, habiéndose apoderado Salmaneser de Samaria, llevó consigo el resto de Israel a Siria. How? Now, we read this before in English, but let's continue. Let's just go through it. Sobre el río de Gozán, conocido este país por medos. De Gozán a Gausán es el nombre de la provincia por el cual corre el río Chavaros, o Chaboras, disculpen. Y que también hay un cantón nombrado Gausán situado al mediodía entre los ríos Ceros y Cambises, el cual coloca Baximán, el Tudela, la mediodía y 4 días de Emdan, ¿ok? Diego dice, los judíos entienden bajo el nombre de Gozán o Gausán ser el río sabático, que dicen que no corre en el día sábado y que en ese día se haya rodeado en un volcán de fuego, de modo que nada se atreve a pasarlo ni aún a arruinarse, supposedly. Hablan también de Ará, de que está en el mediodía y que pertenece a los arsenos, conocida por los antiguos geógrafos, de cuyo país trata también Benjamín de Tudela, asegurando que había más de 50 ciudades pobladas por los israelitas. Okay? So now let's continue. This is the Sanhedrins, the little category, them Kabbalist worshippers. As a matter of fact, I probably will show it because it kind of goes with the class. Because, well, not really, but, you know, I find it interesting. Then it says here, que el libro de Tobías trae varios pasajes donde residían judíos como Neneví, Rashes, Suisén, etc. Y en tiempo de nuestro Redentor, Jesucristo, Meshiacha, se hallaban esparcidos los israelitas en todas las provincias del oriente, como en Persia, la Mesopotamia, la Capadocia, el Egipto, la Libia, Media, Acts 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Que Santiago escribió a las 2 tribus que Santiago escribió a las 12 tribus dispersadas. That's James 1 and 1. To the 12 tribes of Israel scattered abroad. All right? Okay, what is it? Those writings are names of the tribes of Israel whose ox knows no, or the tribe of Reuben, which canting helps me say, your house is ass, knows his master crib, and similar donkey. I don't know what you're saying. But yeah, he's naming the tribes, basically. Okay, then it says here, que Fiblón habla de un gran número de judíos que habitaban en el oriente, que Josefo, cuando trata de las 10 tribus, dice que en su tiempo pasaron muy pocos a la otra banda de Eufrates. You guys know the whole story about this, okay? So let me get to the point. Page 96, let's get to it. Okay, so we know that Manesa ben Israel pretende que los israelitas de las 10 tribus fueron transportadas a la Tartaria y que de allí se extendieron hasta la América. Este modo de pensar no es solamente de Manesa, sino de otros muchos sabios que han creído que las 10 tribus aún se mantienen en la Tartaria y que por eso le hayan judíos en aquellos países en mayor número que en otras partes de Europa. That's talking about Khazars. And we know that those are converts. So no, doesn't apply. Okay? So now, let's continue. I'm going to skip it here. Actually, I'll read it here. Prueba su aserción Manesa con citar varias prácticas judíacas y que observan los tártaros. Ellos dicen que no comen carne de puerco, se hacen circuncidar a los 9 años, supposed to be 8. Observan la ley de los levitas, casándose la hermana con la viuda y su hermano, su mujer y su hijo, yara, yara, yara. Okay? Then it says, de la Tartaria los hace pasar a la China y sobre traerlos hasta esta América. Ver aquí cómo se explica Montesino en su relación dirigida a Manesa. Cuando pasa el reino de Chile, haya muchos israelitas escondidos detrás de las montañas cordilleras. Y lo menos tal lo califica al llegar a las orillas de un río, pues habiendo hecho muchas señales y hablando en varios idiomas, solo en el hebreo me entendieron. Basically saying he spoke to them in different languages and they didn't understand him other than the actual Hebrew, okay? So it says, y se acercaron unos hombres, los cuales pronunciaron esas palabras del Deuteronomio Escucha Israel, el Señor es nuestro Dios. Él es el Señor, Él es solo el Señor. Preguntando quiénes fueron sus antiguos padres, respondieron Abraham, Isaac, Jacob y descender de Rubén. Contaban la venida y aquel país como por medio milagroso y que el verdadero Dios vendría al fin de muchos siglos a ponerlos en posesión del universo. That's the wish. Then it says here, sobre este compuso Montesino un tratado en el que dice que en el Asia y en América habían sido un continente separado por Dios por el estrecho de Anián. We read that earlier. Let me skip that real quick. Then it says, las islas separadas en mí me aguardarán, las islas esperan mi ley, y concluye que esta es la América, designada con el nombre de isla por el profeta Isaías. Let me get to the point. Okay. So now we see here that I'll read las familias que en el año de 1729 pasaron a establecerse en la Pennsylvania. Pasaron a establecerse en la Pennsylvania. Escribieron que todos los inteligentes en el idioma y costumbres hebreas tuvieron por judíos aquellos salvajes, como se ve por los comentarios del feliz establecimiento de la Pennsylvania, cuando recogieron los papeles y bienes de Guillermo Keith, Quaker de Pennsylvania. Al ponerlo preso, se le hallaron monedas cogidas a los indios muy semejantes a las que usaba la tribu de Rubén. Interesting, right? So when they arrested this Quaker, they found coins that the natives had with the emblem similar to the tribe of Reuben. Then it says, uno de los pobladores hizo el referido año de 1729 una larga relación del encuentro con seis indios cerca del paraje llamado Newcastle, por la que afirma que al preguntar por sus nombres le respondieron que el principal se llamaba Rubén o Rubán, el segundo Aró, el tercero Nazarath, y el cuarto David, el quinto Elú y el sexto Gad. Okay, so now check this out. This is, remember, Napoleon. So he's identifying, talking about the history. So now let's get to the Ophir part. Que habiendo pasado a ver sus chozas, comprendido que el ajuar de ella manejó y disposición de las familias era en todo conforme con el de los tártaros que habían de asistido en el entierro de un indio de calidad. Acabo de confirmarse en su opinión, así en los extremos del llanto de sus parientes y amigos, con el modo de conducir el cadáver todo liado a la sepultura, ¿verdad? Otra relación escrita dice años después. Check this out. I'm just pointing this out so you guys can see, okay? Pennsylvania dice habiérsele en una piedra la figura de elefante que la que no era tan desconocida a los indios. Supuestos de que la invocaban como una de los dioses que acompañaban al de la guerra, y aún añadían que el cuerpo vivo de aquella figura había ayudado muchos a sus mayores en el campo de batalla, ¿verdad? So let me see what we're talking here. I don't want to lose y'all. Extremos, codillos, elefantes. Okay. Is this it? So I'm going to get to the point. Observa también el descubrimiento, porando de sería, abundancias, Pennsylvania, Anián. He's pointing out that this is in a place of abundance, Anián. We read that before. Okay, I just want to get to the point. Miren que los habitantes de aquellos eran nuevos continentes son descendientes. Okay, so check this out. So here is what he's saying. Lo más de los autores convienen en que los habitantes que se hallaron en el nuevo continente son descendientes de judíos y quienes prueban parecerse mucho al trague, condición, costumbre y en lenguas, ceremonias y vocablos que los imitan, y que los primeros serían de aquellos 10 tribus que en tiempo de Oseas, Israel, cautivos al amasar de rey de los Ajayos, y los transportó en región nueva. We read that several times. Okay, now let's go here. I believe this is this is it. So in summary, he says, el resultado de todo es que si estas regiones han sido en efecto pobladas por los israelitas, si las islas indicadas por el profeta Isaías son las comprendidas en lo conquistado, ¿verdad? Por los españoles, nuestros indios son verdaderamente no solo un pueblo escogido de Dios desde sus primitivos tiempos, sino un pueblo de los primeros que después de su remota dispersión ha abrazado la nueva ley y ha vuelto a conocer a su gran Yahuwah, right? Pronounced different. En su hijo, what does it say? Jesucristo, de Meshiacha, tomando para ellos por instrumento la divina providencia a los españoles conquistadores, así como por otros medios inescrutables, ha conducido a varios israelitas, habitantes de la Europa, en la misma verdadera creencia. Y como en nuestros días está sucediendo en varias provincias del Hindustán, pueblo que también se opina descendientes de los israelitas. Bam.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
And here's a map of here. How do I flip it? How do I flip it? This was a book I was going to show you. Check this out. We're almost done. This is from the Indies, description of the Indies 1620, section 56. Besides what has been stated, there's another basis for the proof that proof of the descendants of the Indians. For Ophir, the son of Joktan and the grandson of Eber, colonized the Oriental Ocean seaboard. Okay? And his sons and descendants went over and colonized the land of the Indies, as is told by Generbrod in Book 1 of his chronology. Arias Montana in Volume 7, Book Falcus, Chapter 9, and other important authorities, they traveled via India and China until they crossed in the channels of the Straits of Anian, where at that point one is in sight of the northern territory of New World, 50 miles away. Kind of like that, what's that Republican lady that ran for president? I can see Russia from my house. Up beyond the kingdom of Kivara. And from there, they proceeded slowly colonizing in the year 2024 after creation, 367 after the passing of the flood, 430 before the fight of the sons of Israel out of Egypt. It may be that since the year 2024 just mentioned was the date when Abraham left Haran for Canaan. Abraham left Haran for Canaan to take back his heritage. This is 2024. Just saying, at the age of 75, on the account of the widespread death and famine which was abroad in the world, the sons of descendants of Ophir were also may have left for that same reason, fleeing from the famine in search of new land, and by the route it's indicated that they reached the Indies and settled there, so that up to the present year, 1630, the Indies will have been initiated. The Indies will have been inhabited 3,573 years. Or else the sons and descendants of Ophir, forced by this universal death and famine, caused the crop failures all over the world at the time. And having been brought up on the ocean coast, and thus losing fear of it, and having learned in many cases the art of navigation from Noah and his sons, who were still living and thus becoming great mariners, they went on the shipboards and sailed to the west. There they arrived in the territory of the New World. Let's see. Kept colonizing. Where am I at? Where are you at? sailed in west, and they arrived in the territory of the New World in Brazil, Rio Plata regions, and all that stuff. I think we pretty much have hit it in a nail about, Ophir. This book here is pretty cool, by the way, fam. It talks a lot about, and it's broken down in sections. Section 63 says the great majority of the Indians followed and observed the custom, rites, and ceremonies of the Hebrews. According in all the provinces of those countries, they had priests and diviners consecrated to the worship of their false gods and to the service of the temples. These priests were conscious observers of their vain and false religion. So they say. It's a good book. Here we see a little bit about what Solomon was doing, sending those people to Ophir, right? Rate C. In the strait which is formed the empty, Holy Scriptures talks about, for thus gave us a way in the sea, in the most secure path between the waves. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14. This truth is confirmed in the book of Wisdom of Solomon. This is interesting because I read that earlier. Let me read it to you guys. And it is certain that Solomon, whom God enriched with the gifts of wisdom and science combined, by which he came to know the virtues and properties of all herb stones and other things, so that the virtues and properties of the lodestone could not be hidden from him, in order to send fleets for the valuables of which Holy Scriptures speak, right? Would teach those pilots and seamen the route on how they should follow it, for them to know how to make a long voyage. This truth is confirmed by the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14. For thou gaveth a way in the sea and the most secure path between the waves. And in the sea there can be neither path nor road, for one sees only the sky and water there, without acquaintance with the peculiar virtue and properties possessed by loathsome store of looking to the north, meaning the compass. That's why I was telling y'all in Wisdom of Solomon 14, it's actually saying that was a compass. Told you, suckers. You guys thought I was wrong. Bodhi. It says here, Wisdom of Solomon 14:4, showing thou that thou canst save from all dangers. Yea, though a man went to the sea without art, no direction, right? No direction. Nevertheless, thou wouldest not that the works of thy wisdom should be idle, and therefore do men commit their lives in a small piece of wood, and passing through the rough sea in a weak vessel are saved. See? Same concept. Same concept. Same concept. Let's see if I miss anything. 61, nor is there much weight in the argument that for fear is the same as Peru, as maintained by our most learned Spanish writer, Arias Montana, in volume 7, For although his opinion is a very great authority and should have respect due to the so important and learned scholars, the discussion doesn't matter. I guess he's a different opinion. He says, I guess, because on the bottom it says, so little weight is to be given to the explanation offered by learned Arias Montana that Ophir is Peru, or Paruaim. Yeah, I don't think that either. This is actually from, which book is this from? Give me a second. Let me see what book it's from. Oh, the lost tribes and promised lands. Lost tribes and promised lands. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see what's up, everybody. Let me catch you guys real quick. What is up, bro? Hey, shalom, bro. Shalom, bro. Yeah, I was talking about Ophir. Yasharala. Shalom, brother. Yes, sir. Talking about Ophir. Found Ophir, and you can go back to the class, but it's literally, here's the identifier right there. Ophir is right here. Isaiah 13:12, I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. So that caught my attention, the golden wedge. If you look it up, the golden wedge, the actual word H3956 means not just tongue, but you think like tongue, what the hell? No, check it out. Wedge, bay of sea, tongue shaped, right? So then when you consider those tongue shaped, like tongue shaped things, that's why you start thinking of why is the Gulf of Mexico tongue shaped? So then when you talk about Mexico, or example, let me get a better map like this, right? Tongue shape. That's like a mouth. That's like the shape of a tongue. If you look at this profile, if you do a profile like an actual, what do you call it? X-ray, right? Your mouth is like that, and your tongue is like that. It's dipped like that, right? Look, the shape of a tongue. Look, the shape of a tongue. Tongue shape. This is Yucatan. Joktan. Joktan is the father of Ophir. We just showed a map that shows you where the map of Ophir is. 1574, right? 19. This is Peru, right? 19. What is it? The numbers are used to identify. So what number is he pointing at? Ophir. Ophir. So in case you missed it, that's what we were on. Now, this is from, and we're pretty much, I think, let me see. Yeah, I think we're after this one. I could kind of decide if I want to stick around or not. Let me read this, by the way. This is for you dumbass wobbles and shit. I'm going to smack you guys real quick, bro. What the fuck am I going to do with y'all? What are you saying, dude? I don't know what you're saying, man. Check this out. The high seas was not most necessary for me, Columbus wrote in his journal on September 23rd, 1492. 17 days out on the sea after a month-long stopover in the Canaries, by now the crew were becoming restless. There was a loud grumbling among them that they would never get back to Spain. They had encountered few winds blowing back eastward. And this day the waters were so becalmed that the sailors claimed the sea simply was not high enough to bring them home again. But then the waves rose dramatically without even a wind, so that everyone was astonished and silenced for the time being. This is when Columbus made the entry quoted, adding, nothing like this had ever been seen, save in a time when the Jews went out of Egypt and complained against Moses, who had brought them out of captivity. It says here that we do not know much concerning Columbus' crew about the 90 men aboard his 3 ships, but at least one of them was an Israelite whose presence such as was not merely an accidental. He wasn't an Israelite. He was a convert, but he spoke so-called Hebrew. This was Luis de Torres, a convert of possibly only that year, who had once held a position. Remember, convert meaning that he was a Christian by name. So now you know why these bastards were killing us like that. Okay? Then it says here, this was Luis de Torres, a convert possibly only that year that once he held a position with the governor of Murcia. He is said to have known Hebrew, Aramaic, and some Arabic, and have been brought along with Columbus specifically as an interpreter. By the way, this guy was the first, I believe, was the first white man on this land. I think so. One of the purposes of the voyage was, as we have seen, was to find Great Khan, and Torres was to be the mouth. Right? Peace for encounters, presumably on the basis of Hebrew. Supposedly Preston John, all that shit, right? Marco Polo had an idea of a map. Total bullshit. But anyways, here we go right here. Wobbles, West Africans, y'all need to just shut up. Oh, it means wannabe aboriginals. That's what it means. More specifically, who? West Africans. Specifically them. I'm not talking about all Africans. All Africans do not move in the same spirit. West Africans, I believe, are actual Canaanites. And y'all act like it. Well, not you, but I don't know if you're a Canaanite, but they act like it. They act like it when they come to this channel. They act like it when they talk. They act like it when they teach the Bible. They falsify shit. Seditious nation. Usurpers of situations. That line of Ham, Cain, Canaan, Nimrod, Cush, all of that shit. Yeah. It says here, by the way, Wobbles, please pay attention. Grab a pen and paper handy, please, because you need to learn something. It says here, I'll go here. There had been rumors and indications among the people encountered of other natives in the islands who were fierce and warlike and who ate human flesh, but none of them appeared in a person on the first voyage, which was a lie. I did not find any bestial man among them, as some of us had expected. But on the contrary, men of great difference in kindness. On the onset of the world, like multitudes was for another day. Listen to this. Neither are they black. Neither are they black, like the Ethiopian. Do you understand what that means? West Africans, Canaanite relatives who want to be everybody but yourselves. You see that? It says that when Columbus came, by the way, Columbus understood that that Africa belonged to Portugal. So if Columbus showed up and he saw a bunch of black people, you'd think he wouldn't be like, shit, I'm still in fucking Africa, bro. I got to get out of here. Neither are they black like Ethiopians. He goes on, their hair is smooth and straight.
It's gonna hurt.
Not woolly or nappy or curly tied or frizzy or whatever you guys like to fucking use. No, neither their hair is smooth and straight. And no, that doesn't mean that at that time you could buy hair from India and then put it on and say that was me. No. I'm contraire, mon frère. For they do not do well where the rays of the sun strike most vividly.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
That's for you, Abo, Wabo, whatever the hell y'all are. You guys are not originals from this land. I don't care what name you use. I don't care what acronym you try to push. I don't care what so-called old world you want to believe. I don't care how much you blow Colombiados is nuts. In this channel, we don't mess around like that. Oh, here we go. See, look at this family. See, I kind of knew you were. I kind of knew you were. You know what I'm saying? I was just waiting for you to come out and say it. Yeah. See your way out of here, dude. Peace. This is not Christianity. Go celebrate Christmas, Thanksgiving, go do your bullshit. Obviously, you show up one time in the most awkward channel, and then you base it off of that. I see how you are. You were posting a bunch of shit the whole time. Where's your energy at now, bruh? No, racism is not a remedy. This is racism right here. This is racism. Me telling you, people like you, because I think you claim to be a native from this land, right? That's what you think. Is that what it is you believe in? DJ Zippy Pippy? Here, matter of fact, I'll let you on board. But come on board. Come on board. Let's see. Because I find it so funny, man. People like you, because that's technically I'm gonna generalize you. People like you show up, say shit, post shit, and then all of a sudden, and I kind of wait, and then I say stuff, and then y'all get offended. You see too much colorism in this shit. You're the racist. You are the actual racist. Because as soon as I said neither are they black like the Ethiopians, and I call black people Canaanites, now all of a sudden I'm a racist. Right? But you guys, they believe in the Bible. You call the white man Neanderthal, troglodyte, slave. What else? What do you call them? You call them like some bunch of shit. But that's not racist, though. What I'm doing is I'm teaching people that claim to be of this land that you're not from this land. If you think that's racist, then you're those people trying to push that shit. That's what it seems like to me, because all of a sudden now you're offended. I actually rather enjoy people like you, man, because you're actually making that little channel grow. Neither are they black. Here, let me read it for you. Neither are they black. Neither are they black. Neither are they black. Like the Ethiopians, like you West Africans that want to claim to be native. I have no problem with Africans in general. North Africans, East Africans, South Africans. I've dealt with African brothers and sisters. I've talked to y'all. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this particular tribe, this heathenish tribe, this Canaanitish tribe that's here in America right now. A good portion of them are right here. And he's probably one of them. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why you're here defending shit. I mean, to me, it just blows my mind that if you're not these people, why do you even care? And if you feel offended or this is a racist channel, well then skedaddle. Like, you know what I mean? You said, okay, hold on. Let me see. This is what I'm saying. I have said none of those things, sir. I'm not offended. Well, listen, you're not offended, but earlier you said, what did you say? You said, what's a wabo, right? You asked me that. And then you go, oh, I see. This is the race-based thing. I'll see my way far away. You see that? You see, if you weren't offended, you wouldn't say that. You'd be cool. You'd be sitting back. You'd be chilling. Black means pale. Oh, God. Oh, my dear Jesus. Black is the shade of my shoe. So are you a West African? Or do you claim to be a native of these lands? Is that why you're upset? Or are you one of Fopi's little slaves and shit? Let me continue. Let me remind you, because this is painful to y'all. I know you hate to be called Canaanites, but you are Canaanites. Just to give you a heads up, we found the culprit. This dude. This is the culprit, the guy right here. So, see, these people like to hide and they act like they don't know who they are, or like they have no idea, you know, GJPP, right? So we were asking, well, I was asking him, like, who the hell are you? You know what I mean? Why the hell do you even care anyways? What these people look like, right? So we found out who this dude is. And this is an Edomite, I assume. Sounds like one. Acts and thinks like one. You know, they always want to do their whole acrobatics with words and shit, right? So it's from thank you, bro. Appreciate you for the heads up on that one. And is people like this right here. See, I know more than you think I know. So, you know what I mean? It's like, this is it. See? So, I don't know this, here goes right here. Where is he at? He's talking. Let me see if he's talking. No, not that guy. Give me a second. I just want to show this and then we'll continue. My guy's talking. Here we go. Listen to this.
If anything, they're prisoners of war.
That's right. But, you know, they call them indentured servants and stuff. Even though they were criminals that were condemned to death, right? Usually to death, or you go over there and you work, you know.
They can destroy you because they've removed our history.
See, so, you know, this guy sounds like that light-skinned Canaanite that claims to be a native and supposedly has some DNA and shit. You see, so this is what I'm talking about, family. You know, they're very boastful in their own little space.
Oh, just keep going.
A lot to say, right? And then they show up over here and look, see, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, mofo, well then.
They are proud of their Black Seminole heritage.
It's like, really? You act like, you know, people ask you. So it's like, you know, these games, look at this. The envy of this heathen, bro. And I just, you know what?
Shout out to everybody.
It just shows how weak,
how big it was, how many people.
Look at him. We find you, DJ PP.
Give us a.
I mean, what are you bring us with? What?
Pontoons.
Nonsense. See, look.
Quarter-inch netting, that's all you need to lash and do whatever you need to do. As the nets would have had to be pulled by hand, bigger fish would have been able to escape by.
See? My name is Tyrone, but I sound like a proper white guy. Look at all this stupidity right here. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Why hiding? Right? It's like, why hiding? Hold on a second. So check this out, family. I always wonder about this, right? Why
leaping over the net or swimming away before the net was closed. Carbonized plant seeds or burnt plant seeds
So here's
were found in
the Negroes from West Africa who claim that they're everybody, who also went to space. And look, this is a little tribe right here. You see that little echo space? This is what I'm talking about. You got a big mouth over here on my channel, man. Look at you. How come you didn't hit the link, DJ PP? You're from a channel. Look at that. 11,000 subscribers, right? And he's on my channel. I got 500 and change, fam. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know if it's YouTube or not. I have no clue. Maybe I suck that bad. Whatever. I mean, maybe my shit is just horrible. You know what I mean? But what are these people doing in my channel? 11,000 subscribers, right? Oh, by the way, make sure that you also, chime in. You know what I mean? They want their money. FBA, you see what I'm saying? Florida debunked Seminole slavery, debunked whatever. I don't know. So it just tells you, look at this, peace and almighty power to American Aboriginals. You see what I'm saying, family? But you show up to this channel, posting stuff left and right, like the idiot earlier, Kevin, that I had a temporary block. I kept telling him, yo, hit me, listen, bro, we'll debate it after. You know what I mean? Didn't listen. Well, this is who they are. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you come in all boastful. You think you know your shit? Okay, well then debate me. Debate me. You got me here. You got me here. You're here. What's the problem? DJ PP? What's the problem? I don't understand, bro. You know what I mean? You claim to be somebody. You got your little 11,000 supporters, whatever, right? You see, family, y'all may think my channel don't mean nothing. They ain't the only ones watching, but they're cowards. They don't have the huevos, you know what I'm saying, to hit the link. They don't, fam. So anyways, with all that, I'm out. I'm gonna let it finish, and then I'm gonna shut down the Vive at 7:30. All right, y'all have enjoyed. Happy 7th day rest for you that keep it today. My family's here. Talk to you guys maybe when I do another class. All right, soon. All right, let's go. Look, my entire job was to destroy the spirit of Canaan, and I'm doing it many times. So stick around. Neither are they black like Ethiopians. Their hair is smooth and straight, for they do not dwell where the rays of the sun strike most vividly. It says clearly was meant as a assurance to anyone who felt as he did. This is what they're saying, that black men tended to be more barbarians than whites of any condition, which I don't believe that. Columbus returned home in 1493, thinking that Cuba was part of the Asian mainland. Why would he say that? Because he didn't see Africans here in America, especially Africans that are trying to be natives of this land, even though they're Africans. Even though they listen to Colomiados and alter all kinds of pictures and assume, and like, for example, okay, I'll give you an example. Look, check it out, fam. Here. I have this book here, right? This book. Now, in this book, it's called The Ancient Maya. And it's literally filled with like pictures, bro, like seriously, pictures of like a bunch of people like us, them, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you really think about it, like it's literally, how can I say this? Debunking all their crap. I'm looking through this book. I'm like, bro. Now, again, archive.org is down, so I can't use them, or else I would have brought it out. Let me continue. Anyways, it says, but nevertheless, clearly felt himself to be closer to the region than Ali and some others had gone on, referring to the Fortunate Islands. East meets west. Then it says here, east meets west by him and by his successors, between the black men of the old world and most of the tawny men of the new. Then it says here, the new world, that the inhabitants of these islands have been ever so used to live in liberty and play and pastime, that they can hardly away with the yoke of servitude, which they attempt to shake off by all means they may. This surely is an implied comparison to the people of Guinea, who did submit to the yoke of servitude from Peter's point of view, and whom he occasionally manifests a firm dislike. Guinea is West Africa. I'm not saying it. They're saying it. And I can get into this part here, but I think I showed you guys enough. Once again, Ophir, wedge, Napoleon speaks on it. Oh, now check this out. I want to show this to you. Remember, remember the last class I showed y'all how the Talmudic practitioners, these conquistadors that came black and white, or Swarthy and white, whatever, when they got here, so-called Jews, and I know we already proven that they weren't, they were just converts. They came as Christians in name, but in reality, there were secret Jews who practiced Kabbalah, right? So now, you know, it's funny because, again, movies really tell you a lot. And if you pay attention, you'll start figuring that out. So remember, in the last class about the Talmud, right? I told you guys about how in the Talmud, they always refer to the Meshiacha as the one that was hung, right? Okay. So we know that the cruelties of the Spaniards, one of their cruelties was to hang 12 natives by the stick, burn them at the feet, and then one more, the 13th, as the Messiah. You guys remember that? Okay. Two things I'm going to point out here. First of all, pay attention to the color of these conquistadors. Remember how Christopher Columbus said his predecessors black of the old world and tawny of the new? Okay. So you know that Christopher Columbus was Swarthy, a Sephardic Jew. Okay? Let's continue.
¿Por qué nos unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restable.
A ver, los evangelistas.
See, that right there is what I'm talking about. Look at, why is he dark? Why did they put him so dark? Now, that's one, right? This guy too. No, not this guy. I said they're red, and these guys are dark. So family, I want to tell you something, that Spaniards did not look like this at that time, okay? Spaniards did not look like that at all. Spaniards look more like these guys, like these bastards right here. These dark, swarthy bastards right here, the ones that raped, murdered, pillaged your gente. You see, here's the funny part. When I say that shit and I say, oh, white people, blah, 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 you guys are totally fine with it. You guys are totally fine with it. But as soon as I bring this out, all of a sudden you're offended. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. See, you're still here. You're mad because you're a Canaanite. That's what you're mad about. I don't care what you say. You want to claim yourself to be an indigenous. Look, listen, at the end of the day, one of us is fucking lying. And at the end of the day, one of us is going to get destroyed. Really bad. I'm not going to be the one. Guarantee that shit. I don't go by comments. I don't go by little, oh, somebody told me my grandma's grandma had straight hair and shit. We can go in the Bible. We can go historical. We can even go DNA. And I'll show you exactly my lineage. And I speak truth when I say that the migration is real. But anyways, let's continue, family, because look, this guy's a Swarthy guy, right? Supposedly, we were told that Spaniards were blonde and shit. And why the fuck are these guys so dark? Look at this. Look at this dark dude. Look at this. Look, he's dark, right? So now check this out. Remember the point I told you about they burn our gente, 12 and then 13? Okay, here we go.
Los evangelistas. Mateo. A ver.
Pay attention.
¿Por qué nos unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restable.
A ver. Los evangelistas. Mateo. Marcos.
Listen, that whole bullshit atlas, bro, that's stupid. That's dumb. That's Freemasonry, dumb, stupid shit. Francis Bacon rewrote that Atlantis, new Atlantis story. That's what you guys are following. You're literally sucking the nutsack of the Freemasons. I don't understand why you guys don't even get that. Like, I'm totally baffled. You're a Blackamoor, you're a Hebrew, you're a Wabo, you're a West African wishing to be somebody you're not. Listen, man, the simplicity of life is just this. Accept who you are, and you might be doing better. But I tell you one thing. You guys can wish all you want. All you want. At the end of the day, you still got to come get it. You still got to come get it. So come get it. Pay attention, family, and then we're moving on.
¿Por qué no os unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, arrestadle.
A ver, los evangelistas, Mateo, Marcos, Lucas, Juan. Padre, ¿podéis ayudarme? Creo que he olvidado los nombres.
Sí.
Yo, what's up, bro? Listen. You hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. What's up, bro? What's up? What's up?
I came late to the live, man.
It's all good, dude.
I'm watching the thing you talking about this Kevin guy.
Yeah.
I want to say something, bro. They need to stop claiming our shit, bro. Period. The bullshit that this guy is talking about, Job 30:30, and all these color scriptures, man.
Mm-hmm.
He literally said, there's no Mexicans that have dark skin. Is he fucking stupid?
Mm-hmm, right?
Has he only been to, like, you know, it's funny that these people, they just trying to compare, you know, certain light-skinned Mexicans, right? You know, but they leave out Mexico is a big country, bro. You see at different places of Mexico, you got Mexicans, bro. Literally, they're dark, like como unos negros, bro. Like dark, like a ruddy brown.
Right.
Depending, you know, mostly the ones that are working on the fields, the ones that están en las hembras.
Yeah.
So I don't know how the fuck this idiot coming up with this shit, man. It's crazy though, bro. But I appreciate what you're doing, bro. Like you putting up your time and you trying to, you know, put it through these fucking idiots' heads, bro. I know they're not gonna get it at the end of the day. They're not gonna get it. They're not gonna get the message. I don't know with this Kevin guy. That name sounds like probably un paisa, maybe. What do you think he is? Like maybe he's a paisa.
More likely Moreno, bro. More likely.
But these guys, bro, y'all need to stop claiming our shit, bro. You're not the Indians. You're not Native Americans. There's a lot of us with dark skin. A lot of us. You're just fucking stupid. We don't just come in one shade. We come in a lot of shades. Really dark shades of skin color. So, man, I missed this, bro. I wish I could have hopped on where this dumbass was bringing out these Lamentations and Job and all this nonsense, bro. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, what was the argument about? Well, basically, what he's saying, basically that, because I'm reading the messages in the chat. Like, it's just that was his argument. That just about skin color. That's it.
Yeah. Well, here's the first thing you did. You posted Job 30:30. I am black, and my bones are burned with heat. Right? He goes, imagine black skin and burned with heat. Now imagine African skeleton. Job was a black man. Job was also a Syrian. Okay. Okay.
Bro.
So I took him to Job. So hey, give me a second. I took him to Job. We went through it. And then I go, oh, that's just milk. And then he gives me this, Lamentation 5:10. Our skin was black as an oven. Mexicans and Spaniards of the terrible famine. Mexicans do not have black skin. Okay, all right, whatever. Then he posts again, Latinos don't have black skin or turn darker due to famine. So apparently he wants, like, let's say you
know what I think that means, brother. The one that says our skin was like an oven, like black as an oven. I think you know how the Indians will, like the Mayans and the Aztecs, they will paint their skin. You know, when they were in a situation of mourning.
Yeah.
Like they will paint themselves as black.
Right.
When they were mourning or whatever situation, you know, whatever predicament they were going in, they will paint their skin different colors and shit.
Yeah, matter of fact, if you've seen some of my classes like earlier since 2022, I've been bringing out books that show that we were keeping some type of Levitical law, whether people want to believe it or not. If you know what I mean, that's whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter. History says it. History. And people that saw, quote unquote, these natives, let's say we're not, for a second, let's say we're not the natives, right? Whatever. Okay, for a moment. Whoever came, saw these natives practicing things that were in the Bible. regardless of how people feel, whether they think they're more not raza, Mexica, and never did Christian, Bible stuff, or they don't care about God, whatever. The fact is that material, ahí está la historia. No lo podemos ignorar.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna give us credit for that, man.
Of course not. And you know what, though, man? To be honest, I don't mind this because I quite frankly rather enjoy it, bro. It just, for me, I didn't ask for this. Like, oh, man, I'm just mad at. Nah, bro, it just happened, man. God just said, you know what? I'm going to wake this fool up and I'm going to show him some stuff because I was not a reader and was never in like school guy. My GPA was like 0.5, dude. I was a horrible student, bro. As a matter of fact, I didn't speak any English when I first came here. I came here when I was 7 years old. No hablaba inglés, güey. I still had an accent like until 13, 14 years old. Eventually it kind of went away. And you know what I mean? Like, todo esto no es porque yo quise o alguien me paga. No, bro, it's just God, man. Like, I believe in him. And he just said, you know what? I'm going to wake this fool up and tell my people who the hell they are, bro. Because these are facts. This right here, hanging us by 13, claiming that 12 of the apostles and 1 is a Meshiacha, right? What does that mean? If they're Christianity pushing it, Todo eso es importante. Todo eso tiene que valerse de algo because we did suffer. We did go through this.
But nobody talks about it, though. Nobody talks about the suffering of the indigenous peoples. Nobody, man.
Thank you.
I think there is I think I've seen a video de un español. I think you brought it up. Yeah, I think I told it on your channel. How they're not sorry about what they did with the conquistadors. Like, why they got to say sorry, right? Like, why they're not sorry about it? They're not. They don't recognize the sorry. But over here in America, right? All they talk about is the blacks' oppression and everything, slavery. And guess what? You've seen white people talking about it sorry, right? But they're not sorry about our shit. They don't even talk about our shit.
Nope.
So listen, it doesn't really apply. There's a lot of things in the Bible, bro, that are going on and that happened back then that don't apply to this day to these people over here. What do they call West Africans? The ones from the diaspora from the West Africa. They don't apply that, bro. Like, I remember I've seen one guy pulled up a scripture in Deuteronomy talking about a black on black crime, and Deuteronomy where it says that the eye will be evil to his brother. And when you read the context of that, bro, it's talking about they were in famine, right? The
right here.
came upon them, and they were eating each other.
Yep.
They had to eat their brothers because they were dying, bro. But these guys pull out these scriptures talking about, oh, that's black on black crime. That has nothing to do with black on black crime, bro.
No,
that has something to do because they were surviving. There was famine in the land, and they had to survive. They were eating each other. They respect their brother.
Deuteronomy 28:52, and he shall besiege thee in all thy gates until thy high fence and walls come until thy high and fence walls come down, wherein thou trusted it throughout all thy land, and he shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all thy land, which the Lord thy God had given thee. Right, so that means that they're gonna block everything from coming in and going out. Right, okay, so the famine starts, and thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thine own sons, of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God had given thee. Right. This has nothing to do with what they're saying. Yep. This is actually eating and shit. Like, you're starving.
It is. And I see IUSC still use that one.
You're gonna
use that.
You're gonna be so in famine that you're not only gonna eat your own people, you're gonna like basically you're not even gonna offer that carne to your family, dude. Like, you're gonna even like hoard human skin to eat that.
Yep.
That's what it says right there. And history shows that we did go through that here, especially when they were throwing dogs at us.
But that's why they want to claim our shit, because they see that everything that happened in these lands to the people like us, to our people, they see that everything is in the Bible, and now they know that's happening. That's why they want to claim our heritage, and this is why I appreciate what you're doing, bro. Because a lot of our people, they don't see it, bro. Listen, bro. Everywhere when I'm in the phone here and there.
Yeah,
I come across the video, right? And I see a comment of un paisa, vale verga, like, you probably don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, supporting these guys when they're talking about dark-skinned Indians and toda esa mamada. So I direct them to your channel, bro, because I know your channel, you got real shit that it speaks for our people, bro. So I tell them, listen, bro, you gotta stop kissing ass to these people. You want to learn about your history, and I quote the Mexica Chronicles, bro. I'm like, listen, you gotta go over here, bro, because what's going on right now, bro, is You guys have no idea what's going on, bro. They just read, they just watch videos and miran los videos y como que, oh, that's pretty interesting. It's pretty funny. Oh yeah, it could be true. No, bro. These people are already too deep into our shit. That they already have our own people even believe that shit already.
Right. They're into
I have some
I see it.
pendejos saying that, yeah, they probably were black. Motherfucker, what the fuck you talking about, bro?
Well, that's the people that don't know even history. Matter of fact, when I'm gonna blot that picture out of the pyramid, you see the light-skinned sister right there, light skin, dark skin. You know what I mean? And then like, let's just be real. You see the features of these the people are depicted. They don't have no so-called African American body, bro. They don't have that phenotype. Where's the muscle? Right. Where's that? You know what I'm saying? That type of body that they claim to always carry and have. Where is it? It's not there. But the only convenience is the color. Their nose don't fit. The lips are thin. The hair's straight. But it's the color. That's enough. Even though you don't eat the food here, you can eat the food here. Your dietary laws, like you don't even really keep them. The only way you would, I'll give you an example. Here's one simple one. Sorry, I'm kind of going fast on this. Like, when have you heard of them, so-called, if they were here originally, of eating grasshoppers? When?
Wow, that was a great point, bro. That was a great point when you brought that out. The grasshopper one?
Never. Where? In Florida? Louisiana? Utah? Tell me where, Mr. Black Man, where you were eating the grasshopper that the Bible allows you to have, which you claim also to be a Hebrew. Then you should understand that. Where is it?
Let me say this, man. They might have some. There may be some verses in the Bible that might lead them to certain events that probably happen. Y como que es parecido, right? It's parecido, but it's not. There's a context to everything. You have to find the actual historical background to see if it really took place. Just because it sounds similar doesn't mean it's talking about you specifically. You gotta, look at through the history. Their history, they don't have none of that. Like you said about the grasshoppers, about the chapulines, they don't have that shit.
Right. Or even the whole point of Christopher Columbus coming here, landing on the Americas. He knew that they didn't belong to Portugal. He knew that they belonged to Spain. So if he ended up in a land where he saw black people, like in Africa, I think logically speaking, he'd be like, "Holy shit, dude! I'm in Africa. I'm not in America." Bro.
You were just reading it. You were just reading it. It said that they were dark, but not like the people of Guinea.
Yeah, that's right.
People of Guinea look like.
Yeah, they look like them.
Exactly. That's what it's just saying, bro. It's como los indios de como Pakistan.
Yeah.
Todos están being like mad dark.
Yeah.
It was basically comparison similar to them, not like them, but similar to them.
Well, here's also the funny part that I laugh at. They want to use part of the Bible and then bring it to Africa, right? So they say, "Oh, the original people, Abraham was black," right? They say that because Babylon and Nimrod. Okay, I'll give you that. Fine. So then that means that you actually do subscribe to the fact that everything came out of Asia based on the Bible, based on the dispersion and when Phaleg or Peleg, right? But no. They use that part in name, but then bring it back to Africa. That makes no sense. Yeah. That makes no sense. So what did you originate? Africa or Asia? Which one? Because the Bible says Asia, but you want it to be Africa. Like what? And then here's what I really trip on. Okay, fine, sounds good. If all of them spread out, there's this person. Oh, what is it? The two Babylons, right? No, Timbuktu. I'm sorry. Timbuktu says Ham and Shem were both black, right? Like supposedly them, and they don't understand Africa's also big, and they don't all look the same. You know what I mean? Supposedly. So then now they say Shem and Ham were officially black, and then also in regards to Shem, he was originally black, but in time he got white. But then the reason why Ham and Shem are mixed is because they mix with Japhet or Japhet. So I'm like, wait a minute.
Right, the mixture.
I know, but hold on. But here's the problem. If you're originally two blacks and one was also black and then he happens to turn white and he mixes with these other two blacks, wouldn't they all become black again?
Yep, for sure. That can be the case because you know how from Jacob, the wives that he married, you can't have it. You can't have it just one. It doesn't go like that. It just doesn't. Common sense doesn't go.
What I found is that whatever I call it genre of Waboism or BHI, whatever suits your floats your boat. So like if you want to be a Wabo, but if none of it already fits, you're going to be in this corner. There's other ones that are on the other corner. There's another ones on the other corner. But when you actually sit them in the center, none of them agree at all. One says the old world. One says not. One says that the originally they were there. One says that they were all over the place. I don't know, bro. What I see is whatever sticks to the wall. A ver qué muerde. You know, y a ver qué pendejo les va a dar.
Qué pendejo cae. Believe it, right? Yep.
So check it, bro. My family's waiting here, and I gotta go. But I'm gonna let this finish.
Yeah, listen,
only about a few minutes. And this is the only. And by the way, the only reason I played it here again is because it was down for a week, so I had to run it on the other channel.
Yeah, bro. I just wanted to come in and just say what's up, and I just all wanted to say, bro, stop claiming our shit.
Right.
You're not the people, bro. And if you fucking dumb Mexican, you watching this, bro, I'm sorry to say that, but you gotta stick to it. You gotta learn your history, bro, because this is just starting, bro. It's gonna get worse.
Yeah, and that's what I see. Exactly, dude. I do
that's
see
all I
that,
got, brother. And thanks for letting me in, bro, because I was waiting in the back.
Well, sure, for sure. If you want to stick around, I mean, it's up to you. If not, you want to click off, it's up to you, bro. I'm just gonna let it play.
Yeah, you know what? I'll stick around. I'll stay waiting.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna let it play, and then once it's done, it's done, right? Okay, pues, cuídate, brother. Okay. All right, here it goes. Like, let me use this one. Let's see. There it goes right here. Okay, so look, this is the part where Psalms 137, right? Dashing the children against the stones, the revenge, right? But look, check it out. There's 12. If you count them, there's 12 and then 13 right here, right? So check out what it says. In the 16th century illustration by Flemish Protestant Theodore de Bry, depicting Spanish atrocities during the conquest of Hispaniola, Las Casas wrote, they erected certain gibbets, large but low made, so that their feet almost reached the ground, every one of which was so ordered as to bear 13 persons in honor and reverence, as they say blasphemously, of our Redeemer and his 12 apostles, under which they made a fire to burn them to ashes while hanging them. Once again, who are they naming? The apostles. And then you're going to see them say, who's going to be Christ? All right, check it out.
¿Por qué no os unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restadle.
A ver, los evangelistas, Mateo, Marcos, Lucas, Juan. Padre, ¿podéis ayudarme? Creo que he olvidado los nombres. César, Carlos, Manolo, Paco, Federico, Felipe.
A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo?
A ver, ¿quién le hará de Jesucristo? Let's see who's going to be the Christ, right?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Let me see, Justin Kimberly. Or Kimberly Justin. The Spanish are white. What do you mean? Spain has pride in its people having blonde hair, blue eyes, light skin. Yeah, that's who they're there now. But you need to do your history between 711 AD and on, or 700 AD. You'll find out who conquered who. And these people that were actually leaving Spain were these people. Jews and Moors were actually the ones that were kicked out of Spain. Kimberly, in case you don't know it. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not just saying that they don't have dark skin, but we can't take away the fact that they have pride for them come out like the false images. Or I don't know. Yahweh is not even his name, by the way. But anyway, look, listen, just pay attention. Spaniards, okay, look, let's back up a little bit. In case you guys are new to this channel, listen to what I teach, okay? A lot of you guys don't know. Now, this channel that you're on, this is it initially started in the morning or earlier today with what do you call it? Political often. It's a side channel I have because I got blocked last week for a class that I was doing, and that I don't take money. It's no monetized channel, but apparently they didn't like it. Okay, they didn't like it, so they blocked my channel for a week. So I've been doing side classes on the side. All right, so now this is my channel, and this is what I stand for. This is not a BHI channel. This is not a dumbass stroke chart camp. This is not a Hispanic only channel. This is not a Christmas Christian channel for sure. In this channel, we teach that Negroes and gringos together came as conquistadors. Now, that includes also Swahili people that don't necessarily act as West Africans or are. Along with Arab Moors, which I say that here, white black Moors, because they were, fake Jews, black and white, because that's true at that time. We had Sephardics and Khazars, and other nations all worked together to destroy our indigenous heritage. That's what I do here. That's what I do here. I'm not pushing for no. Now, I prefer these colors and I prefer these names because that's what I am. It don't mean that you know what I mean? We all stand the same ground. Now, what I also like to do is debunk wobbles left and right, all day, every day, especially when they're bullshitting. That's what I'm saying. You know, and this is not hate, man. All I'm saying is it wasn't just the white guys that came. Yeah, I like to show like mad hate towards the white man. Hey, I get it, dude. They did their shit, but they weren't the only ones. You guys forget that there's other people that came with them. Let me see that real quick. Isaiah 58:1. Oh, bro, that's my favorite, bro. Hold on a second. Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins. See, it's real, bro. Because all I'm doing is I'm just doing level playing field, bro. Like, why are we saying, oh, it was just them? Why? Because you guys are scared to call out other nations for the shit that they did? You're so obvious in saying white folks raped us, white folks brought this, white folks did that. But then now we know, like, no, it wasn't just them. And it wasn't necessarily like your typical gringo. Because historically speaking, we know that the Jews, Sephardic Jews, were predominantly involved in the expulsion. And well, I'll give you an example. Why the hell would Europeans kick out Europeans? They never would. Europeans kicked out people that didn't belong there. And those mofos came over here, Jews and Moors. And they enslaved people here, which is why after 1865, shit started really being not good for them because they had it good before. You guys need to watch the movie Antebellum. It's giving you a hint what it used to be like prior to. Because in reality, after 1662, I think, that's when the indentured servitude was starting to trim its ways, and then they were bringing slaves over. And it wasn't just Negroes. There were white people being enslaved. There was natives for sure being enslaved. Lots of people were being enslaved. Now, but how do you determine who the Hebrews are? Because you would have to hit not just the curses, but you could see yourself in the clothing, in the food, in the folklore, in the history, even in the instruments of music. In this channel, I've done it. I've showed it. You guys can go back and check it. Everything I say, I prove. I don't just say stuff and then hopefully you guys believe me. And I don't just throw stuff in the wall and see what sticks. Not at all. Everything I bring out, I read and I show it. Once again, we just said right now, 12 natives, one Meshiach, once again, and then we move on.
¿Por qué nos unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restadlo.
A ver, los evangelistas, Mateo, Marcos, Lucas, Juan. Padre, ¿podéis ayudarme? Creo que he olvidado los nombres. César, Carlos, Manolo, Paco, Federico, Felipe.
A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo?
A ver, ¿quién le hará de Jesucristo? Let me see what you got, bro. Remember William Walker, he went to Nicaragua and this self-righteous devil made himself president. He eventually was left behind with his allies and was killed. The movie's named Walker. Oh, really? Hey, what up, querido mías? Buenos días. Oh, you too, my brother. Sorry, man. I don't know who you're rooting for, but I'll give you that, bro. You are a dummy and don't know history. I don't know if you're talking to me, sons of Jacob. Oh, you think you're Judah? Hit the link. I'll show you you're not. Here, if you're ballsy, if you're like here defending the DJ's shit, well, hit the link. I'll show you how you're not Judah. I'll show you. We'll stay in Deuteronomy 28. I won't even leave. We'll stay in Deuteronomy 28 the entire time. We can start at verse 20. And then I'll ask you some questions and I'll show you who we are. If you think you're Judah. Anyways, enough of that. Because I don't think he'll show up. So check this out. I got this video to show you guys real quick. A brother actually sent it to me. Which is interesting. Look, it says here. La danza de los moros y cristianos. Historia cultural. Right? Listen to this. Let's listen to this and then that's it. We'll move on. I still got some other stuff on another class, which I do want to do. And it has to do with, remember I showed you guys the class on the Talmud, Kabbalah, and how they actually use witchcraft. I have a video that's confirming that. It's 11:29, or I would have done it tonight, but I it's already 3 hours and shit. So I'm just going to move on. But anyways, I'm going to show you this video. Look at the Moor and Christian practices. It's like, where did this come from, right? So we need to know exactly what kind of history is this. So help us out, maybe get us understanding. And you know what I mean? We won't be so lost. Numbers 1:18, and they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and then declared their pedigree after their families by the house of their fathers according to The number of the names from the 20-year-old and upward by their poll. Yeah, so the father seed. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Okay, so listen to this, and then we're done.
La danza es una expresión artística tan antigua como la humanidad misma. A lo largo de la historia y dependiendo el lugar en donde se lleve a cabo, se adapta dependiendo las costumbres culturales y el objetivo que se le quiera dar. Así que en esta ocasión vamos a hablar de una de las danzas que tiene más trascendencia en nuestro país, en algunos estados de la República Mexicana. Y estamos hablando de la danza de los moros y los cristianos. Así que si alguna vez te preguntaste del origen de esta danza, pues hoy lo vamos a tratar aquí. Vamos a tratar de explicar desde dónde viene y también cuáles son algunas de las características culturales que nos ofrece esta expresión artística. Así que sin más preámbulo, vamos a comenzar con el video.
Hey, Robert. Don't even worry about him. He's just a black dude that thinks he's smart because he's using all these cantankerous lack of core. Oh my God. I'm such an intellectual with a fucking degree of bullshit. Hit the link, bro. Stop fucking around. Hit the link. Come on. I don't bite. I'm a friendly guy. Come on, bro. Hit the link. You're Billy Badass. Influence me with some of your humongously argumentative words. Come on, Mr. Brainiac. Hit the link. Mr. Smarter than, what's his name? Einstein. IQ of 3,000 points. See, there you go. That's what he is. He's a comedic fool. Ah, you cockroaches love to come out of your hole, bro. You guys all talk. I'm telling you, you guys are cowards. Cowards. BHI, Wabo, Negro Only, Fopi, whoever, Tariq Nasheed, or what's the other guy? Whoever you want, the research guy, or Top Pussy, or Culo Miados. Bring any of them. I don't care about your words. Your words mean nothing, man, unless you can prove a damn thing. If you can't prove a damn thing, then it means nothing. Words don't mean anything. They only go as far, I guess, is what you make them believe. You know? That's a sad shit nowadays, family. Anyways, listen, let me go through this. Let me just kind of get to this about 5 minutes and then I'm done, all right? Let's listen to this real quick. This is actually interesting. Let's go.
No. Más bien me refiero a que esta danza está representando un momento histórico de una guerra. ¿Sí? Vamos a remontarnos un poco a la historia de España. España estuvo controlada durante 800 años por los árabes. Entonces, en un punto de su historia, los reinos españoles...
See, this is why I don't like people like you. This is why I don't like people like you. Because here's how weak you are. Why are you looking to be offended? I'm not looking to be offended. And as a matter of fact, I don't get offended. That's the way I talk. I came to share my knowledge and I'm a roach. Whatever floats your boat. You're not listening to yourself. See, you're so wise, but you don't know how to self-examine. See, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. The more I pay attention to you, the more stupider you sound. And see, the thing is this, you kind of say that you're not offending people, but then you come over here and say, oh, well, there's Vacalier and tanker cankle shit, right? But you're not offending people. Even though you're being fucking condescending, dumbass. That's not offending people, though. I'm telling you, man, if you're going to play games with me, you better come with it. I'm not your average Joe. You want to battle mind to mind, we can. But we could talk about Bible, though, because that's what I'm about. I think you think you're a native of these lands. That's why you're not answering Yasharala. I think you're a native of these lands. You're a Culo Miados believer, and it burns your ass that I'm bringing shit out and blasting your behinds out of this continent. That's why you're upset. That's why you keep posting stuff and saying all kinds of stuff, and you laugh. And listen, matter of fact, there's a scripture that says the laughter of a man shows how effeminate he is. That's what you're doing. You're just laughing. Now you think this is giggly and funny. Like, bro, really? Dog? You think you're an intellectual? And a sincere intellectual wouldn't be wasting his time on this little 30 subscriber channel, because that's where you are right now. This class started out the 30 subscriber channel. Meshiacha Chronicles picked it up later. You know why? You know why, brother? I think it's because they're on the political often down in the Meshiacha. See what I'm saying? Oh, really? Learn some words? Like your fucking words are going to be used every day in the street. No, Kevin, Ophir's not in Africa. Ophir's not in Africa, dude. I know you guys want everything to be in Africa. Shit, you want Asia to be in Africa. Not Africa and Asia. Abraham's African, Asians are Africans, Europeans are Africans, natives are Africans, Samoans are Africans, Filipinos are Africans, Martians are Africans. Everybody's African to y'all. Now Ophir's in Africa. That just because you make the statement, don't make it so. Prove it. Do a class, prove it's wrong.
Los reinos católicos de España comienzan a hacer una cruzada para lograr expulsar a todos los árabes de sus tierras. Entonces, los primeros indicios que se dan de esta danza son a partir del siglo XII, aproximadamente siglo XII, en el reino de Aragón. De ahí se fue distribuyendo a toda la península ibérica y se fue convirtiendo en un símbolo muy fuerte para la cultura española, ya que esta danza evocaba el hecho de que los cristianos habían derrotado a los musulmanes en una guerra por los territorios, ya que recordemos que
Hey, you see this, fam? So he says, what are you doing? Why are you feeling offended? I'm just here to share my knowledge. There you go. You just offended me. You see how stupid you are? That's how simple-minded you are. Bro, you can read a fucking dictionary all you want and memorize all these words and think you know what you're using, but your brain that puts them together expresses who you really are. You know what I'm saying? Like, thank you, brother. Proverbs 122. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? Simple-minded people like DJ, Mr. What do you call it? Nostradamus / Einstein and shit. Thinks he's the smartest man on the whole planet. That him himself in his brain flew to space and shit. Hey, always banging on wobbles. They don't hit the link though. They don't hit the link, D. You know what I'm saying? V, they don't hit the link, dog. I don't know. Let's continue.
En la época medieval se libraron muchísimas batallas por la cuestión religiosa, sobre todo las cruzadas entre los cristianos y los musulmanes que querían expandirse hacia Europa. Entonces, bueno, digamos que España fue como un tapón, por así decirlo, que evitó que la religión musulmana lograra penetrar más hacia el continente europeo. Entonces, los españoles se sentían como que ellos eran los que estaban librando una cruzada nueva, una cruzada más, para defender la religión católica. Cuando se da la conquista de México, los españoles reforzaron más aún en sí mismos el hecho de que ellos eran los defensores y los escogidos para expandir la religión católica. Es por esto que se empeñaron tanto en que los indígenas comprendieran todos estos conceptos cristianos, y una de las maneras en cómo lo hicieron fue por medio de las danzas y por medio de la evangelización que después trajeron los franciscanos. El primer registro que se tiene en territorio mexicano de esta danza es en 1525. Esta danza, como lo comenté antes, pues era un símbolo de unidad para los españoles. Entonces,
and by the way, I think I did a class and I have a book on this. Which one's the book? Shit. I can't remember, to be honest with you, but it's talking about how, I think it's maybe the 7 myths. The 7 myths or something like that. And he's talking about how they would role play this, like this little dance thing, right? But the majority of them were playing the role of the conquistador. And a lot of the natives painted themselves black because that's what came with them. Dark-skinned people. right? Like, for example, Garrido. That's one of many, many, many Swarthy black conquistadors, so to speak. And they replay this and celebrate this. The natives, even in the story, he's talking about how the natives must have felt like shit, for lack of better words, because they were basically role-playing their own conquering. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
Imaginémonos un poco cómo todos los españoles que vinieron a estas tierras, que eran grupos pequeños,
Sorry, family. I don't know if you guys heard it.
bueno, no tan pequeños, pero digamos, eran grupos que a comparación de la población.
Yeah, what I was saying, no, it's all good. What I was just simply saying, well, that we've been lied to for a long time. Everything about America is a lie. Everything from 1492 up until now. Whatever you guys thought you knew, it's a lie. 1492 wasn't a, oh my God, I didn't know. 1611, no, never happened. Not like the way they taught us. you know, all of these things, all of this great civilization and supposedly superior races and all that shit, it's total lie. They lied to us that said that we got light skin because we mixed with the white people. No, that's a lie. We've always been light skin and dark skin. But again, what are they going to do in order for you to learn your heritage, to lose your heritage? Get rid of it. Sorry, man, I can go on, but I think my brain is fried at this point. I'm tired. Can't even think right now. Let's finish it off.
Originaria, que es los indígenas, pues eran una minoría. Entonces, para ellos reforzar su cultura y para mantener...
Hey, look, you see how emotional they are? See this? That's how emotional they are, dude. It's probably silent because this show is full of lies. Why are you here? Who invited you guys? Nobody forced you to be here. Bear Falls Witness. Nobody forced you to be here. No, nothing. But you're here. If I don't know anything, why are you guys here? You know what I mean? Like, why are you here? I don't get it. Go watch another guy or gal that you prefer. If I don't know nothing, DJ, but see, by your silence of me saying you're a Wabo, an African from West Africa who is a Canaanite, that tells me that you are a Wabo claiming to be a native, which is why this is offending you. And you want to use all these so-called dictionary words that you probably don't even know what they mean, and let alone use on a daily basis. Let's go.
Tenerse unidos en un ambiente así, realizaban esta danza para recordar su misión evangelizadora y su misión protectora de la religión. Posteriormente, esta danza la van a enseñar a los pueblos indígenas para que, digamos, comprendieran un poco de la historia del pueblo español. Esta tarea la van a llevar, la van a realizar principalmente los frailes franciscanos, y tardó un poco para que los indígenas participaran. La primera fecha que se tiene, o la primera registro más o menos de que haya participación indígena en esta danza, se tiene entre 1531 y 1540. En esa época ya se habla que los primeros indígenas comenzaron a participar en esta danza de los moros y los cristianos. Pero ahora vamos a hablar un poco cómo es que se consiguió inculcar esta danza extranjera, entre comillas, porque la trajeron los españoles. Cómo es que lograron inculcarla de una manera fácil en los pueblos indígenas. Y es que, bueno, ellos utilizaron un método que era cambiar lo que ya se tenía en estos pueblos. Los pueblos indígenas tenían mucha similitud.
So the Canaanites are Arabs, Abraham is African. You just totally flipped it. Kevin, bro. Stop listening to Nate the Snake. Why don't you ask him if his kids actually believe? Like, do they keep the commandments and all that? Ask Nate the Snake of IUIC if his kids believe. None of his kids believe. All the leaders, none of their kids believe. You are of your father, the devil.
En cuanto a sociedad, en cuanto a organización, con los pueblos europeos, ya que...
See, family, look. Drive your bigoted racist selves nuts trying to figure out what I am. I don't care what you are, bro. Nobody cares. We know what you are. You're expressing it in your simplicity.
Pues tenían un gobierno muy bien cimentado. Había clases sociales, o sea, había desde los que eran la alta jerarquía de la sociedad hasta las personas, pues, que digamos eran el pueblo en común. Y sobre todo, que es lo más importante, los pueblos indígenas tenían una religión muy organizada, ¿sí? Tenían sacerdotes especializados y también realizaban ritos. Entre ellos eran las danzas y sobre todo la representación de los combates fingidos. Aquí en este punto es donde los españoles aprovecharon para cambiar esos combates fingidos que hacían los indígenas, para cambiarles la idea que los indígenas tenían por la idea de los moros y los cristianos. Entonces, es decir que de esta manera fue como los españoles lograron hacer que de manera un poco fácil los pueblos indígenas fueran aceptando esta danza poco.
Yep. Okay, family. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna do a class on Khazars they're actually admitting. Hold on. In using emblematic hands of mysteries. Here, I'll show you. Watch this real quick. I was blown away by it. I was like, whoa, he admitted it. Holy shit. He freaking admitted it. Yeah, he did. Check it. So this is from right here. It's called The Secret Teachings of All Ages, right? And in the video, the guy says that he's showing his hands, right? Supposedly he prayed. But this is what he shows. This is a so-called, those Khazars, right? And they're priest leaders, whatever. They're asking this so-called priest, rabbi, whatever, what does he do? When I guess they asked him about a verse in the Talmud. So he's talking about that, yeah, he's got his hands and he did this prayer and blah, 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 blah. And in the video, they show like that he actually does that. It's like, what the hell? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run that on the other channel. You guys can see it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. Depends. I do got to work. So anyways, other than that, man, you guys have a good night. And by the way, you guys can tell I'm not doing the música in the beginning. I'm going to do it at the end just to make sure, save some time to get started going with the class. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, man, that's pretty much it. My enemies, hello, my friends and my enemies. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for visiting this wonderful, small ass little channel of ours. Thank you for your support. Keep typing away. It helps the algorithm. And other than that, man, you know what I'm saying? Y'all have a good night. Here's the music. Let's go. Have a good night, fam.
Los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando. Cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti. Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente. Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo solta fumando de su palulú. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Va a tener pila valorio, se matan vestidos de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí, olvidar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar. Más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición como no voy a aprovechar. Los códigos que llegan los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema. Pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Hay tiempo para pensar si hoy me queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir. No te quiero ver sufrir. Escúchate, lucha, que mucha de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí. Las mañanas go. Mi lloran frío. Antes de perder las formas, de la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traer.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me esté volviendo loco. Tal vez viviendo poco a poco.
Took me so high, there's nobody low. You take me too high, there's no way to go. Así que let's go, vamos a bailar lento, sintiendo todos los movimientos de acá adentro. I won't let you down, thinking this moment of happiness right now, 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 now. El agua refleja el alma del que se aleja. Cuando te quejas, se retrocede de atrás. No te pierdas, o te perderás.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltomé. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi pro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco bron. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el black shit, black sea metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lenny, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá. Es Incas Mob, negro. Es Incas Mob, nigga. Nero Luigi, man. Incas Mob, It's Money Gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el Ness. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante porque me lograron saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo sé de púlpito para que el mundo conociera. De esta parte mejor interprete que ha parido esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Que a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy el patrón. Yo llamo, esa es la cuestión. Y doy fue por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa. Plaza de Rey, papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Mental. Hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base. Yo, yo, yo.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos.
cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre.